come in thinking about how to make money quick, and then they leave. And we should make sure we don't get those individuals into political power. Let's look for nationalists with ideas that we want this clear vision, we want the people to develop, and then it develops. The other issue is that the real problem starts when we begin to count and collate elections. And when this guy who is contesting talk about some went to the market, so it's a market day for some of the areas around Akwatia. Some also went to the farm in the morning, and then when they come in the afternoon, then they will go and vote. It tells you one thing, the attitude of the people. It means that their priorities is their private life, their market, their farms, because politics has not given them anything. Some will tell you that, am I actually? Yeah. So we should begin to watch those things. When you see apathy in voter turnout, and some areas which had about 530, and now 4 hours, less than 4 hours for the end of the voting, we have just 200 and something. It means that the voter turnout is low. And why are we experiencing this low voter turnout? It's because they are getting tired of the system, the way we banter to do things. So let's begin to know, what do the people want? Development, development, development. I pray that we have jobs for our people, because some of the youth have been going to communities, talking to them. You see them sitting, playing Oware and Jame the whole day, doing nothing. And when you ask them, they say, we have nothing to do. Sometimes it's mom and dad, the old man, and then the old lady, who have to open their pockets and then give them something to buy food, because they have nothing to do. As I sit here, if I tell you people who have come to me that they need jobs, over 300 people. People need jobs. So let's work on that and get them jobs and development. Roads, these little things, schools, hospitals, government should do whatever it can. That's the commitment that I'm asking, to help our people, because our people deserve better on that.
And those were really major stuff that the people spoke about. I remember when I was in Akwatia 2 weeks ago, the major thing on their minds has been roads.
Yes.
And the fact that ever since the consolidated diamonds also collapsed way back in 2010, there doesn't seem to be any major business there. So people are involved in petty trading and, of course, the illegal mining as well. But we've heard the NDC representative saying that you should vote for our candidate because our candidate is connected to the party that is in power right now. And I'm coming to you, Professor Smart Sapon, because you said earlier in another interview that you don't believe that incumbency necessarily, yes, incumbency would influence elections, but not necessarily guarantee a victory. But the NDC seems to be selling the 6 months, or let's say now we have 9 months of the Mahama administration quite well, that if you vote for our candidate, this person is connected to the presidency, getting resources will be much easier to give you what you need, the roads and the hospitals and the schools.
Yeah, so that has been the very regular campaign message during by-elections. In the general elections, you do not know who the president is going to be. But in a by-election, you have an idea of who is on the seat. And His Excellency President Mahama will be on the seat for the next 4 years, or maybe 3.5 years, if you like. And so in Akwatia, the people know who the president is and who is more closer to the president in respect of the 2 candidates. So that is incumbency. And I'm saying that during by-elections, incumbency plays quite a good role in who wins, but it does not guarantee who the winner is going to be. And if you check our records, for the past, let's take the 4th Republic, over 33 by-elections so far gone. This is about the 34th. And you see 4 classical instances where there was a different party in government, but the opposition candidate rather won the by-election. It has happened 2 in the case of NDC in government, MPP winning, and 2 in the case of MPP in government, but NDC winning. All right? So what I'm saying is that, yes, it is the most winnable campaign message you can ever do in a by-election, but it goes beyond that. You and I know in Ghana, there are some section of people in every constituency who are constants. Their votes are simply not determined by whatever you tell them. They will do green, whether you like it or not. They will do blue, whether you like it or not. In Akwatia, out of the 119 polling stations, there are some 45 polling stations for both NDC and MPP who constantly votes blue or green, irrespective of who is in government or who is not. So the determining factor is going to be the remaining, so that will be 90. So that we have our just about 19 or 20 something in the middle who are, I don't know, maybe now...
That's why 29.
There are about 29 constituencies, polling stations, who have demonstrated variability in their voting patterns. So yes, incumbency is key, but I don't see how incumbency and the usual, the most winnable incumbency message in by-elections going to change the minds of the constants. For example, the NPP constants who would vote NPP on any day will simply not fall for that message. And those in the middle who would fall for the development message, if it happens that they do not trust the candidate, the personality, all right, so the person must demonstrate competence. By God's grace, these two gentlemen are all, in my view, very, very fit for purpose. I won't mind Mustafa Agbande, who says the other is not. But I mean, in their own portfolios, they are fit for the job. At least a lawyer, you can't say is not fit for the job of parliament. Neither would you say a degree holder and a businessman. And I make the point always that in Ghana, if you're able to establish a business and able to manage it over a certain number of years, then you are somebody to be trusted. You're a good man, because people you employ would deliberately take steps to bring your business down. And so managing a business and managing people, we are told he has employed some people in Akwatia, about 5,000, if it is true, or all those things. It's like he's also a manager in his own portfolio, and he has also he graduated with a degree and all those. At least he has the basic qualification to enter parliament and represent his people well. So if the two of them are on the grounds, grassroots people, then the tilt of development campaign will go for Lawyer B3. But if it happens that the Solomon guy is on the grounds like a more grassroots than Lawyer B3, then Lawyer Solomon may win, not because campaign development is not a good campaign for by-elections, but perhaps those other, perhaps he got all his constant people, plus maybe his grassroots nature did the good for him. But like it or not, as for development in a by-election, at least my father is on the seat. I am more closer to him, and if you really want development, then it is through me that you can get that development faster. But then it comes to the personalities also. And I heard some sound bites from people in Akwatia, especially those who are going for Solomon, saying that he has been able to do some development in this constituency, and so we trust that he can do development. If those schools of thought comes in, then it means development is still key, except that the personalities is what is making the difference. So I still see it as an open contest. I mean, it favors the NDC candidate, only that incumbency doesn't always guarantee victory. And that's why I made that point. And there is data in history to suggest that it has not always been the case that the candidate whose government is in power always wins by elections. That's why I made that point.
And Mr. Bachman, I haven't heard from Professor Smart Sapon. Yeah. 45 here, 45 here. Yes. I'll come back for your thoughts very quickly. I want us to go to Martin Asiedu-Date, who has some latest for us. Martin, what do you have from where?
Yes, we do have Godwin Asedeba, who is in the Wenchi area of the constituency, so Wenchi polling or electoral area. So, Godwin, we know that where you are, there clearly are some visible signs of some construction or new developments happening there. Walk us through what exactly you are seeing and whether or not it is as a result of this by-election which is currently ongoing.
Martin, so it is currently happening here, as you are seeing. I am currently in Wenchi, and a lot has actually been happening as far as the road construction is concerned. Earlier, I was able to speak to the NDC's Mustafa Agbande, who raised concerns about the fact that they are not doing this to gain political points when I asked him the question. But in this particular area, the state of the roads here are deplorable, not really okay. And he made mention of the fact that because the election is happening today and they've realized that a lot of cars who will be plying the road, they've decided to come in and ensure that they will construct the roads to ensure that the whole voting process will be done smoothly. Currently, I am standing in this excavator that is trying to smoothing the road just to ensure that a lot of people will be able to ply smoothly to the various centers. So if you can please lower it down so that I can descend and speak to some of the residents here. And it has been the same way for the past hour since we came here in Wenchi, and just ahead of me is a polling center where you can see a lot of individuals, especially constituents, who have come in here to cast their ballots. I'll be engaging these residents to get to hear from them how they feel about the exercise. Just on the other side as well, you can clearly see that there've been heap of sand that has been, poured on the edge of the road, and you can clearly see that before it will be spread, there are some gaping holes that usually on an ordinary day won't allow for vehicles to have a smooth fly throughout the stretch. So, what's your name? You're live on TV3.
My name is Nelly Nestor.
We've just seen that this morning the contractors are here ensuring that they would construct the road to be very comfortable for commuters who would be coming here to vote as well. Has this been the situation since, or do you feel the NDC just came in to do this particular time to convince you people to vote for their parliamentary candidate?
My brother, good afternoon. What you are seeing here is called political scam. NDC government is trying to scam people of Akwatia constituency, and it's never going to happen. This thing is pure scam. If NDC wanted to construct this road is about 5 kilometers. They are doing less than 1 kilometer of it. Just look at from the beginning to the end, it's less than 1 kilometer.
Right.
Yes, if they really want to construct this road, they should do more than 3 kilometers. That means that they are serious. This is a political scam. It's a pure scam. So this thing is not going to influence any vote. By the close of the day, or by the close of today, you will see the result. By the close of the day or by the close of today, you will see the result. Okay. Look at. They are doing less than 1 kilometer of the road. Yes, it's less than 1 kilometer.
We have been across some of the major routes, and we've seen that there've been heaps of sand everywhere across the center of the town. So if we are describing just here, we've seen it for ourselves in other areas as well. So would you speak generally to the issue? But if you just say here, then I would say it's quite unfair, based on what we've also assessed.
My brother, I am not referring to this place alone. It's all over the Akwatia constituency.
Right.
It's all over. They are just doing some small. Look at this. They put 4 trips of sand here on this place. This place is 3 kilometer road. 4 trips of sand. What can 4 trips of sand do to this road? This one is 5 kilometer road. What can 5 kilometer 4 strip of sand do to 5 kilometer road? So this is pure scam. If NDC want to construct this road, from tomorrow they will lose tonight. From tomorrow they should continue. We want to see asphalt on this road.
Right.
Yes, we the people of Akwatia, we want to see asphalt on this road.
Right.
To be sure said, they want to construct this road. For now, as I'm talking to you now, as this time, 148 is a pure scam to me. This thing is a pure scam to me. Yes, if they want to construct this road, they should carry on.
Right, so you've also been plying the route, and I'm sure you've been through some of the major routes as well. This individual is saying that the NDC is trying to convince the constituents here to vote for them, and that is why they've brought excavators here to ensure that the road is smoothing for easy access. What do you have to say about that as well?
Oh, okay, thank you very much. For TV3, right?
Right.
Okay, good. My name is Francis. What I can say is that, for what I know is that the NDC is capable of development.
Right.
It's not about the election. Because when chairman came around, he told us that we should bring at least 3 people.
Right.
So that they will go to Accra and then they will have a contract. As they came back, you can see the work is going on. So for me, I see that they are ready to work. The NDC is ready to work, not about the election coming on or something like that.
Have you voted yet?
Not really, but I'm now going to vote.
Okay.
And as you can see, this is my voter's card.
Right.
I'm voting at the Presley school there. So I'll be going anytime.
Who are you voting for?
Oh, for now, I can't tell you, but as you can see, everywhere is green. So, for me, I'm going for green.
Right.
Yes.
Absolutely. We'll continue to speak with a lot more residents as well. This vehicle that is just passing by has mentioned that it's been a smooth process for them, and what they aim to achieve at the end of the day is to ensure that once they are applying the road, they will be able to have access through it smoothly. So they see it as a developmental project as far as the construction is concerned. But a lot more residents are here to engage with me who are live on TV3. So your friend was saying.
But your friend may be smarting tea. Do not know anymore when you come here, your friend Yaunti.
Yaunti, and who's a construction be a coso, a miamia, a chromo hanomuse. And then I will walk off home.
Oh, maybe there 2 minutes there. I'm part of a cafe on say. Sa road na mo yeni na no and ada na mo dada ye. If you say do ya ti kromi hanu mo no senkanya ade a si wa selection ya betu a anka mo ma sa ade we ana ibi kwampo no. O from baby am starting any baby am di si no. Ehun hia nti de omo ye na ehun hia na da nti omo make sure na mo ntia say do enya de omo ye nti ana me ma ye ya ba bedu omo achi.
Right.
Abeto abaye den ama hom ye di enum ni yenim ana kro na ha na efri yenum de ekobia nti de o ya adum de passe ye no ye be ye.
Right, so he's basically saying that they've already made up their mind when it comes to exactly what they want to do or who they would want to cast their vote for, and he is going to have a stance and wouldn't really be persuaded by all of the construction that is happening already, because this just happened after they realized that the voting exercise was going to happen here. Intino, may I sure say, what's one monitor say, Bibia Eba Bekoson and Afido Mo road no. I want to say what promo had share. Mu roads no generally ne Senate here and more complaining on why Abra Jumebia or Manya for Hoda.
Oh, the Siano ya kwane de ye akano amonye so just here. And I if they make me black and what they make black to case. It is Siano yeah no empunto ne ye pe okona yen so ye kwan na Siano ye pesa mo yen do en fa ne sa mo na mo say ama ban e also.
Okay.
What just say?
Okay.
By no yehu beble ati beble. Yomba amu kanu yehu beble ati beble. By Siano as a lesson no ebe koso no ana amu ya dey. Amu ba be ya sa ade we wa bai. Ye mo ya be mu mu say de omu be no ana be fa so ya be to abai dey. Ama hom. Ha, enti de omu ya ne dey yehu hom. Amu yo, amanyo. Be bia ya adwen won no. Ya adwen won.
Right. So an NDC observer is also here, Stephen Atuguba, who was actually moving away with his convoy from the polling center here. And I'll also be engaging him as well. A lot of the constituents here are saying that the construction is ongoing for the NDC to gain some political points as far as the by-election is concerned. How do you react to this as a member of the National Democratic Congress? And do you agree with what they are saying?
I'm a member of the National Liberation Congress.
Okay.
A leader and founder.
Oh.
But the NDC is my mother party.
Great.
Without NDC, I wouldn't be where I am today. But in moving forward, we are blessed to have a president, John Dramani Mahama, who is a doer. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama would have done whatever he's doing now,
right,
irrespective of whether it's an orphanage constituency or not. But it is wise, very wise and very prudent. And I think if the people of Akwatia, from Takoradi all the way to Wenchi, that have been assigned officially as one of the observers, I think it is good for them to make sure Bediako goes to Parliament, because there's a saying in Akan that Akokwa obe onino enowi abebesre. And I think I've been here for a while. I've gone to door, I've gone to a lot of houses. Most of the MPP people that I entered their homes and they say, Mr. Tubiga, Mumubi Abani de things ampa ye pempuntu juma wa ye kuroma hase. Ye didi say ye the MPP candidate, ye candidate ne MPP no kona. So my emphasis because Oko, Wanko, and this a majority of parliament.
You seem not to be concerned about the state of the roads and the question that I posed to you.
The roads, that's why I'm saying that I'm trying to throw it out there for the people who think that JDM wouldn't have done whatever they say now. JDM would have done it, but he bringing it earlier right now shows that when the people, the community of Akwatia allows the PC, Bediako, to have a NDC parliamentary candidate or NDC MP, and also having a NDC, what's his name, MCE.
Right.
Together, they will see massive development. Akwatia will move forward. I am happy what I've seen. There's a lot of projects going on, and I'm appealing to the people of Akwatia. They should not disappoint the PC. They should not disappoint the president. Look, we have 16 regions. We have 276 constituencies. The unprecedented projects, roads that is being constructed here that I've seen.
Right.
I mean, let us all, both opposition political parties, let us applaud and thank His Excellency John Dramani Mahama with Bediako.
Right.
Bediako is the only person, as the Chief of Staff, has been able to promise that when you bring me Bediako, I being the Chief of Staff, I will make sure that the best Chief of Staff this country has ever had is Julius Debra.
Right.
The best Chief of Staff that we think when the people of Akwatia delivers the mandate of making sure it's a duty call for the ensanguinary of Akwatia. It's a duty call for all opposition political parties.
Right. I presume you've been moving around with your convoy for a very long time, and you've also monitored the state of the road network here. What has been your general assessment so far?
We have, the contractor is doing very well, and everywhere from Akwatia itself, coming down to Takorasi, all the way down to Wenchi, that I have driven, the roads, there's an unprecedented road network going on. And I don't think the NDC will be like other political parties that will stop immediately after the election. So whether they will continue, the roads will continue immediately after ND will continue immediately after declaring Bediako the winner this evening. Everybody should go and vote.
Right.
And I'm pleading with the NDC people. I am pleading with the citizens of Atakwa. I've gone to houses and I've supported the old age.
Right.
I mean, from 70, 80 years.
Absolutely.
I've supported them to the voting centers. And I'm pleading, it's not too late. Let's do house to house. Let us do house to house.
All right.
And bring the people. But I am proud. The roads are real. The roads are physical. I am seeing the development. I have driven on
Thank you.
roads.
Thank you very much.
Right, clearly it looks as though Mr. Atubiga, I should say, is in full campaign mode, especially with a few hours to polls closing. Anyway, so that's what we are seeing in parts of the Akwatia constituency, some new construction. Now, the caveat we are putting across is as to whether these construction work started before the by-election was announced or it was as a result of the by-election. Well, the final verdict lies with the constituents in that area. However, one major talking point has been that of turnout. In the next few minutes, we'll be talking or taking you through how turnouts over the years of election as compared to the national average have been quite different. It looks like people of Akwatia like to turn out to vote. But as the show continues, we've been joined in studio by Johnny Hughes of Johnny's Bite. Yes, if you do know him. He's joined us in studio. Hello, Johnny.
I'm good to see Dr. Stephen Atubiga.
Yes.
Then I was looking at him and watching with Al, thinking, is that the same Stephen Atubiga who literally denigrated the NDC, took them to the gutters and is now back, and every least opportunity keeps talking about the fact that the NDC is the mother party, etc. I really want to know what the end game is for him, on his own resources and, crisscrossing the Akwatia
the fact that he says that I've
constituency.
gone house to house to campaign.
Exactly. 119 polling stations. It's quite interesting. Well, time changes. It's only a fool who doesn't change his mind, perhaps.
Certainly.
And change is only the only constant in life. But we're going to talk about the figures and some of the key highlights from the Akwatia constituency. We do know that the Akwatia constituency itself has lent itself as a swing constituency. 5 times they voted for the NPP, 4 times they voted for the NDC. This could perhaps be the leveler and the bragging right. One, for the NPP to say that, well, we still have a hold on Akwatia, and for the NDC to say that going to the 2028 elections, we possibly will be able to clinch it for ourselves. Our men are on the ground We'll bring you all the fine details as we have already done. The no-holds-barred analysis by a top-notch panelists will also be there. But Martin, let's take a look at the Akwatia figures, though. The national turnout, indeed. I'm sure we can begin safely from the year 2000.
Yes.
Because if you go to 1992, the MPP didn't participate. In 1996, there was a competitive election.
Absolutely.
The NDC won. Then in 2000 comes in President Kufuor. And that was when, again, the MPP came in strongly and won. What more do we know, Martin?
Yes, so what we're looking at now is the fact that when you look, so this is generally the voter turnout, and it's been one of the concerns that have been raised since morning, and with about 2 hours of polls to end, are people still going and now rush to the various polling stations to try and vote? And we are comparing it to the national average, and you can tell clearly that for the national average, so these two lines, the red and the black, the red is for the turnout for the constituents of Akwatia, and then the black is for the national turnout. So what we are looking at now is that from 2000 up until even today, or the last major election we had was in 2024, constituents of Akwatia have turned out averagely more than the national average. So it just gives an impression that they seem to like to want to vote, or they like to participate in the democratic process. So in 2000, where we are starting from, we have 63% as the 63.4% turnout rate as against 62 for the national average. Again, fast forward to 2024, they even came out more, so 90.9%. That's almost 91%.
That's right. This was in the second term of President Kufuor.
President Kufuor, yes. And then 85% was the national average turnout. And they managed to maintain that in 2008. Again, that is when an NDC party came, so there was a change in government. So it moved from 90.9% or 91% to 88%. So there was a slight dip from what the turnout was in 2024 if you compare it to 2008. I should look at the numbers very, because 2004 and 2024 seem to be mixed up. If you look clearly, the national turnout in 2008 was a major dip, because there was a major drop from 85.3% to 69. Let's say even 70%. So that tells you that the national average turnout in Akwatia was low, but the constituents themselves came out to vote. Again, if you come to 2012, when the NDC was still in power, that was the time of Professor John Evans.
No, this was John Dramani Mahama's own election.
Yes. Then the constituents turned out in 86.1%. That's against the national average of 80% or 79.9%. The national and the constituency average both dipped in 2016, but that was the year Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, became president. And if you look at the turnout, still Akwatia was high, but both national and constituency averages were lower. So 73.9% for constituents of Akwatia, and the national average was 69%. It went up in 2020. 83% for the constituents, and then 79 for Akwatia for the national average. And there was quite a gap that opened in 2024, the just ended election, and constituents of Akwatia came out 70% as against 59.6%. But we should bring in the fact that in 2009, there was a by-election in Akwatia, which was very violent, for which reason the security thought that they needed to ensure that history does not repeat itself, where on the back of that, they've sent over 5,000 police officers for a by-election, very unprecedented.
That's really, if you ask me, the 5,000 men on the ground is really an overkill, because it's, for me, it's a matter of systems. And it's a matter of knowing that this is a flashpoint, because we declare places a flashpoint and we leave them until the next election. But if it's a flashpoint, what else are you doing to ensure that it doesn't remain a flashpoint, so that you don't have to marshal 5,000 people to Akwatia? I mean, look at the UN ratio of one policeman to how many citizens are there in Akwatia, for example. And if we take 5,000 policemen to Akwatia at this point, what does it mean for the national security itself in terms of internal security? It's a big conversation of myself. We must not all lose sight of the fact that we are all not in Akwatia or at Akwatia at this material point in time, and that things could be happening in many other places. Is the police up to the task, especially now that we know that we've been told not to bring the military and, you know, people wearing balaclavas into the conversation. But if you look at the figures, you notice that 2000, 2008, 2012, 2016, and if you like, 2024 are different standpoints within the Akwatia turnout points that have reflected the change of a government. This was in 2000 when President Kufuor was coming in, 2008 Professor Mills, 2012 John Mahama, 2016 Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, 2024 John Dramani Mahama. And Akwatia has always tilted towards the government that's coming in, except for the 2024 elections that went the way of the NPP, which was contested in courts, in the Akufo High Court, etc. But then again, the dynamics in Akwatia also will tell you that beyond the mining, there are many other things that the people of Akwatia are demanding, which the political class may have to be paying attention to them. The fact that it's a strictly swing constituency in itself is a story to tell. That's one. Point number two, if you listen to the campaigns and the people's reaction to the various campaigns, some of the ladies were blatantly saying that, look, we have been raised with money, and so we love money. And so if you come here and you don't talk the money talk, we ain't going to vote for you. That's one conversation. How do we depart from it, especially if we're looking at a national conversation that says that we must not monetize or commoditize our politics and our, you know, it tells in all of the what do you call it? The turnouts to go and vote. Even though you talk about 2008, then 2009, where it was violent, you see the dip right there. It tells you a particular story. This was the Kufuor era, the second term. Look at the big shoot for Akwatia itself. And then you come, they didn't see that kind of shoot. The only time they saw that kind of shoot again was in 2020, which was almost close to that. But in 2012, even with all the messy votes and all the sympathy and empathy that John Mahama had enjoyed at the time because of the demise of Professor Mills, he had waged a 3-man campaign, etc. It didn't shoot up to that point. So politicians, if they really are concerned about, holding on to Akwatia, they must be bringing their A game forward, I tell you.
Certainly. So the other key things we are looking at would have to do with, the general by-elections we've held in the country since 1992. And the current by-election ongoing in Akwatia is the 34th by-election since the fourth.
That's correct.
The current dispensation that we are in. And out of the 34, or the 33, it has swung either way. But one party has dominated. So since 1992, we have had 33 by-elections. Today is the 34th one. The retention rate, which means the percentage rate of a party retaining the seat in a by-election is 82%. And we will look at which party has actually been able to retain whether or not there's a by-election. And then the flip rate is about 18%, where the opposition...
Party A had the seat, a by-election is occasioned, then Party B wins
during a by-election. Certainly. So that's the flip rate. So it's just about 18%. So what this tells us is that the possibility of a party retaining the seat in a by-election is high, or has been high over the last few years.
That is, if certain conditions pertain,
remain constant.
That's right.
Yes, but it also doesn't mean that it is a constant. It means that there's certainly some level of change, but relatively very low, 18%, as against 82% possibility of a retention rate. The NPP will hope that this statistic would work in their favor, while the NDC, as we speak, is hoping they flip it, because they are currently in government, but do not have the seat.
But you see, Martin, this conversation about this 82 and the MPP's hope to clinch on or to hold on to the Akwatia seat is quite shaky, because you've come to realize over time, since 1992, that there hasn't been a by-election largely where you have a party in power losing to a party in opposition. The way we play our politics around here, we're always looking at how to align with the party in power to be able to get the piece of the national cake.
Yes.
Unfortunate as it may sound, it is the reality. So you find that in certain different places, you find the MCE or the DCE belonging to another party, and then the MP belonging to another party, and the MP's party may be in opposition. You'll find how the constituency suffers for a very, very long time. The people of Akwatia voted in sure hope that, well, the MPP was going to win the 2024 elections. Now, with the benefit of history and the knowledge that they have now that the MPP did not win, and now the numbers in parliament are overwhelming in favor of the NDC or the majority in parliament. Even if they decide to vote for the NPP, they would have to do that based on the fact that they're well convinced in their minds that, well, the government will not play the same old politics that others have played in the past. But there are others also on the ground who have been talking to us who tell us that, look, why would I want to do pitch and toss with a party in opposition when I can quickly go and vote for a party that is in power and start getting it? Which is why you started questioning the road projects that are happening there, whether or not it started before the by-elections were announced, or whether it started at the announcement of the by-election, or whether it started when the campaigns, kicked up into high gear. We saw the same thing in Asin North, didn't we? We saw the same thing in many other places, Edreso and many other places. Politicians tend to take the citizenry and the electorate for granted. And the electorate must now let the politicians know that we know our left from our right, and that we will not fall for some of these your Maakye tactics anymore. So these are the schools of thought on the ground.
And again, I mean, the constituents will definitely be thinking about what you've just indicated.
Right.
And then, and Dr. Tubiga, a few minutes ago when we were talking to him, put out a local Akan proverb.
That's
that
right.
Yeah. So in this case, indirectly telling the people that if you want the developments to continue, he says the road is physical, the road is real. If you want your people to enjoy these kinds of benefits, you certainly would want to align with the government, which is the government of the NDC.
Again, then somebody will question Dr. Tubiga's locus in making that statement and how that is grounded. How close is he to power? And what influence does he wield within the NDC? It takes a deep voice and a voice of influence and connection to be able to say, I am promising you this, and it's going to happen. It's going to materialize. As it stands now, his membership within the NDC and his affiliation to the NDC is quite shaky. If you monitor the conversations on social media, it's on Facebook. People are throwing shades and jabs at him as to whether or not it's NLC.
How come he's now coming out?
You get the point. So if he's making a promise to you, again, maybe we should add that to his list of proverbs that he has.
Certainly. So you're still watching your Election Command Center, and clearly we are bringing you developments from the Akwatia constituency, where the constituents are hoping that by close of day they will have nominated or picked someone who will represent them in Parliament. Our guests are still with us here in studio, so I'm handing over back to Beatrice to continue that conversation while we monitor what's happening on the ground and bring you all of that right here on your Election Command Center.
Indeed, Martin, thank you so much, you and Johnny Hughes. Quite an in-depth analysis of what we've seen as regards Akwatia and even the national situation when it comes to voting. And we'll be going into that bit about what it looks like, a constituency that has seen or that has been more interested in voting, even above the national, average, and yet this is the kind of developments they have in that town. But I want to start from this road construction, as it were, currently ongoing there. And there's actually a question from someone asking whether this is part of the big push thing that, the president has been highlighting, or just like we heard one of the people we spoke to say, is a scam. Why are you doing it now?
I was supposed to speak.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, Prof was talking about the issue. Prof was talking about incumbency and whether incumbency was going to play any role in today's elections. But You see, incumbency would normally play a role when the margins are tight. If the margins are tight, then it becomes easy to, to flip. In the case of Akwatia, if you could see, I mean, in the last election, the margin was a bit tighter. And so certainly incumbency would play a role, especially when people have seen physical development. This argument of this is a scam, of course, if somebody had done it previously, this government wouldn't have to come and put sand on the road. So there are people who appreciate that effort, that at least we are seeing development, we are seeing some road construction for the first time, maybe in the last 8 years.
Like Atubiga, he told us straight ahead.
So incumbency will certainly play a role in today's election. And also, another factor which probably we are not talking, we've not spoken about it today, is even the mode of selection of the political parties themselves. How MPP selected its candidate, whether it's going to have any effect on the elections, whether people were satisfied with the fact that they didn't allow democracy to prevail, but they instead of allowing people to contest, they selected one person to contest. A dead person, someone dies, and they select Owo to replace the person, and that's quite interesting. NDC decided to open up and allow democracy to prevail, to elect someone to lead the party. The person also happens to be the lawyer.
Quite an interesting circumstance.
Yes, so we are going to see how these two situations are going to play out and whether they are going to have any kind of effect on the elections. But certainly there are people who would always want to align. Of course, the kind of system we have is that normally MPs in a ruling party normally tend to have advantage over the MPs in opposition in terms of getting development projects to your constituency. So certainly there are people who would consider that and vote. No wonder in the survey by
is it Musa Dankwa?
Musa Dankwa said about 46 or 48% of the people were concerned about development. They want to see development because the irony is that if you go to most of our mining areas, the major problems there are their roads. That is a paradox that we need to try to decode, because why is it that where we get our money mostly from gold, their roads are very poor?
I mean, to an extent that even since CD, the Consolidated Diamonds, that company collapsed, as at 2024, I understand that the country got about $8 or $6 billion from just illegal mining of diamonds in Akwatia alone. Imagine if that company was still in place.
So the point is that certainly there are going to be varied reasons why people would vote today. And I'm saying that certainly incumbency will play a role, given the fact that the area over the years has been abandoned. Politicians have ignored them. If you look at the pictures we've seen in respect of their roads, they've been ignored. So they want to take advantage of the situation. And don't forget, this election will also be a precursor for the 2028 elections. So whoever wins today would want to maintain the seats. And so the question is, how is it going to be? If NDC guy wins, will the NDC then focus on the constituency to send more projects so that the guy will win in 2028? Or if people vote for you because of the promise or because of what you've started doing, if you stop, the effect is that it's going to affect you in 2028. So it's going to, the dynamics are a bit, it's not clear as to, but if I would say that given what is happening, it's likely the NDC guy will win this.
It's likely the NDC guy would. And Professor Smasapon, I realize you're reacting a lot. Even when I mentioned the scam and Atubiga's response and what Mr. Beckham just, told us. Backman.
Yes. So as for the likelihood of Lawyer B3 winning, it is a likelihood, and same as, and because of the nature of the constituency, if you hear the analysis, it's been in, out, blue, green, like that. So at least what we are so sure of is that the third guy Owusu Asante guy. You know there are three. So we will talk about the two because that one we are very sure he won't come anywhere close. But what we are very sure of,
you are very sure.
Respectfully, I mean, with all due respect to.
Where is he going to eat? In which bowl is he going to eat from?
He doesn't have a bowl.
No, what are we be able to eat from? NDC's bowl or MPP's bowl? It will certainly have effect.
But there are independent candidates in Parliament, so.
But you see, but even in his case,
he
has done well. You see, let's applaud the LPG, at least for putting up a candidate. You know. They usually don't do well, but they try as much as possible to participate in almost every elections that we do conduct. It is better than the other political parties who shows off only 3 months to general elections.
Show some action.
Yeah, just 3 months. When you hear IPAC meeting, go check the list of political parties who would register to attend the meeting. And now we meet at Akwatia, and we have only 3. Do you get it? So please, political parties do not just exist by name, all right? Take interest. It's not about winning or losing. Be part of the democracy we are building. You have registered to be a political party, and these are occasions where political parties are called to duty.
And I think that's a point Mr. Bachman made earlier, that they should be mindful that they are part of the country's development and not just there to win elections.
No. They need to be told that. And, I mean, some of them have fine names, fine history, but you find them only 3 months to 2028. If you like, market somewhere. The 3 months to 2028, then they will nominate one person, go and be flag bearer, this one, this, that. We are gone. Please, it won't help us. But, I mean, back to the subject matter, what I'm saying is that as for the two of them, the likelihood of one of them winning today is a certainty. But then, my point was that, and like the analysis was showing, in our history, once we have occasions where 4 occasions, political parties in government did not have their candidates win a by-election, 2 going for MPP, 2 going for NDC. It means that we wouldn't make it automatic that once you're government, even though it favors you, like I said, the most winnable campaign in a by-election is the developmental campaign, and who was the key to development. But in 4 instances here in Ghana, it has turned out to be different. We don't know how Akwatia is going to turn out, but it is not like a straight jacket. It's going to be hard work. And you saw the way the NDC and its senior members invaded. If it was a straight jacket, perhaps the level of energy and engagement you saw wouldn't be there. So let's see how it turns out. But then, the consensus matter my brother spoke about. I think consensus is also part of democracy, just that it is used sparingly. It is not the usual means of selecting leaders in democracy, but there's been many occasions where under democracy, consensus has been used. And so it is just, I don't know what their meeting went, how
7.17% a wɔde edi enkunim de Kusi sɛ abatoɔ mpɛsua no so de a na kyerɛ sɛ bɔɔl ne yɛ bank bɛka sɛ 4-4 sesei no ɛyɛ draw nti ɛnyɛ nwanwa sɛ sesei no ayɛ kini contested a amanyɔkuo no mmienu nyinaa no obiara aboɔ anyinam so sɛ obɛdi nkunim because wa obɛdi nkunim sɛ NDC or MPP no ɛbɛyɛ 5-4 against opponent no nti from 1992 ebesi 2024 abatoɔ parliamentary elections a akɔso ɛwɔ Akwatia abatoɔ mpɛsua no so no sei ɛna ɛyɛyɛ tententen a hu no green no ɛsɔ saa because 1992 MPP an contest enti hu sɛ no egyina brane pa asɛ wohwɛ sɛ deɛ graphs na tie na hu sɛ 1992 deɛ ne deɛ tententen kɔ kanyame ani ne nyinaa ne sɛ MPP fo ankɔ abatoɔ no 1992 enti yɛhwɛ sɛ by elections ya ɛkɔso ewo 2025 you know na yape obi a obedi owura NSC akumi ade no hwan na ekro na afei yatimi anya mrahye bedwani na afei amanyuku ahodo ni mienu nso no atumi anya the bragging right aka say yen yedi emprenum wanya nan we nso betumi aha nti yen hwe emfri na ankosi sa ade nchechena no na yehu
results but very importantly elections way very important for two major political parties nina both the NPP and NDC. So now the reason and it's President Mahama Baye, he's done barely 8 months in office. And you bet me, I can say NPP in so-called opposition, they've done barely 8 months in opposition. Now, the high ratings and the good walla, President Mahama and the NDC in the 2024 election, this is a comeback to say, and they know, says a good will Ghana for Inyaya or Pepa or Munyaya a day tour, but based on NDC manifesto, any of my promises, I mean, Sajidi, Ghana for Edaso, Ewo, NDC, any President Mahama, Amemo Muana. Now, quite relatably, you bet me, I can say, Enema a stabilize kakra CD rate abba form for the last few months obehu say a range between 10 and then 12 Ghana cedis per dollar. Yebeka again say by indication fuel prices abba form kakra even though the deregulation and a year juma say but overwhelmingly Ghana for nyina no enim say previously in 2023 basically last year do baby cry a little of fuel nanke yat on the 20 cities and beyond, but say ye kase at least even as at Endra besi anope o share a year OMC sahodwo ni nyina no. What it means is that, I mean, for even though fluctuations but clearly averagely yes strike here Yabeka say a near money bo abba form kakra. Now me bossa nearma winging also because we a nearma Ghana for do NDC any President Mahama a share bo ahead of the 2024 general election say one more eba one more ben share atotoni me said ye beya timemufo nso asitine mu no wo mo ho ebetimi ahenhan wo mo. Again, there are other campaign promises Abaino, President Mahama, any NDC during the campaign season. One of them are Ghana for Nkokon Ketenkete is one promise. You can talk of 24-hour economy. Abaino Ekase Obeye President Mahama promises Oba Abaimwa or the 60 ministers Ana Ebetimi Aye Ejuma. The social contract between President Mahama, the NDC, and the good people of Ghana, especially within the first 100 days of a year, President Mahama and the NDC government administration, and Nema Womokase Womobeye within the first 100 days, and even beyond the first 100 days in office. The question is that Abatuo Weno will tell the government and the president, sir, indeed, and Nema Obaye in the last 8 months, Okaso Obeye no Ogusu Awoye no Ghana for Edaswa Ewo Jidie Ewo Muse Oye na Oye Nye Oye ni Pepe Penswana. Again, the New Patriotic Party, it looks as if last 8 months, Okaso Obeye no Ogusu Awoye no Ghana for Edaswa Ewo Jidie Nye Oye. It looks a little organization executives and then for the leadership of the party as a whole. Ghana for Doduana no say a quite ben at the New Patriotic Party ebetimi a bounce back in terms of reorganization one more year. Unim say already a lot of people now and happy when it comes to acquire party na and doing say woman say about to also from next year air corner one more chassis at the free so ye koto flag bearer ba ansana ye wia yetimi aba form adisene aba beto a form so there ni nyina no a conversation I mean a play out in this election. Now NPP say already Ghana for looks tired. As a Ghana for Abemwabu, Ghana for Wamhose, Wamutuaba, Edema President Mahama, and the NDC. But the question is that the good people of Akwatia se aban yi ba ye de wo ye no eboa Ghana for anase emwa Ghana for no Akwatia for eti ho no nso have a larger share of their air cost to say. So the point is that between what the NPP and their candidates and then what the NDC, the government as well, any more candidates, lawyer Bedia Konso Ekano, I mean, a quite ben so Anna Ebe play out in this particular election. And it's a good thing, and then it is going to help the two major political parties do a fair and a better assessment of their strength on the grounds. Whether you like it or not, say NDC, we need elections where what it means is that the trust of the people no edaso ewo say ekobani say NPP elusin so then it is something it is telling the government say SSA or city up. But mamin Akwatia na many ura Sadiq Educhum any enkomo emra wono a security expert na yembisa say the numbers are yehu in Akwatia when it comes to police personnel and then military personnel womo ensure say security ebe ye juma to perfection na afei ni padodo na no ebetimi ato omo aba ewasumdwe mo no. Is it really motivating the people to do this? Mr. Dichum, good afternoon. Onua TV, so important to say.
Good afternoon, my good brother.
Very well. As I said, so first of all, in elections like this, you said turnout here very low, but the high presence of security personnel, Akwatia, how is it contributing to the success of this whole election? Your experience here,
first of all, my mincha for any obedient I'm saying, we share a different elections within the governance system in Africa and then the world over. And I've always maintained that we share from 1990 what we call the third wave of democracy. Ayabakwa, yeji editu mu say, eno na be ma edi enimu kan. Dem say ye folk me be di enimu no. Eno na ya dey say abapo. Nti abapo very crucial in the peace and security architecture of any governance system the world over. Now, all said the memo no, and I'm say that process no idea. I think I'm over Ghana. We are just about 30 years into that process. Into the nine answer that NG for me in Japanese, now we share the issue around Akwatia, and I'm monitoring closely from so now we have statistically analysis from 1992 and then the current for instance, we share the global peace index there are a lot of factors, including some of our electoral processes all of those things are factors. We share the high faction nature of Akwatia elections. Now I am thinking that the 5,000 policemen we need to make sure that every point in time
hello, Mr. Dichum.
We are able to be able to make us so well, I think that
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But how about the arguments? It's not really about the numbers or the air core Akwatia and I say or they call on the ground. But it has everything to do with the fact to say police if one must ensure say emrano yen juma and see anytime biana obi niema a go contrary to the law no as I say yetimi making sure say arrest you bet me you make arrest it does not just end there prosecution and investigation as I say Juma said a best serve as deterrent but in a situation where you ablekuma not I mean incident AC police for on looking it looks as if say now elections about when it comes to say you don't really see much of a problem but 5 neboni started sorting and counting that is where a lot lies and what should be the strategy moving forward in making sure say even though we have them in their numbers but one more them rano ebeye Juma said yes okay
first of all the woman what was the election and event process and the Dani no yes, every Yanano is here. I think that I don't know how. For some of us, it was a worry to us because they had 19 police stations. But you see, if you look at the geographical mapping of Greater Accra, as far as Abdulmanop is concerned, dynamics a bit quite different. Now, when you look at Akwatia, it is more concentrated. And one of the things is that every operational activity in terms of security, a four-legged approach. And the preventive or the prevention stage. And within the prevention stage, a lot of activities goes on, including deterrence activity. It becomes multidimensional. So, we will say National Peace Council for initially there was some sort of visitation, there was some sort of education. All those processes are the first layer of approach. The Akwatia by-election was very, very successful and very peaceful without any or minimum violence. Now, when you come to the other aspect of preempting, where we should say in the course of the protest, we should be able to map up intelligence that will be able to detect and quickly strip them. In this process, demanding different sets of personnel that come together to do that kind of activity. There are standby forces. In fact, there are even some standby forces that they are not even closer to Akwatia. Maybe they may be somewhere around the regional capital.
Okay.
The moment they will bring in those kind of people. There are multiplicity of layers that are coming to make us the Akwatia by-election because it's a very crucial election, and in itself is also another way to test the viability of the security forces, even going into 2028 election. No one election is the same. The context may be different, and then we need to treat every election that we are going into differently, and then the security approach I had before. So I think that given the situation, the numbers are not over. It is okay in terms of effectiveness. You can have one police person to ensure effectiveness and efficiency of a certain operation. At the same time, it's always when you have 10 policemen for the same purpose, depending on the kind of intelligence of
now, sir, 2024 anything yes I mean at the collation centers, we had instances even though police presence but some of the collation centers yentimi and quality elections not result. Now about close to 10 constituencies later on, now as I said, you movie all ballot boxes at about the Greater Accra Regional Police Head Office. Now yetimi ebe dear friend of collation. I mean, some of this incident, say, leading up to the late hours of today's elections, saying necessary especially going to the collation center, say a hono ayana mostly no tension a dosun honomo.
Yeah, there should be clear lines of communication in our processes leading to collation. Okay. And the fact within the electoral management process, you want for a good collation center. You say someone what's that piano, collation, and if you know, of course, we have also what we call the cording system. And see, for instance, the ideal cording system 100 meters away from the collation center. If for us to be able to ensure that we are to make boom capsule and the everything increasing that diameter into maybe 150 or 200 meters away for people to witness in terms of the counting and then the final aggregation of the vote. The police, for me, I have always talked about this, that there's something we call security communication, and that has to be done in its entirety without any loophole. Clear deadlines should be given out there. Around 4:30, going to 5 o'clock. I'm expecting that through IGP or through the electoral management body also to issue a clear guideline as to how the coalition is going to be undertaken. Okay. And then who are supposed to be there. if you don't have any business there, the police should ensure that that individual is not close to that place to prevent any trouble. Now, if you know, the standby forces should be ready when we come to the response approach. Swiftly, they should be able to respond. So that we will bring a peace and then a very good end to the election.
Very well, but wrapping up with you, I mean, the ACOSO so far, Oshe a year the vice chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Chairman Buga, and a year Chairman Azoka, any issues or SCC so far? I mean, 2 national chairmen at the national level, or more ever head to head, assaulting themselves publicly. We know if supporters no energy, and how should the police treat issues of this nature?
Mr. Speaker, and since and I think that Ghana, from where we have gotten to, and the level of reputation the high level of reputation we have within the international community, I think that the politicians should begin to respect, first of all, they should respect themselves. I think that they are becoming, some of them are becoming so irresponsible. They are not respecting the very institutions, especially the Ghana Police Service. When one party is in power, they tend to respect or associate, collaborate, and then also collaborate with them to work. When they are in opposition, they tend to vilify the same institution that has been working with them. It doesn't help us. And because treaty will sometimes keep gloves, and they have so much power. Today, you have an assemblyman who even has more power than a divisional police commander. And I ask myself, what kind of a country are we running in that perspective? It doesn't work anywhere in the world. And so we need to make sure that they have to be responsible, they need to respect the institutions, and then work together to make sure that the level of peace and security that we have in this country, we are able to maintain and even strengthen it, so that going into any future election, given the fact that we have a lot of threats around us, the country will not go into that situation where we become so vulnerable into some of the threats around us. And I think that for me, that is what we are supposed to. We need to respect ourselves as politicians. We need to respect ourselves as leaders in this country as far as security and then the peace architecture is concerned.
So far, already the essay from Anopa ABC area yedi nkomoya obeka se police na bom homodiana.
Oh, I mean we for grounds. I mean, you know, when you come to West Africa Center for Counter Extremism, there's a lot of work that we do, and we have some of our men on ground, and so we take the information that is going on. I'm saying that so far so good. You see, like I indicated earlier, election process into 100%. But when it comes to the response approach of the police, I think they're so far so good. And I want to be assured that any individual, why not being said, hey, they are getting to the end of election, where, as you mentioned, that is where sometimes people want to do all those kind of chemicals. And I can assure those people that the man will deal with those people swiftly. It's supposed to be.
Very well. Mr. Adichum, Mamina was say area and Mr. Sadiq Adichum, a senior fellow at the West African Center for Counter-Terrorism and a security expert and area on at the Nkomo and about to also election command center and Yegoswa at the live coverage at the free Akwatia at the Mao. Yabeko yani reporters nenso ebedi Nkomo from the ground na afedi air kosu nyina no yetimi ama wehu now o check it what time now it's just some few minutes, about 2:45, in just 2 hours time, post ni na no SSA baneweye na afe ye close na afe de wo abanmu bia no ehase se county ne bibia ebetimi ahase enti what join ye ne aha eye Onua TV otie live on radio aha eye Onua 95.1 on Facebook Onua TV enti ma wafidi nkoso ena ha ye ne wo edi enkomo na afe de ebekoso bia no yetimi ama wehu na anopai mami Emma Mark ewusi akon my very good friend mami mana kwaba na me mano aha one ye convener election watch Ghana watina say Mark good afternoon let's say
good afternoon speaker
give you a fine
I don't know
oh look you good was it everyone press on their tongue okay say we do ka share now come the chair once Mariba Richard ni ayi Mariba na hana Mariba na kwaba one you member of the National Democratic Congress ni good afternoon
your penny
you be aboko
don't not really say one you be fine
so far so good any green mamwana
looking at the current state of the economy there and then the current state of the governance I also know meaning say the people of Akwatia omunim say NDC party now from government dada and you know they should get close to the government they will vote for someone who is also very close to the government say the bear development so I'm very optimistic say by the close of the day no now infrastructure also say the NDC candidate Bernard.
Okay, but interestingly, candidates be no age any new. First time eba ballot paper suni. Doesn't really ring a bell. Differences no, any personalities, any differentiations no, and
I've taken time to weigh the two candidates, not on political grounds, but to weigh the competent level. Now, the background of the candidates now, one is a businessman. I'm told
a minor, young
and a lawyer. Lawyer
difference near clear.
I may check it who say the lawyer now he has been a counselor for the businessman before, the minor before. Nti minimum na ohwe aduma ya ade election ya yakwakoto na aduma omkwakoye na eyemra asem na omkwakoshe o mahye bodwefie nti ka menko ade aka akwatiafo momonto mo bia only any knowledge about how the system operates over there. Bernard,
yes, but don't mean fire no so any assessment.
No, that is my personal opinion.
Yes, that's your personal opinion, but I'm taking you on that because I mean, your parliament say your shemra. Indeed, one more air to abano air share. Nipan so obetime edi development edi abrewomo now or the development ebeba we are looking at obi awaye bida onko parliament kra no the position in the community no et saying e kwan ben so no otime efa eboa nkrofo at the time asa nkrofo no ewa hohiehie mu now you are looking at somebody so or you liquid necessarily no on train say aban di bibi beba ansa no otime etu anamobi
who compare the two candidates in terms of liquid or enough to solve the problem of the people. In terms of liquid, no, obi a lawyer near 7 predators always classing obi a minor. It depends on how you network to get your business. But what I say, obi Ghana say we're a lawyer, but most of the time they operate even outside the country. So we've not been in their coffers to know who is financially strong. But it has to do with what they are going to use the current position that is my point. And to say the beginning novice our political dynamics play one is NDC constituency secretary.
Yes,
the Bernard. So Obia constituency
candidates
NDC candidate, yes. Where your constituency secretary, he knows the rudiment of the constituency, the in and outs, the in total of the constituency. He knows it. And see when you be a timemufo, no beka say timemufo anymore. Omunimpa the day-to-day political activities are. Akwatia Bernard has been part of it, so he's grounded. And MPP candidate into a lens and our constituency treasurer is also part of the constituency. And they are part of the constituency. But comparing Bernard and Jewu, competent wise, the people of Akwatia, they should make no mistake to go and vote for Deowo. Esan say Deowo is an NPP member, Bediako is an NDC member of my former presidency and government. It's a Ukraba anyone Kasaoba. If they have to get close to you, Minu nim say one Kasaoba or Ba on Chaya. At times, Obenoku was no beer dono on chance of Waka chance crab bransa. But Ukrabana the Obenoku expected any step mother and Bacatens on your day. Umbra inside and some of bedroom. So Bediako is more close to the government. I have formed to say the people of Akwatia, they need developmental projects, they need improvement on their road, they need schools, they need hospitals. They should vote for the government. I have formed. Second reasons. Make I say, the people of Akwatia be jina so they are two abandi ama be dia kone say. Ushima, the two people no. See, I'm gonna say they are two abandi ama be dia kon. Now say President John Dramani Mahama or a certain government policy or person on far enko Akwatia na say the whole country now be here say Parliament back to Aba. I was so now mama the North amana implementing that policy now. NDC candidate will easily vote for the government policy because when you member, when the party member, better about their man. But Deowo can easily fall out. He can stage a walkout.
But already more 2 tests in Parliament. Enti Akwatia seat, more na ayeden.
Oh, many are small candy no credit. Say NDC.
I mean, reasonably. Parliament no I will say ye chemumi ensa. Emumi no NDC nkonya. Enti no I mean say Bediako be winning, say Bediako winning no. Ade bia aban president person de come rahye bedwam. Ye to so aba ye ho nhyehyeye ye hombra say de be ya betimi adi mo ne aye no. NDC still more numbers ne say mo betimi aye sa ade no. So why the rush for Akwatia?
Munya number 2 and 7 point. NDC candidate in the forum, a bit of ministers as we speak. A bit of to Kwamonone, a bit of me I engage in other activities. Not parliament near here a certain number. I mean, they are passing a certain government policy. And you know, say enough and enough.
Mo ministers, just from the point I will free by ministers in the 60, both men and deputies.
Yeah.
And with the numbers are more no, we 60 no cry free still. If that is any good assessment, cry no, SSC you make here say ministers say of which majority of them no cry members of parliament, you know, you more still now no, you have the numbers are a bemamo are taking decisive decisions.
Okay, but remember this one. The other reason I make a catch on that say, oh, NDC, you have enough numbers, more numbers, bibri, I didn't know most I should be a camera. And I may make a catch say, so by no person on pass a certain policy, obey needed the input by members of parliament. And the people of Akwatia, and Koba say, oh, or met to about the Akomobi or Cassie, oh, me crown, me qua banwa, me lobby crown female. It I see the BR. That's all me opposition member of parliament. And until I'm near one of my busasa. Abano muyame. When no more about the man Bediako will have no excuse to give on that. But what I say, and now the other reason also has to do with say, NDC government is here now. We are resetting the country, so we need everybody to be involved. Young person will remember justification for failure. But what I say, say, oh. My lobbies are one for my me quite now, almost watching, I'm quite almost watching. And the more quite no, my enye. A Juma and Yakwatia, Muka was a minano. Google getting money in we need a chunk of it there.
Okay. You remember, so now you David deeper into that, especially a Juma anyhow, a choir because of election in Tiastatia Yetra. So, you remember, Sonia be the home common year bisa after this election and abatua air course, you know, now what becomes of those particular projects are Modemonsa Akikaka within the constituency. Mamemra Mark, so Mark, Mona Moya election watchers, and Mame. Emra was so bisa say, I mean, from Anopa Yeshaba to an beginning 7 a.m. and they babesi almost 3 p.m. Observation so far, not Mintio.
Speaker, my minchia na minchia minyabema na minchia yashefo nyina. Him say, and then Akwenya babeda ho. sɛ nhyehyɛeɛ electoral commission de ato dwa na yɛbɛma Akwatia man akwanya so ɔmo nkɔnkɔto aba ne berɛ no so ɛno so ɔmo hyɛ aseɛ anɔpa. As an election observer no nneɛma bɛyɛ awɔdɔ mmiɛnsa ana yɛhwɛ. Ne di kan the conduct of the politician.
Okay.
Ne ɛtɔ so mmienu enforcement of the public order regulation. Prevent any form of violence.
Yes.
And the Tosumino, electoral commission, Jumedi, say oversee elections. Now we promote public confidence in the democratic process. In all these three I have mentioned, I foresee say the electoral commission is falling short on the responsibility as an election management body. And a Jumedi be NSA obe promote public confidence. And I'm saying this because the first caller Sadiq.
Yes.
I think, Ubisani said the police presence, the 5,000 over no. What impact has it brought to the people of Akwatia? And he's saying is to prevent peace. In as much as we are preventing violence. In as much as we are preventing violence, you know. Me as an election watcher, and the electoral commission, no, yambota NSA, to me a maximum of no ababontin ababatuaba. If the people do not come out to vote there,
okay,
then the police presence is over 5,000. Nam for swap pie anything. And so this is when we come in to say, Sanet here there, then the police must look at enforcing the public order law. Basabasoyo. Any maintain say a pajanity a demand responsibility and the police in so you must crack the whip. The police must ensure say on by a firm. We've seen in the morning things that are happening, and we ask ourselves, Speaker, menu jina bontia near ye de etutu mane we have disturbed public order, and the law must deal with me and you,
especially on the ground.
Exactly on the grounds. There are electoral laws. Any idea to be my do's and don'ts. Are politicians following that order? And the answer is no. Problem now you face is here when it comes to your electoral process and associated violence, especially in the area of Akwatia. The people of Akwatia voters, they don't have any problem. The course why ne yati se ne binimu kemu no bia bo bia so what is Akwatia mine and kasane Akwatia for no mokako to aba
omo no ko ana
omo bi.
And I was listening, me free fever meeting Onua no. I mean, some of the people are your reporters no any omodi nkomo some omo kan say omo do omo ho e omo kro.
Exactly.
In fact, omo ti omo kro na abato associate say omo yi ba ko ma obe represent your more parliament. Enti omo hu de nti a exactly.
So, Speaker, this is where the thing is. You're practicing multi-party democracy.
Yes.
If in 1992, and you know, say, or see a pet crack baby, you should say, be a bombing me, no, and home by a be protecting and freedom, a be protecting and right. Tuaba. Nase, a mambrana, ye de cocotuaban, and throw by BRC a qua, infant tokasem, any pintini, metu macau. Enko wini abatwo na se yebekọ na yebekọ kokon a na ka me say democracy na se yenti ase yi anu nti no we foresee say one more ya
because this is a one center election. Election in Akwatia center no Akwatia. And what is so wrong, sir? The national executives, the other regional executives from other regions will decide, sir. As I say, you call Akwatia na ye dear friend mobilization. Ye mwabwa ye domano ye mfre ye party for just so to ensure, sir. I mean, Obiano ebetimi anya the courage and the energy out here. So betimi edia to about what becomes so wrong, sir. Party.
During 2024 elections, you MPP national officers, NDC national officers, and you
I know a national election.
Exactly.
Maybe so because we are talking about parliamentary election. And at the time, year 2 over 276 constituencies. You don't expect the energies be the same. I mean, clearly, constituency be a mining the business. But in this scenario, a by election. I mean, attention in the focus one particular place.
During the general elections, that constituency be a man in the business.
Exactly.
Akwatia elections near vote a national election. It's not a national election. So you need to empower your people at the grassroots there to be able to do what you want them to do.
And you can't Kusi saying.
The make a Kusi in say, and penny for na kohon and the problem number. Share I also was one. Timamufono, Omwana Omotuabano, omnicative problem. The answer is certainly no. If you go to Akwatia, it is the same thing. And Penifono Momuna one cry no. Akakodruono, and they created this problems. And that's why we are saying is someone say Omuntimiyajman, Mokongo Bode Mankasa national officer. Speaker.
They make a contest, me perceive so contest na see na Ghana na what you know share no ETIC now. O suggest say for that reason, by election saying, because I see a constituency executives, and a manager BBI. Is that what you are trying to do?
What I'm saying is, if you have a good system put in place, you can be in the comfort of your room and ensure, whatever strategies are with your truck, it can work there in order to prevent this kind of violence. Yeah, mama, how come see? Oko Ablekuma, one of the polling stations.
Yes.
There were constituency officers. The same polling station. Problem here and see. Problem here. Today, we are seeing Chief Azoka.
And today, look at what is happening. We'll come to that. You have a video, a very good assessment of the AC. But Mamenko Akwatia on the grounds, Emra Sapuma and reporter, our Akwatia, na minino ending komo. Sapuma, what to make a good afternoon at the same Akwatia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Bibia eye bokopa ewo Akwatia ene nempota mona. Efi anapa ya womo ede by election no ehhehye so no. Eyade a bibia kama even gidi kakra emani mumres asumdwe aba bibia eye okay ewo hanu say pa na bia ya yegina ha sesi yi eye New Wenchi Presby Church.
Okay.
New Wenchi Presby Church na hanu say no eyade se uba eha eye busy pa mo se dai
MPP abani ye die wi ye aba ye die wi fitano pa mu hu na the consider so say the difference between Ablekuma North in Akwatia a party na by elections.
Yes,
Ablekuma Yanko elections so. What you say? The PC decided to go for election, but MPP about elections. And you can see our presence is very strong.
Yeah.
Our campaign message has been precise. And this election, we won it from 6 o'clock in the morning. They said, yeah, trying to say, they declare your winners. You see, we are not being intimidated. We are not causing any problems. But this time, want to say a MPP before Basabasabium, but the party is representing in Akwatia. It's abano, Miniaba, Monkonko declares MPP winning. Yempesa the baby ABMO. The crew for Nankasa say, no mope. MPP candidate now no money neko. Lawyer on Tikromha. Onukwa on to about Jehovah Witness. Now one on to ban one meto swaba. It's a dear Nankasano. Afa.
Owo number one.
Ya fa again. I was in some for Baba. I didn't know on your Emfa.
Omo ya den.
Ention partners pick up say on Emfa.
E den na e kwaso ho.
Yeah, minister. Konzada. Oni no boss na akuku on mo no. Ma wa te be mo say aha enye Ablekuma North. Aha na obi ma so. Nti be si abia no. Say Baba kan first me no. Order
Meba who make allegation ewa hanum say Honorable Collins Dauda. Yes, mahu Honorable Collins Dauda. Mahu se wone mema bebre.
General election, you didn't see military presence on the ground. How much more by elections you see? How do you see military on the grounds? Which the MPP Patriotic Party told them. There is no military is going to be. We have the police. Military, their job is to do what? Defend the country. And the police keep peace. So you see military here, right?
And you know, NPP Emma and a woman who ne say a battle we say there omo edi enkunima enesa na Mr. Speaker the tiene say sama na womo eka ede efa honorable Collins Dada ampa honorable Collins Dada e wa hanu say na oba ebedru ha say no oko direction na cast bebre apake later na ye hu say metro men say ya na ye ka womo ni bebre epie ye no omo ekasa ye meter ye kasa honorable Collins Dada ba bi o koye no odaso a ehye hono mu a wonya MPA ye eya ade asoso a eye Richard Japa ya boni din ababa national security Richard Japa ono soso no eba ye ebepie mu ha no mu say na bia ya na wote na obie eye ne machine so a na wo ye eniema ewo machine so na eya de a eye polling center hono mu ankasa na eye na bi na boachi o raise that concern no eye no krase hono mu a post form penifo a wa ha no mu say no omo etimi atwepini no ema womo ne no ekasa ye Richard Japa ema ne wone na bambofo sojafo mo bo mo ho ban ni nyina no omo esori ye edi efiri honom se de ye di kan aka no eyade a wo bebepie mu ewo wanchi ha sen ya polling centers a ewa ha no mu se nyina ba bia ayehye ankasa pa ho no mu se so no eka ba bia ayehye na ye hwa se ye bekoso na ye ne mpanifo ewa ha no mu ebi edi enkomo wonye okay mpacha ye makobo Onua TV sunie so far ekosen
baby akosi so far we environment now I had the problem there near what I say at the end of the day the bomb pie say election no you better do peacefully now at the end of the day no now they will win no yeah declare their man now they want so din kugu no so no so anya botre because pumto na nyina ya de yepe yamba ha obi an ho opane basa wa ha no
yenyanente yesa incidents bi ekoso wa ha no mo say ma metro men said ya na ye from no e de wo mo sa ekeka kromani e wa ha no mo say what ho asem
well me ankasa eche na me buy na me beti sa asem no buy na asem rante ne bi ebufu ano mo yeden kromofo no ase na mo kasa say e de wo mo sa obi de inside aka kromani ba ko ekofa de be there by but with the presence of the police you know I must say no o calm tension no am about try there aba and for now there's no any problem peace here
yeah that's it Mr. Speaker there etiane say emabunu ni bebre so ewo ha no mu say na wo mo hwa ni mo say ansa na wo bekwa kwato aba no omo ehia bibi e di free empanimfo NPP ni NDC side no omo hia sika e di free wo mo ho no mo ansa na wo mato na eno akoso ewo ha no mu say pa ebi mo ewo ho no mo a miankasa mani nie omo enya kakra ebi mo soso no betimi akwato aba wo mo enya na ye hwa say ye koso na ye ne wo mo a omo ewo ha no mu say ni bi akasa Onua TV sunie mi usana mo presa mo pesca sana wakoto ade no wunya he
me wakoto aba wa presa MPP for na ediska
hello
yeden
what's that
MPP for na ediska yeden hye nkofo no se o monkoto aba na omo amon so basabasa e wo muntamunti no me anije a me ama mani age nden se omo bisa totia omo eye MPP for na mi angasa me wo evidence bi o me phone so me hu say ye no kore MPP for ye den atutia omo ho eno na ye manage kurum ha de atamuja beba NDC onfa ayiwa ha no but de ye me den say enne MPP for ni bia ye den eto etia omo because o ha no say NDC MPP yankasa openi didi ya no weja ama na ba no sa na NDC ni MPP atie omuja yen bi but so far abatuo we no we are reshemu say NDC anya kura no enchem mienu de ye betime anya bi
okay and you know when aya de ekoso ewo new Wenchi Presby Church polling station ewa ha no mo say abra election no ehya ase na panifo border row wo to aba ni wi a wo betime akofie no akotena Onua TV ho na wa hwe de ekoso nanso so no ha no mo say de kamea ye say emabunu ne wo mo a wo mo ewo krom ha no mo say no wo mo ede wo mani ko twawisie ehwe eniema ekoso ewo ha no mo say pantina ema ne mema wo mo ankwada ehye wo machi nyenye nyina no wo mo ewo ha no mo say a obi a ehwe ese dwumadie no ebekoso ewo ha no mo say kama yekoso na ye ni ebi adi nkomo fi say wo ba mfrifri ha no mo say na ha na sikasam no ekoso ewo ha no mo pa wadaroma wakoto aba na so far when ya be saying many will be kasa was so no oba no target send o coffee wa amount be was odi coffee so far so when ya be saying
o total de me think am pe 2000 ansara mato aba no ba me think me nka 2000 me 500 nti ma fa no ma ba ba no so de eguso to ye hwom ne be si bia de ewu
eti wakwa koto dada en wenya 500
ne ma to wi dada sabanda wo say by election ade de by bia so de by bia ye to nti ne de ya se vote no ma beto nti no ye eguso to ma wo nti no
eti so far wenya say
so far de me 500 cedis nti
wo hwa ni mu say obenya bia kan
na ansara mato me final aba
adabato no to how many times
say me nko me ni anu no nti me ya me de o say me nyafo so nyomo de ansa na yato nti no
okay eti ma ya hwe me nuaba wato aba ni bi e ma ne de yesi mo jiska wa ha ne pa sanity
ye jiska pa ba me de me do me party nti no me no o de ma me kwa na me se me nje because party na me wo mu fi me mo frase me ma me no me no ana mu wo mu nti me no me nka se me jiska ansa na me to aba amato nti me do party no eni na me to iti mato ma ba anopa nkwa ba o 8:30 na mato ma ba ewi
nti no so far wo nua mo wo no mo ba en so no say wo na wo jiska but e bi mo je
me de me nua we na me nene nam me o beto aba no onu so ye se o be jiska ansa na me kire ni say ehunhia odo party na ehunhia nti no yenkoto timi akwa me koja no so akoto na banti e de ya jiska bia
me das riche se sikatua ni de Mr Speaker wo ba ha sa de me kan ye no koso ebi mo je ebi mo so no enje sign na abato na eko
me das de me nimle se input ni na epo ekrum me achimo nchidihie na ni nyina hu no yie na yepe ye baba bia na agitum ina se bibia be asumdue na aja wanchiman afa na ndi Akwatia kwansi afa ntoma pa efre no na ye hwehwe
yada se Mr Speaker yada so ewo new wanchi eye Presby Church na eha no mu say no eyade a niema ensama hodo bebre na na ekoso ewo ha no mu say na esan se wanchi eha no mu say na 2024 election ekoso a menteme ho ase eba ye ma ekokopie mu ewo court ntino ne senti no NPP any NDC fo no enyina no wo mani edi abato we say achi ankasa NPP epenifo ewo eha say pasa enso na NDC empenifo so no ewa ha wo nyina no omo ehwe say election we say no ebetimi akọ ede ya mo mafiri say efi memne da ye ba krom ha no mo no utie afanu no enyina enkasa ye mu a obia ewo confidence ase abato we say no ebekọ ede ya mo na ento akosi se no num ebebo na omo ebe kenkan no ehọ no mo ene ye behu no say NPP for omo ka so omo bedi nkunim no omo adi enkunim anase NDC for omo kan ye no omo adi enkunim ti no be piem ha say dia womo eto aba no omo entu wie enkofie na momo to wie a womo agina ha say observe obia ehwe de ekoso ewo empotam ha Mr Speaker
Mamena was na waye adwuma papa na quite an interesting one. Ghana for bia ne na dwen o say ade bia buy ka ho bia se woto enti I mean, that is the quote of the day. Or the target by expecting Nkase on free honor and about to run away na what me 2,000 Ghana cedis. But so far, what me make it 500. And you're bad. And then crowd of a car the buy and then so obey. But this is how, whether you like it or not, you're about to want to say Anna essay Akwatia. Mark, before I hear back Kosapuma honor Oguso I walk bibi. But Mamim this away. The monetization of our politics and elections, no, and the no, about from Kakrana.
Speaker, take it.
And I will almost chase you about you.
Take a different trend.
Okay.
In a democratic process, say no, monetization is unlawful. A branch no Gina TV no so cry kasa say ohia or budget or no
or the buy 2,000 Ghana cedis.
And when you know it is unlawful. Immediately.
Oh,
the thing is, say a idea unlawful. Then it means that there is a problem. The problem has to do with weakness in our regulating systems.
Say the same thing.
In no election should anybody give any money to anybody. Unya yes it amounts to inducement. So Bakaya, yakoto by elections wo ajuso.
Yes.
Bra
John Kuma
Efrimuno. The honorable member for the friend Kingsley Nyakon.
Yes. Okwada so MP ko yisika bottom de my electoral officials. Yes.
Me ko OSP. I call National Ghana Police Service. They were all invited. But as to the outcome of the investigation, no, to date, you sent to me in Kenya.
That's when I would call and think I we follow up.
Very well. It is because we have not come to understand, say, it's Yambra. And me beka convey electoral commission na catch say electoral commission need you medie so ma abatu a ye to no you bet me promote public confidence. Now before be integrity say one kasa wo hwe ho omo ayo mo interview na e man be say me party na me dom party ni fi mo frati.
Yes,
me hunu na so bia wo ho say mekọ to aba na mekọ jisika. This is what you call integrity. But she haven't said back on. Also, on up 2,000, but 500. Aka. And this lack of integrity by an electoral process in the is because of the electoral commission.
But first of all, no say giver no nipa na no masika na ma. Me no, I'm not sure say medicine means as a me.
So when
the giver is at fault and the receiver no, and I said the person or no end receiver and so at fault. It's say emranu edi omo any omo nyina no be precise.
That is why we must crack the whip. So we can slinya ko case here make an wase ya. The electoral commission on that particular day, I will draw on officer no.
Yes.
What did the party, which is the MPP, do on the day Kingsley Nyako and Masa bribe? No? They did nothing. And so, my fan is a tradition. It is something so normal. You see, when we continue to allow this to take place, the Bakakobani said, we'll get some group of people on Bakakopiska. Number one, you baby is free. They will come and induce people to vote for one candidate or one more pay. We are no more much. It means that the policy direction of the country will be directed by those individuals. When we don't know where they are taking their money from. So we must do everything at all costs. And the electoral commission no so. If you don't, you have pressure to electoral commission no so. Figure. They will do whatever they want to do. If you look at even public education on elections,
yes.
Who they rate electoral commission the public education or the political parties in more public education than the electoral commission. The Ghana Police Service more public education than the electoral commission, which is not supposed to be so. And I think you may be able to electoral commission in also electoral commission it me up game no because we are practicing an international best practice of our democracy. Metisa na brante na yen interview first no ka say we are just about 30 years per. You are calling 30 years per. There are some developing countries one more 10 years implementing policies and transform it.
Okay.
We have not been able to transform. And we are saying say 30 years per. 30 years in Nepal. 30 years and over no. Say a baby and kasa nipan only chrono nipa. Oh yeah ba anabema and number 1. Ebi anu ware. Based on certain factors. Number 2, we are juma based on the availability of job. Number 3, we are shana mama and papa into our democracy is growing. In as much as say yenya 30 years in a minimum for say yanko yenimuno does not give us this opportunity to number 1 go for an election and mad the election with a lot of violence. Go for an election where timamufono because of the overdeployment of the security agencies. Among person mababa ntia batoba. Speaker. Aboba 2.
317.
Yeah. 317. Let us ask them say so far nipa do send
Atuaba. Okay. Yeah, those assessments no na ya share because I just want us to visit the figures no again OSHA 2024 voter register no nipa do na e was so say omo Atuaba. Then you look at comparatively result for 2020 and then result for 2024 differences between the two candidates Henry Boakye and then NSC Alkumi. You remember those figures in surely na ya share na they compare say the air and they what should be the outcome. Yenim say mind you and a Tuesday and a working day as a same crofo ko ejuma and a holiday for that reason no nipa do expect say omo be pie abeto abano arguably ebe wo for but say o compare a year NSC Akome, the first time appearing on the ballot paper was in 2020. 2020 on a year Ora Henry Yadom Boache and a contest year. Now in 2020 NSC Akome emeki 18,742 votes, okay, representing some 148% of the total vote cast. Then you come to a year Yadom Boache in the same 2020, he made 9,899. Clearly, Orinisa seat, some a year 4.33 difference in terms of rating. Now, over 2024, Obehu said clearly, NSC Akome improving the vote, from 18,000 to 19,269. Okay, so the question I ask is that now between 2020 and 2024, Ebane saying and a year Domboache vote a drop here again. NDC Prime Minister year for this by-election na Yadom as a former member of parliament or contest maybe, but unfortunately when to me and win it. Then 2024 you realize that he was making somewhere 17,206 votes different, and I feel Odilusu seat now NSC Akome won the seat in 2024. So what it means is that margins between the two parties and Nesro and one again Ubehu said clearly two candidates were contenders are omuni momhodada. Okay, from 2020 it was the same contenders and a war ballot paper so 2024 omo esanso eba back head to head between themselves. Yadom winning 2020, then NSC Akome came to win 2024. Now again the difference is there over 52,328 people are more voter register the same people na a vote and okay, the difference again, as I said, Ghana for these two faces are Yehu on Akwatia ballot paper when it comes to parliamentary election from 2020, ABC 2024 sa candidates me and Obia and Hobium and a fresh contest for all the two major political parties. Now the question is that make it trick for any of the new entrants to be able to make the day for the political party, even though omunina are constituency executives that Oshe a lawyer Bedia constituency secretary of the NDC, Oshe a Solomon Asumedua or no constituency treasurer for the New Patriotic Party, but clearly a fresh grounds for all the political parties. And Mame Emra ni now this is it. I mean, say Yadom Ekoya Obeka say Yadom would have been the most favorite because on two occasions, nanim other ballot paper so but we are popular that I mean we're crisscrossing the constituency I campaign microphone. But what is making the difference for the NDC today? Because more candidates are new, NPP so you new.
Yes, social data now the president there are happened before. Clearly not to say they all have a chance.
Okay.
But the Mame much convinced has to do with the strategy. Strategy NDC candidates bit me deploy now with me abwana it may win. Once a Gabono 2020 results both candidates and this candidate was a little ahead of 1,000 votes. Exactly. And MPP candidates Okoye and homework and Oba back and Oba stage a strong comeback. Yes. And now obey me be fast seat I know say now I will court and I can some, but of course now on the data available currently the Bidiakon and then the Asumadu they were all around these people. Yes, they were all around these two people. Obia obetime onenkofona relative now obetime deploy a very good strategy obetwe winning. Okay. It's a down deal for you, the NDC. Mean say a down deal because it's an election and Ushe Akwatia constituency over a period of time, they swing. They are one constituency in the Ghana. They can vote to any side, anywhere. Now the mommy are more disappointing. A lady now because say no there. And then the papa to party. Disappointed when you comment. I'm very disappointed in her. It means that such a person or co-electioner or short message Okay. One share personality, one share competence. Party or one and one or to abandon amano. And what me fa kwanya we suna maka say obia we Ghana ni see your election. Look at nipa kono position original. Now show the competent level. We say obetima man the office now.
But this is politics and party loyalty. Juma. I don't think say what here NDC on any day. Baby our door party no ababedru no. Regardless of whichever candidate NDC representing in an election, you may want to go contrary to that candidate. I mean, I'm not sure.
The American say yes. What you are saying, no, in a certain way, I side with you. But NDC two candidates contest. I weigh the two of them and see.
No, but this is a national election.
And this is national
internal party election.
Yes. Into America say the lady should look at the two of them. Position now moko contest no. Baku ye lawyer ni and baku ye business man. What I say? Baku ye lawyer ni, baku shamra, baku ye obi a onimra. And I'm back yes, sir. Yes. And about also a business. What I say, and you know, Marasa Munquadia, and can need your oil, you know, one and the hand talk on show them. Nanka, see for me, Nanka.
Precisely, baby, the lady was very smart. When declared baby, one share political party, I mean, who emphasize it on Nasama or Kai. To make your point, Krana, and you say, yeah, no, declare, say, oh, you will meet to NDC more and NPP more, then clearly you have a good point. But I mean, obviously, one casa.
That is true. But now, I'm something. On say, Obiso Sakan, the for also the monetization of our politics. I don't think it's something that is good.
Okay.
And not a part. And boy, I don't know a development, that's what for. Omo coalition, almost 6 kapa. Data be by Ghana as we person member of parliament. I need like 3 to 5 million Ghana cedis. It is almost true. Say when you be day-to-day politics, you might doubt it.
Okay.
But co contest no almost 6 ka. Share obi onyama obabajiska wo ho. Obawo obajiska wo ho. Obi nya yi a okofa na yi every much on yaba obabajiska wo ho. Politicians esesika ewo amanfo won nyema bia sebe anka enya responsibility wase wonye but se wanya
but I promise am one kasa mo de man crofo no but I mean ye campaigner what in the messages are mo ankasa politicians no mo put no up say realistically ye kase mo ankasa monye a better assessment of ensema mo catch electorate na most of the messages are mo amode man electorate no most precisely I am nim say niam ni bi wa mo ntimi ni so now can you imagine obi a call assembly election now all promises say me mutu abama me be assembly member obia mutu. I mean, how do you make up the money to ensure say obetimi ayesade enti enum dwano any the way I do baby am pese at all costs mu wini abano you end up making certain promises mo ankasa mo ya aware say enya ade a mo betimi ediso. Now when the people come to you say omo demand for those promises do you end up blaming them?
Yes, I will still blame them because so obisi oko to abama na akọ parliament say we informed about the role of a member of parliament. Now so catch us say to abama member be your kwan ama. But what I say to abama me member be your kwan ama. Or say umbisa na say wo kwan be so na be fa so be kwan ama me because meaning say who as a member of parliament no. Yeah wonya kwan. What I say I say people underrate the voters. So we will be on them say voters when this is where their mind is when to pledge be on them say it is not your mandate. You don't have the capacity and control over. Nanka what mako prom na what abase ukako promise womo. And I think that going forward no the education should continue. We need to strengthen our education very well. Say that our politicians will not take advantage of the voter. But what I say
Ethiopia.
Obibo call or say mayor in fact, request a common member of parliament super Ghana say why what phobia we member of parliament. Now say only no bonko ma Now it's a request a call almost day by day. You'll be shocked.
Maybe we are almost continuing no more because loans near Kankwana
pressure.
But it's a meeting by one Casa West. I mean, yes, Kombodia see Unkoma now working in and say all the candidates Nimi no Esiwa Bako party ewa baimu. Okay?
Yeah.
Or likely say obenya a lot of things from the government to ensure say development ebekoso.
Yeah.
Now again the question no say abain regardless of political party ewa baimu. A national cake na yeche. And regardless say nipa ni free opposition party and or ye MP. And now or the ruling party no ye MP development there as some of the man for. But you made the assessment say because the Diakon party eye NDC now NDC ewa by Munti Akwatia for stand the chance of getting more development. Now this is the promise you are giving to the people. Say tomorrow say ye by election ye now, I mean, the people are coming to Bediako to demand that. Why do you have to blame the people? So because this is the promise about
it's about the kind of demand that people bring to Bediako. Say Bediako, somebody you hasi import them you hear a genuine reason. Bediako, so we will be out for no. You also need to go and discuss with your municipal chief executive. Then you carry on to the education ministry. Now, I say strategically, no idea. Then you pass together. Both the municipal chief executive, the municipal director of education, the minister of education, it's easy to liaise and get what the people want for them. We are talking about physical development, infrastructural development. It's so easy for them to liaise and get it. But they say, where MPP member of parliament. We shouldn't talk say politics here. MPP member of parliament. Now everyone is a municipal chief executive for Wohonum. And can the papa there and they should be easy to work all together. But there's politics in it. There's an interest in it. Where NDC municipal chief executive. I mean definitely no but tries over projecting NDC candidates in the next coming election.
Yes.
Now then Asumadu will turn his way from the municipal chief executive. No about the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education so on so I was say won't be a national cake, you know, so and all right. But as I say, we MPP member of parliament. What does that make unless you are hypocrite, you know, but the mechano. No,
I agree with you, but maybe be so on the basis of promises are more Kasamodema electorate, you know. For instance, Mark, Yeka says, Yetie reporters now. There are some of the communities, electoral areas are Omwakwai Enye. Okay, but because of by-election ye Ebenti, ye Dinfidia Kusiswa ye Chaso. Now you are giving the impression to the people say Ahwadeno was a mubetimi aye. Okay, now again, say ye two abani we and there. The people will still expect says the people will come back to you and demand it. Now, so one more demand there. The first point of call your MP. When I will say your boss here two about the mawa, no more ye kwai, move to us why ye kwai. Will it be wrong, say electorate, you know, based on these promises, or best back to demands a moment to acquire more? Yes, my influence in a member.
Inter-America say it has to do with the content, the kind of request I will request from the member of parliament against his pledge to the people. Until we a member who continue to swab as a member of parliament, you must know the kind of pledge you give to the people. In the likely event of which I'm so sure, say the people of Akwatia is going to give the mandate to Bediakono. You should also make sure say you take the people's needs at heart. NDC and MPP, they are always not the same. People say politicians are the same. NDC and MPP, they are not the same. You call by election of MPP before they gave the impression to say they're okay. Say, I say, be work within the shortest possible time. As why you call a by election. The same thing also happened. NDC for anchor 1 month ago. We will have given that impression. But Yemfa can't go see baby code time machines. I started say you're constructing road overnight. Sanya man ya once a quan baby by 2 weeks pepe. Not one in I say. NDC has a plan and a way of coordinating whatever they want to do to the people. And yet because of the by-election, now all of a sudden we want to solve all their problems for them. But minimum say MPP and they will do that. And to the people of Akwatia, they should know very well say NDC a party beer. They are careful and mindful of the way they do their things. And MPP, they always want to give a knee-jerk solution to a problem for a very long period of time. So that is the difference between the two political parties. And I want to thank the NDC national leadership, especially the president and then the chairman of the party. Say, within this shortest possible time, they didn't make any attempt, any knee-jerk solution to a certain problem. Now rather, we're taking the by-election to assess the entire Akwatia constituency very well. Say the beya, see a two abani vie. Now say you renew the mandate in the bedia kwa. Onua kasa mo say no. These people need this. Genuine. Ni atwa mano. Then you go and solve the people's problem. 4 years is just at the corner.
Okay.
So that's what I want to applaud the NDC leadership for.
Very well. I a member of the NDC, and I would say, Kasano. Now, maybe Maakye Kusi so convener Edema Election Watch Ghana. Now, Mark, I mean, Yeko Asen North, Jachiko is in constituency by election. You realize that overnight, now you go hotel. Okay, I remember very well. Few days to the election, AstroTurf na yedigidi ni aye. I know na Dr. Baumia ko jinema or commission here in Siokobo no any idea. So the question is that all these things, happen just to prepare the minds of the electorate. Say, I mean, you need some more problem way. But by election, just when I was coming to work, and we na make be say, what will happen here? Some most status manokra. Okay, the people will come back crying at you. Say, most shadi we say, and no more convince ye my two about the mamu candidate. For that reason, as I said, moba na mobetuaso. Say, electorate no demand for idea. A right says so unya. I mean, is it in the wrongful place? Say, obe make such a demand that it is
Speaker, Mamindi Kambo ni abaso. It's answer why am I be amame. It is about the understanding of our democratic process. Major projects I've been saying overnight just to appeal to the people to vote for us. And this time the dynamics is changing.
Okay.
So we had your course or Jachiquation constituency. All the machines could go on almost some a lot of projects just overnight. At the end of the day, and Kofani said Dabi, Yan Tumau. And they voted for the NDC candidate. Ayana Eddin so many politicians who are deep-rooted in political parties to speak like the way they are speaking. But then he's speaking, although from a political party, or Kasaseti Memuni or Pagana and Kosovo. Why am I saying this? So we have two candidates, and one more to abo and someone more about Akwatia. I followed keenly the NDC national officers, including Omo national chairman, the chief of staff, and Pennyfuaka. One more customer, almost say, Solomon, dear, or a lawyer, na Motu Abamana na waba parliamenta, Wabaka emrenim from Amashemra Amagana. That is the sole responsibility of a legislator. That is the member of parliament. But Abanum Puntujuma. Yahunu and the Yatsi. Ya says, heard the chief of staff saying, say, Yabehe, na Mpuntujuma be or see a banner by Yamakwati, man, no. Yabaye. That does not become the sole responsibility of Solomon, which is the candidate. But also the other side,
Solo your NPP candidate.
Solo NPP candidate.
Yes, the NDC candidate Bernard.
Bernard. So ama the party any abano some burden be free. Bernard. So say he does not owe anyone any issue when it comes to development.
Okay.
Development resides in the presidency. See, you're taking it down, okay, from the national to down Honomodia. Then the district chief executive or not and carry the mandate for development.
Okay.
But also the other side now. Us and even the MPP form within the I heard Dr. Muhammad Bamia saying say Montu Abano Emma the MPP candidate Asumedu. Na se oba eniema NS ya kumika so oba na wanye no
obeto
aso na me busa me ho say is that Baumia the president of Ghana? Is it the DC? Is it the minister for development? And you know, on what grounds can Dr. Baumia say you're two abanama NPP and near man as a bosha NS ya kumide sha Akwatia man no obehwe no mabaye.
No, but you know, say, no in contest, and or making reference to the fact, say, NSC Akumi at the time, or ye member of parliament, even from the time or ye candidate, Kusi say, or ye campaign, be ye member of parliament. I mean, there were some promises, or the ma Akwatia for that reason, no, sign is why they who know what they are, assume do any opportunity now.
But I don't promise not the mom, obey your pine, MP na your pine, obey school, MP na school. Obesi hospital, MPNC hospital. Let's face the fact. Let us face the fact. Dr. Muhammadu Bamian Samoka Kanyan and Sabi Nam fuck him. In any case, individual and the government, one and they put out the power to develop a community. One they put out the resources to develop a constituency. So why must we be hearing all these things from Dr. Muhammadu Bamian? It is wrong. You see, let's begin educating the people to see, say, development does not reside with the member of parliament.
But what your development agent?
Exactly. And so, baby or Sankayana, as a member of parliament, you were promises baby the member your constituent.
Yes.
And a bra ya to Abamayano, they expect says money between one way or the other. We say certain things. But it's another day, no. Party now or what bang. The candidates and Bernard. Bernard lobbying for developmental projects for the people of Akwatia.
Easy.
Easy. It will not be as I'm not campaigning. It will not be as difficult as the MPP candidate lobbying for development. On one break, meeting in the casa. I say, nipa there for you to be able to develop, no. And your police in Kwana and I be develop and your soldier na Duko police and also Jana Kakrabashon one. I you are developing your personal self.
Well, just 1 minute. Let me see one minute. Yes.
The dynamics of politics is changing. Obika say onu ya wonu tumu. And yamfa political party enjoy yumfunu. We look at policies and implementations aban bi person wo de ba and now so say the manifesto promises ni ahwe e de tutu nsanyani ehunu say abranti osimasi ti eto abama na ese niema ba ko mienu bi a woye ne bre bi atwam ye de mana nye wakan wo betumi aden aba ye ye wa man mu ha ya o ena na obi ka so obi si national cathedral bi aman ankwan ko wie and so say nipa ne san so ba biem ti atwuma me na me nkosi national cathedral sabe. And so the dynamics of politics in Ghana is changing
very well.
And the mama now not politicians, no. Yes, some kind of fast ekasa chat no. Said the beya timamufono to abamaya omu
very well. Mami, and now I say, Mark, this is your election command center. About to Australia. Now we're bringing you live coverage of Akwatia by-election. No, and no, Anna Yeguswa Yenewo Edi Ho Enkomo on Onua 95.1 and Afe Onua TV. So across the country, baby, I'll show you free and stay with us. Free Sabria Ekosi se Yebe closely post. Now Afe Yebe County, the last ballot. No, we are with you, giving you live update and coverage of the Ekoso Ewo Akwatia. Stay with me. Now mincha me ho Emra na menya boafo nkratwe meba yebeto aso edi nkomo two key things ana aka meba yebetimi ato aso edi ho nkomo. Stay with us. Yebasisia.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Huh?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trot from Kaswa, dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late? Of course.
Start 712 hush. Start 712 hush. You go give me the luckiest. Go feel from Georgia be luckiest. From not the because she be luckiest. Yeah, you go feel be luckiest. Nobody know why you're lucky. Everybody go feel be that luckiest.
That's Kwamio.
Send your God up boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey!
Is that his car? Star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Cash out.
Emribi etwam. Apomuden ho nsem agye ensem ho. Emma osuru yedin. Emma sase ediawere ho. Enti onyankopon nam da esumu eda enua eni habama ebeji adesama enkwa ekire adujamfi okumanini barima enu akire no adujamfi esa kotra kwayem ededuanan agwamfa nsuo ankana no menu mienu apomuden panti wenti enigisem onyankopon de yare nyina so tumi ahye Dr. Tamda sonsa dise di wawuo anase yesie no nkoa ene wontimi na yare sabia hodie wasiesie ho kama fika krebi ba jiwa yare sa ewo kumase abuakwa akoko frayen 0244 774282
oyalefo bia kaise udimafo medimafo heba clinic Dr. Tamda.
Bills mama official po afisa say na sika bebre abamo bia botoma ye de bills aka ne hu biomo ye see 2025 idie eni da so wo homo bia wote wo kwa oni adwuma ye fa wani kire bills na beje loan na wo betini dia ye wa wadwuma we eye loan don come wo hia hwe de wo hia ne wo Ghana card e wa na wo zaka usika na se we obi so a wo ye wa wadwuma wo pesa wo ana uduma yeni a woje busumi aketia ene bill se bre na beji lona wo fa bibia nsia wowa collateral ana se deposit ane wo hia mu bia enti afidie yesi obia woni adwuma bia ye wo betumi abeji loan enti se wotna fie na se wanya sika no bi dia eye wow fra bills se sia na wotumi atua wo bills nemo isi se kakra wo.
Every morning, I wake up to this miracle sleeping soundly, but mornings weren't always this peaceful. I remember the sleepless nights, leaks that woke us both up, damp clothes and tears. And all I wanted was for my baby to be dry and comfortable. Then I discovered Flora Kids baby diaper. Its maximum absorption keeps my little one dry all night, giving us peaceful, restful sleep. And the stretchy side tapes, they make sure it's comfy even when she's on the move. Thanks to Flora Kids baby diaper, our nights are calm and our mornings are full of giggles. For bulk purchases, call Delta Paper Mail on 0243 033 033.
Mame ena wase na mensa ma wakwa ba emra your election command center wabatu asoye enie enti ewe mame ena wase mpacho join you live wo Facebook na ma wadwen training nyina no emra me dey kwa me appear ko Mr. Speaker, highly grateful say ewe ye the live coverage of the Akwatia by election nyina no at the bro from your homes and your offices enti just stay with us Onua na afi yentimi ensombo na yeguso ayede enkomo enti mi aye a member of the NDC's communication team and afi minia Maakye will see a convener at the election watch Ghana na enkomo yeguso ayede no very important meko zoom no so na minister so at the enkomo surely but quick one. Mame Emra was so ni just before Meko Seram Honomono. Now we are talking about development. Ebetime akọ constituency or na ebetime aboa ma tememu for asitlemu ehwa henha womo. Utie reporters, your reporters, earlier reporter omode baya. Majority of the people are telling you say Akwatia a mining community. You two diamond, you two gold. I know any the predominant worker ewo ho eno free honoma kuayo krofo ye fu ni ade ewo honomo. Now I mean, going into these elections, no, omojuma womo ye, any nema womo ye, no. How is the government and the party taking it into account?
Okay, me in particular, no, my personal opinion on this mining activity, and as a government, what I want the government to do for the people. The government must control all the mining activities in this country. So, Akwatia district and now constituency names a mining activity to open. The government should have a national community mining. Akwatia, Akwatia community mining owned by the state. Then
community mining schemes.
Yes, or the private individuals to own it. But we know this one should be owned by the state. Akwatia community mining owned by the state. So the state will recruit the people who mine there, who be doing the day-to-day operation. Say mining engineers, near equipment, near money in ano, or man be provided their mom. Now you have recruited Timamufuano. The difference should be say, young conform be and free by before floor. And mom be mining no Akwatia. Be a well experienced people, no technical people, no dear. You better use majority from expert knowledge. Then, and this one I want to do. Young for me, Akwatia. Every pretty a jumbo be I'm a man and you die then. I because who come a bit to say Kenya say new month, who goes in Yane, baby, mining in Yano. Ma Osha Juma creates I am a Jumano soon.
Okay,
but say a Pessi any year. Not benefit or mining more. The state should own the mining operations and mining activities. Akwatia community mining is owned by Ghana. Ghana no recruiting for and Juma honum. Now you have a proper way of controlling the mining activities. Say a money DNA say a miner. Yen tuna yen say asaseno. Ye tuna say reclamation on ye. Then we move to a different area within the same districts. But what I say, no, you do because Akwatia for you I say at the same time the lives of the people has been what?
So what's man back when your reporter in the Kasai as at the time and your watch your beba set or say mining na ye dim say you sure your friend Brim. Ana yenom, but you so you na enum bremunsu. But ye no because of mining e wahanti. Ye ni aya say bremunsu. Okay, so it tells you clearly say omonim say ade na womo ye no cause damage to the water bodies and river bodies are ewo. But this is also their livelihood. And you know, kwan ben ye befa so a ye betimi aboa nkrofo a eti say knowing very well say omo activities omo undertaking no cause a lot of destruction.
It should be an the Omoyan currently is irresponsible way of getting the gold.
Okay.
Even though your livelihood is dependent on the gold, but then mine responsibly, mine to sustain the environment, mine to sustain the water bodies, mine to sustain the lives of the people as well. The state should own the mining activities in the community.
Okay.
Recruit people from the community to do the mining. The state should control the way they mine. What I say, they should mine responsibly, sustainably. Say that they are protecting water bodies. No, the brain will continue to be there, but the mining will continue. Or mining him say, see a mining, will bring him. Then let's give the parameter. Say, be at 300 meters according to the mining law. No, allow that one to continue. Say,
I don't know the mean trouble. I'm running now. You cannot mine 100 meters proximity to a river. 100 meters proximity to a highway. But what do we see? Enforcement are very poor. For that reason, no, oko eye osino. Onam Kumasi Accra Highway. Now Drew and Yinem Osino Airqua or Simbefim because clearly the Emrani Kano and yeah no and nipa ediso edi year Juma.
Entina me say. Mina kwano a uko oboase sese ya odu anyam kwanta. As you see galamsey factory wo hu. Ko say baby ani ko hwe as galamsey factory ni yesi ankasa. Today the Chinese has invaded every part of this country. And they are doing it with impunity. They have everything available that you travel far and wide to China before you import those accessories and equipment to mine. Now they have brought their factories here and they are producing those things. And they say, "You mining, now you live on our gold. Then we should protect the environment as well. The government should own the mining activities and control and mine it well." I mean, that is my position.
Very well.
If we decide to leave it in the hands of the individuals, then the government should make sure that before we will be given a mining license and a concession, then they should take some whooping amount of money from you. Say, mining say one claim or you chose say, oh mining or water bodies ma. Say sikana ya Jeffrey unsemuno. It is a lot to reclaim the land. And so the amount the authority, yes, if you cannot pay for that amount of money, nobody should give you the license. Either than that, the government should own the mining across the whole country. National community mining, district community mining activities, owned and controlled by the state. Then we have a proper way of doing our mining in our country to help the people. Chinese gold is still there. When you go to China, they've not started mining. Why is it that we are in a hurry to mine everything now? We are talking about job recruitment, but on yes, and the job now we should mine and owned by the state. Now to mine in a year. But what I say, we shouldn't be like there's no tomorrow. The future generations are yet to be born. So if you want to, I say, full good in the say, what is left for them?
There is no tomorrow. Sarah Mankra, any Nkobo, my very good friend, and the boss Sarah was his speaker, me a bema, but a DNO can be used by both. Sarah, good afternoon. Sarah is with the African Electoral Institute. Sarah, maybe Aboko there. Eradiadom, Yenso, Yahoya. And sitting in your office now, observing the air coso on the ground. No, your impression so far on Akwatia Namintio?
So far, comparing Akwatia to Ablekumanov, Meka say when it comes to incidents, at least an incidents it have been very few.
Okay.
And the few that were also that came up in security agencies have been up to the task. They were able to quell the tensions. Now, make us a turnout. Now, make us so far, it's not too encouraging. But by election,
okay.
By election, I not turnout low. See.
Now let's come to the Electoral Commission. So far, you record the event via with the Electoral Commission and your Mojuma or more area, a ban of machines, biometric equipment, verification equipment, or more you soon in Noah. Rebecca say, I mean, everything is on course, Anna.
So far, Rebecca say, be of course, 50 and upon which I say, big pimps are brave.
Yes.
Yeah, you will perform on the ground, I will my updates on the regular. Now, so far, Bibia, Kosuka Makama, indelible ink machines, Bibia, nobody has had any issues with them. So far, Electoral Commission about to say,
in just about 1 hour 4 minutes time, no na post no close. From this point, kono anamente me ho say gidi no I am most precisely say where the Ghana about to achi acha ayana etai ehya because I had attention in no e wo free sabri Kusi say the last ballot no ye betimi akenkan declare results no how are we supposed to manage the system, especially knowing the track records with by elections?
Sorry, me stress security agencies no more alert.
Okay.
Because this is saying okay no. Sabri say about to be we na e sign e shall say kan aba na hona tension e through. Me stress be alert na anopa metie a number of radio stations near them like me flippy and obi ni mama bi okoto naba. Otu your son Kofi obi gina ho ahwe se na be a Bibia and Tochima. And okay. I like the fact say they have taken such an interest in the poll. Now, may best say who ko na ko hwa. Dina ho na hwedin once we need dwumadi bia ye wo ho no. Wodin ejina echi na hwe ne ekoso na nso wetimi de akama sem dachi na mmom ko gidi men ko basa bia wo ho na emfa asemi amba na emfa emobi su enkupra. Now, let's share parties no so celebrate tensions. Me sure so bia on the strategy, but the intentions it was through kakra. Let's show omu echi type for nkasa. Say about to keke neto. Nti say area kind na obedi kunim no
point I will make is here and so na member because earlier on and the arrangement was that electoral how do you call it, National Peace Council and the political parties in the mienu nyina no ebeshia edi nkomo. Now eventually as a meeting no entimi amaso because the claim no and say NPP for say omo edi omo national reps and a call for the meeting, but unfortunately no omo kodru hona NDC for Asuma constituency executives say omumom na emra meeting na say na omone National Peace Council embedele. Now people feel say NDC and show the National Peace Council no the needed respect and then the seriousness assessor more attached to that particular meeting no omo amfama. For that reason meeting et say no entimi ama. So now in the absence of this no I mean how do we ensure say bibia basa bia no NC to say the washa say no.
Certainly, Mikano, this is a local election constituency level. And I expect, say, whatever the situation may be, parties no intercede. Yes, but say the parties direct all their energy to one constituency because I know it is national, regional constituency. I believe, say, the people on the ground are the ones in the constituency. They know where the problems are. They know where the hotspots could be. And see, much as say national executives be quite come my age man. I believe say a situation like this, even though a national peace council, the engagement should start from the local level. Now, no anti ambassador, I just believe I'm hoping say parties me no ombeti omhwase say no ambassador, but they have a responsibility. Without the electorate, the political parties will cease to exist. Nti omuka hu say niombe bia di basa sayo beba ho ankrofo be prepare no it will go against their fortunes into the future. Nti omu nyina eni omu chita for nya kasache sene be ya omu nyina be ye boko na fi ni be sibia no ni agiatum ni pre nyina ne say Akwatia mpuntu to set conversation na yakoso earlier no ejuma ni Akwatia krumpo emembu so ne doso
yes.
And in Yabaya Mpuntu any Akwatia mine Bakoninu and only Esre. And see whoever wins no mestre say whether you belong to party A or party B no only an tiny panishi. Now Otimfa Mpuntu and Fambra Akwatia mine.
Now police don't pay your assessment or more conduct your muhuye.
So far so good. Now I just hope that they will continue like that. I'm saying maybe by can say tax or macho men.
Yes.
Police immediately they took action and were able to get them to retreat. And see, so far, Nebeka said,
and so far no we don't anticipate say be boni bia no ebetimi aba at the time ye ba be close post and chebia in just about an hour time to go ye close bibia no as I say bibia ye come na I mean yetimi enya a very successful election
to say no kind ye ba be kind but this is where the tensions are higher. But we are hoping that senior Asia say no pana I come abedu sabrino. Ye disabe na dia kwewie sene be at the end of the day no ye ntibi boni bia mfio.
Very well. And Sarah, message about champion by close of polls. And mame and I was say na ye fancy. I mean, some more monitor, more observers, our grounds. And after close of poll, no, I'll come back to you. Now you have the engagement, the general assessment of how the day went. You know, you close polls. You know, be said this uncommon. Why?
Me that's
menso be that say enti Sarah Mankra with the research department at the African Election Institute enti ono ana meneno at the enkomono now in just about 58 minutes na yede abatuo ni nyina no abanewe ye ewo over 1019 polling stations 1119 polling stations over 52,000 electorate ana omode ewo voter register so ewo Akwatia. It is expected say by 5 p.m. there dodo na no nanka womotime ato womo aba but shenin so say utie ye ne a say ebo 5 na oda so ewo queue mu ana wo the line so to say there be an ye kana you be given the opportunity say onso betime ato waba but no num ne bo na afena wo free wo fie ana wafuom eba ababeto abade that will not be allowed enti say utie wa Akwatia ene ne mpate mu na unya nkoto waba this is the time say obetimi aben o polling station na watimi akwakoto waba yebeba again before ene just on Friday, Ebabesi Saturday, na Global Info Analytics, Edu final poll, no Ediaba. We'll have a look at those figures. Surely, na afeya say, I mean, prediction, no any poll say by you know, a bit me I reflect here na. But before I hear kono, na minini a dim komo, my memory also mark, na mimbisa the occupation of the people, Ewa Akwatia predominantly mining, and see, any almost almost galamsey. Galamsey so abainse okun etia galamsey said the environment no ebe safe. Now people of Akwatia womo enye den. Would that have a reflection ewo abatu imuana?
Speaker, when it come to issues of job and job creation, I think say abanya ako emodimbo enseni. The United Nations at the one more research be better about and what they are saying is that in a space of about 10 years, you know, sustainable jobs are buying, that is NDC MPP, equity, just around 250,000 jobs. But if you leave the NDC and the MPP to tell us jobs are equity, they'll mention millions of jobs.
2 million jobs and over.
Yet, and you money maybe no nyadwuma nye nti ebisa won se no kredie ben na yem politicians no any Ghana for any Ghana mabunu edi sa research here America for aye a trend pefe say there are challenges when it comes to jobs for our young people in this country. In the area of Akwatia, interview bi ana mehwe abranche ne say omo de galamsey no omo ye
yes.
And you know, Msanga Galamsey, and illegal. Nemum illegal mining and illegal. Responsible mining and you know, receive. I brought an interview, no, I say in the whole of Akwatiano, company Baku pet and Okuta license means that on no one the legal company utumi aye mining. Bisa won say sa company back open on na form aka nyina na. The answer is no. This exposes your friend is saying the system say you need adwuma wo. Ye busi won say e de ba adwuma na Akwatia man ye betumi akreti amom. Are we going to build a factory? Because build a factory e de ba no produce. Meanwhile, ye wo gold wo ha won ma wo ho no A2. Ye agrek. Government here now say we'll be investing more in agriculture.
Okay.
But as we speak, the people of Akwatia are in Mebuno. One more focus on job creation and seeking better jobs for themselves, you know. And yes, I've any idea, bro, like a chef from near 3 months, 4 months, I'm an FFI, and near Aquacoton. A ton 5 bags, I say no benya. Meanwhile, a bon home, I didn't cook rata chenemu. Now so took a cano or yen so fina can go brim no more. One pound refino. Now a person who be fool.
Okay.
And so you realize the youth of Akwatia and no quest for job, any job creation does not align with that of government. About the end different. And a baby no more somebody different. And it exposes us in a lot of ways. Maybe for say I was say a very, very strategic. Now what support are we giving to the small scale mining? Let us give them the support they need. If it will be said, I see a man, private individuals, they can come in however. I will see a man government, and they take control and they take charge of the entire process. We must also look at diversifying our economy. How do we diversify? To create jobs. Not only for the people of Akwatia.
We initiate, alternative livelihood programs okay? And say Australia because of Galamsey so Abainse or introduce the friend responsible mining initiative nanka omanebo amamoko lanchia ekofa problems in no eba enti Abainbia ababia no seeks to create an alternative livelihood program ebetimi aboa sustain. But one thing we do not know and is one more mining no more huskao.
Yeah.
And millions of funds on daily basis. Now, Obana Okachen is saying, on passes in Kodia body and so the question becomes, programs being any inhuma ben you be creatia, a be meeting that standard, a be more satisfied enough to leave the Galamsey and then go into those areas.
Speaker, we cannot leave Galamsey. We cannot.
Galamsey the end me
Debbie. Oh, let's not be deceiving ourselves. We cannot leave Galamsey. The best we can do, and they said, you bet me a regulated responsible mining. You bet me a regulated responsible mining.
That's our laws in the United.
We have all the laws. And see, I can't say you bet me and implement Merano. When we are able to implement the laws, we'll be good to go. But it's like Abambia Bekono, or the lip service, or they deal with the issue of illegal mining and then whatever. And it is not helping us. I implement a lot of policies. Ask yourself, say at the end of the day, who and who does the policy seems to favor? And you want a party for. And it is not helping us as a country. And you say, the person deal with the issue of illegal mining now. Let us come out holistically. Now, Yama government, will say, we want to fight illegality. Let us look at regulating the mining industry and create jobs for the young people of this country. Look, you can go to other jurisdictions. Only gold, the Dubai and Co. Gold, I am Ghana Hanamo. Who did Dubai? We are champion because I'm going to go down Mukutano and you find gold as ours.
Okay, carrot in our form.
Our form, but in Ghana, gold that you put on, your carrot is superb as compared to all other defenders and countries that you war. We are safe and then but the fact is, you're too gold, not too. Have we been able to turn around the gold to become beneficial to us? And next time, what I say. And one of the cropper nanka supporting the economy was cocoa. Because they want to lease out their lands to Galamseyers. Simply because Odano was sorry at the now one moment to go, don't bring better 30,000, 40,000. Meanwhile, cocoa no so a government bill and support that we need. Say, Mama Young regulating that industry. It's worth over billions of dollars.
Okay.
When we are able to regulate it well, it will create jobs and give us that economic empowerment we all seek for.
On this one, now
alternative jobs.
Yes.
To provide alternative opportunity to provide better.
That is what they do. That is their living standard. And clearly, no, quite many to say.
Minimum only say you provide alternative ways in farm. One say this government has better alternative plans for the people. Now we need to pay attention and arrange the Ghanaians towards the alternative project our government and not per se. I say China for me, I say China for good, but money started so move too.
Yes.
But China is doing well globally. What can we also draw from that? You see national apprenticeship projects. our government, an initiative for a core, one of the core government initiatives, National Apprenticeship Project. The National Apprenticeship Project has to do with, say, yeah, recruit to, na training team for on skill basis. Say, obi a junior high school, senior high technical school. Now say, or say, onsia adwuma bi, you want to be well acquainted in it. Say, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, computing, you see, coding, all these things. Their professions are usia. It will take you like until death. Obi electrical engineer wa hase na so obi no shop no ye duma. A common day no da. If you be a person won see obetimesi.
You are looking at a local miner, every week no or any turnover ultimately SQ over 50,000.
So that is why I make us
a week. And to sign the such an apprenticeship program, no, say too long. Yes, exactly.
No, week 50,000
in a week. Yes.
Oh,
I don't know why they say less.
Answer the American. Say people are interested in galamsey and mining. You also want to provide an alternative for them to stop it.
Yes.
What do? You need to start training them towards a certain career. If you don't change their career paths, they will continue to be soil into it. Interameka say, let's focus on the National Apprenticeship Program. Say you're training people in our next 10 years or 8 years. Say we want to have more electrical engineers in our country, more carpenters in our country, more mechanical engineers in our country, more computer literates in our country. These are things as usia. Now say all the kobo bra. Apart from Akwatia, you can live in other places to survive with it. Obi enya 12, 15 years now when we are junior high school. That is when we're supposed to tap such a person and put that person into any of this training. And they say, "Ufan free one na say odinu ko shese adwuma weni ma." Na adwe no kra no enko ba say, "Oni adwuma a oye enti okọ mining pit mu akwakotu galamsey." Them no Akwatia say. So we need to start training the people on skill basis. That will give them a future of hope. Say, let me not go and do something I might cost me life. Let me rather invest my time in this. Secondly, NDC is going to do Nkukong Kitikiti projects. This Nkukong Kitikiti project is so laudable to the sense, unless you don't know the economic benefits of poultry farming. If you know the proceeds people get from poultry business and the koshabako, I saying 2 cities. Me bako shabako fresh one 3 cities. 3 cities kura no mutono. Dako akoko bako timi 2 be miensa. And 2. Yenti yemfa ne say, wo de wo yan kokko be 200 pe. E wo fie. Na bako bia e to bako kura the amount on a day. 1 week, you know. Kosiase no benya. Na kosiaso ya de bia. Wo de come market na, unfa be bafie. Every day people eat egg. Until we want to encourage Ghanaians say, let's venture into this poultry business as well.
Okay.
So that we can have enough revenue to take care of our home. Apart from Kosiana Otonye Sikano. Ubesa netimi ato akoko no Christmas time. Yidu a ubesa netimi ato akoko na no.
They say ntwe bro nyansa ne area.
Ya ntwe bro nyansa ne area akoko. Ya wi akoko de bia. Eno no so to nchen a. Nti poultry business no so ye dan. E wo ho. Hwe ye say agrek. We need to make it attractive to the people. Okay. We need to support people. Hwe omo mu dua meko. Se oni obi akasa odua meko nko a. Obetuma kire se meko nko ba so be meko business nko a obetuma diye o meko business. Because you produce meko bebre see ya. There's a market for it. When you produce even for export, when you go to the Ghana Export Promotion Center, they produce and support or promote and support people who are into this kind of ventures. So we should take advantage. Tilapia business. Madam Fubi war, Sugakope and Crips war.
Okay.
Now he's into poultry business. Mr. Poultry, tilapia. Metmakan on authority said the guy currently, as we speak, he has more than 5,000 tilapia available. And he's exporting them. When he started, he was using Kia Morning. But today he's driving Land Cruiser. Because was starting kakran and what you do. And so person be at tilapia business. Don't wait to start on a larger scale. Let's learn to start from a small scale side. And then take advantage advantage of the government initiative so that you can have a life in it. There were a lot of graduates who have completed universities. They are sitting at home. Some of them, they just need this kind of guidelines to support them, then they will venture into it. We need to rate Ghanaians. We need to run an inclusive government. What I say, I want to plead with Ghanaians as well, say, we should pay attention to the government initiative. Whether you are an MPP, whether you are an NDC, whether you are CPP, get close to the government. In every district, there's a municipal chief executive to all. Go to the various assemblies. Get close to those who are into farming, those who are into the National Apprenticeship Project, those who are into other ventures. The government is even providing the fingerless for those who want to go into the fish business. National Aquatia, they are providing incentives. Let's take advantage. When we provide these opportunities for our people, then we are gradually drawing them away from the Galamsey sites. Okay. If we fail to do this, then they'll go and look for the future for themselves.
Very well. Yes. Okay, when we say, in order to be able to achieve what we are talking about, we must learn to diversify. Illegal mining. How do we diversify? Number 2, we need to be innovative.
The question is that Sikana Beso Mudi with all the things I want to know, very cogent point, any argument I want to make, but question no ankasa no say, I mean, tilapia business are okay, and Kokon getting project are all bossy, it may take you some time.
Speaker.
Okay, it may take you some time. Now, would the average person now who seek to this extent, have the patience or back train? Materialize and son were to me and repeat the benefit of it. Speaker, that is the concern of the majority of the people.
Speaker, if you don't make a step, and the step must begin from today. The people of Singapore didn't get to where they are when by sleeping. They started doing something. China didn't become China today, but they started doing something. Election year 2024, nobody fear me regarding Kakrebi. Name to me ko abontin ana pesa me no ka say me aka sam machi medioko bi matibi mare mo pondo ho me yan catfish me ko hwe mo na me say buena na me kondo sam pesa me kunu na me na ma chi na kunu we e ma manfo mo nchen kura dom ko no maba ma tombia mo you understand
until
me electrical technician me kuta degree. But I'm not employed in any other industry. But I've created my own farming company, registered and certified. And I'm doing my own business. Figure, do I look bad?
You don't look bad.
Do I look poor?
You don't look poor. But averagely, Galamsey was casino, of course. I know they all agree.
And then regulation, regulation, he will run after me.
And I say, you know, a cash in jail.
Me sounds so cocoa. Bet is 10 acres. I will to region. And check. You best attach to cocoa. Now say you are 3,200 to buy, and I'm boom. So that be it's because other neighboring countries not turn over 6,000. It's a cabana want to say they are a queer for young to turn in cocoa for basa. You understand? So let us be very deliberate.
Okay.
Now diversify, you're very consistent. And if you want to do it, you must start now. Speaker, me the baby, you want Maya a Greek. You free and learning syllabus.
But so when you say a Greek, the beginning of it in the cry you're wrong. Because who go school, okay? We are late. Now, Obekonia here assembly, yes, if I pray, one for body, I could trap I mean, right from the initial beginnings, Yamu who said, a Greek can cry a form of punishment. And see, the more I punish you.
And nothing I must say, me to a certain extent, me support the resetting agenda, Say, and then answer the chief of staff. A program be under the presidential and the Greek Pitotokunos ministry. Say, let us not use farming as punishment to a student. And let's say, I can say, a Greek, a free and syllabus. We now want to bring it back. How do you encourage young ones now? Meanwhile, so it means that we are turning the country into an import-driven country. Meanwhile, we have the human beings here. We have the human resources. You will CSIR. We make me research. I'm seeds. You make me tomatoes. And I know you have tomatoes. Kakra kenteno. And I am tam kenteno to me daji. Kasipao. 400 Ghana cedis. Mo picture no. 400 Ghana cedis.
Season number.
So what you do is say you must be innovative. Koyam, process it. Store it in your fridge. At any given time, no way. What to be? Cannot.
I see. Mark, and I was saying now, it's just about 23 minutes after 4 na abatu asweye Onua TV, Onua FM, so any immediate speaker na many abidwa for ana AD and komo the live coverage of Akwatia by election and on komo ana yeguswa yenewo AD now yabobo bosubia in just about few minutes no yebe closely post na afi no the SSS Electoral Commission officials no nyina no omotimi aye na afi getting to the latter part of the day, a little bit in the night, we'll get to understand maybe a result in etimi Kusi. But before a net day, na global info analytics for a year post said ahead of every major election. Said the dynamics in AC Airco Meko screen so surely, but global info analytics for reports, and so if it is anything to go by. The determining factors they play out in this particular election. Na afe yahwe say the global info analytics is it really playing out na yetimi ede ho enkomo. But before I do that ma yentry ho emra yeba I'll walk you through the screen na afe yedesa enkomo ni nyina no ede abro. Stay with us. Yeba sisia.
Frital has sachets and in different sizes too.
You didn't know?
These Frital sachets that we all use to fry our meat and fishes, to prepare our favorite meals, and to refill our empty original Frital bottles.
Get your trusted Frital sachets today for affordability, convenience, and for the refilling of your original Frital bottle. You deserve a life of goodness. This advert is
Edruhobium, Ghana Fue, Gomuafete, Ahobakasi, Akwambo Festival, Asana Bebium, Afia Fashano Beshasi, Ofia on the 4th September, Capim Kwesida, 14th September 2025. Oya on the 4th September, Yumbreno, I am Fuina Beshia, Nawa Bokwan, Memene the 6th September, no, Kono Mumbebuni in Abeko keep fit, Zatin Wampom, Ofi Anopanosia, Capim Nondu, Nazi Chinkwesida, Oya 7th, no, Asafombana Konfono Bekabum, no, I Kwesidaze, Jude Yabreno, Apofombano Bekwan, no, Abropo, Saturday 30th September 2025, no, Nana Aborata Otodwe Bien, Onyin paying for Ena Fuina Beshia, no Abogwakese, Kwesida Yumbri 14th September, oh la la, Injitin and Injisam Nonya there, I jump to Fu Ekukudam to that President, Amrado, and a storm boy perform live.
All these hard times gonna end, there we go make it.
Mama many be why I can wash. Every time you know when you be to me pass it. Into the future with you. I'm not gonna leave you at the end of the road. Give me your love and you know it's safe.
Go Mwafete Ahobakasi Akwambo Festival. Jina Homa and Kabom na Impuntu. Mayen Zeshia.
Minutes, Mimni Debia, 11:30 a.m. Equals 12 noon.
Onua TV, ye dwene ho pa.
Enchibia ebaso.
Agrobasa if you are not pa. Ghana nyina.
obi anim say bibi jijo adwuma de ide eye number 1 efi epuye ekosi atoye tikina nafo na metwe me kakra na munim dia na me kwa akoye me kwa akobobbo ensem ni nyina bede na me jaba ba so celebrity gossips, trending news, social media, and yama ayatari, and yama a shine, I ain't mean channel, and no, and I'm a screen goddess. I drop pretty papa be mona Gucci. If you say screen goddess, Muniwa, Miniho, me also, Mosomo, and Unti, me bomb and say, Namakanina, Yafa, Asam no crack, me a fair free one year, the best seat with the associated no crack at all. I get pretty big, Joe, Mako Bonnie in another day. I'm in the Onua TV all new season many ma pam for yet not to say ya and you know your miss out and I about better all brand new season of the BGG TV show here me baba trim me tis a cocktail every BGG with your screen goddess the highest in the gathering I drop Roni Papa Bi Monaguchi. Thank you.
Joe, Mimini Debia, 9 p.m. near Charu repeats if you're Debia, 4 p.m. and we're on Onua TV. So, you may call Masia saying,
Out mosquito spray and a coil.
Darling lemon drink, XYZ wine, Jojo carbonated Valka mix.
Onua TV, yeah, you know
Mami now I say once again, NT Onua TV so any Onua FM 95.1. Abato Aswaya Election Command Center bringing you live update and coverage of a year Akwatia by-election. NT stay with us in just about 31 minutes now. Your closely post war a year Akwatia in the eastern region, then Chambo district. Now Afe Timia has replacement for the Honorable NS Yao Kumi, the former member of parliament, unfortunately, in July, was nobody knows they see. But I mean, said the Omaino Emra de a batu no ayeno anytime be a no ebesino. Then obviously, as I said, yakoya dear friend of by election. Now, mind you, Tamale Central and so there ewo honomo enti after eneno we'll begin to have conversations about Tamale Central. Ura Mutala Muhammad, former Environment and Science Minister, also Ashre Nemkwa as part of Nipan Watria na wamo eka ewo helicopter crash ni mono ononso the constituency. Definitely, as I said, yenya obia obetimi a replacing. But Akwatia is Akwatia enti enhon kombo ana ewie enumre yene wo AD. Stay with us na yene wo embon kombo. Before I make a break, make a choice. Global Info Analytics for Musa Dankwa and any team said one more yene debia. This time round, one more Eddie post nibi Eddie Abba indicating baby ninginano ebetimi ako. And I'm showing you the major factors. The major factors are Global Info Analytics a big influence and about one a developmental project and Akwatia for a share wamumpatemu ahodo ashese a bano impuntu hunsemwa project ahodo bay ana e wohono ma abanya party or wabai must say any party chair mukoye no wamutimi a year edema the good people of Akwatia and no ebe play key role. Now also in terms of percentage Global Info Analytics say 42% and no any a year the numbers are say one behim punto ekoso na wamutimi ede atu aba and no a year part of the major factors are ebe determined and the abatua ekoso. Now you come to the general performance of the economy and Ebano or Mayi Sikasem Honshaya, saying an Inano, a city, said the Sikabeshem Crofo bottom, exchange rate Honkomo at a saying, Fu or Boa Honsem at a saying, Okotwadia, a Honkomobono at a saying. Global Info Analytics say there are electorate amounting up to 15%. One more share the performance of the economy, and one more ejina so edia tuaba and then Obebiemwa education, Wumesia, the Padodona no share say Wumesia Honsem at a saying, Ewo Akwatia. school da ahodo ho nsem etesen teachers ho nsem etesen mofra wo eco school ni nyina ho nsem tesen free SHS no said the aban ne party ne promise ye no wo ye aye ni yie from the aban dada no eja wo ho no anase the tia enti umasua ho nsem no. This is a report by Global Info Analytics. Enti major indicators no ana mebebo so at the amount. Then 10% of the electorate wa Akwatia say wo mo behwe nyumasem. Say woman won you my the teacher no jobs are available woman ebetimi enye bia no contribute to the decision woman ebeteki in the next 28 minutes. Say woman betimi ato aba ediama NDC candidate and also said the NPP candidate. And jobs amounted to 10%. Nipa no emunchichemu edu say offer ohano a emunchichemu edu ana ehwe say woman ebehwe nyumasem ede agina so ato aba the so sesea. Now ebano galamse ehun komobo galamse wonim se yedi hun komo surely enche bia na yedi hun komo ye bisa se okwa Akwatia ene ne mpatemu a diamond ho adwuma no wo ye eno achi no galamse no gold no ho adwuma ana wo ye very very dominant ewo Akwatia ene ne mpatem enti ebano mining hunsem dia Akwatia untimi enyi wo enfrim. Now nipa no 8% se wo hwe aban no nhyehyɛ a wɔde ekutia galamsey sɛ ebe affect wo munwuma a wɔmo yɛ ananso sɛ affect ɛno ho no wɔmo hwɛ ansa na wɔmo timi ato aba esiginae sɛ ene yi no wɔn beto aba no de akɔ A ananso sɛ wɔmo beto aba no de akɔ B ɛno ɛyɛ 8% of the electorate ɛwɔ hɔ. Now voting for my party one more feel is me NDC ni me NPP ni enti said the dada no metono na no mento ne saa na enko ne saa no 4% enti clearly no the data we no echo no and is the good people of Akwatia so many factors as some factors are one more share no should be embedded in the messages of political parties no any of candidate ahodo ni nyina no ebetimi ede ama the good electorate one more ewo Akwatia enti these are the major indicators Global Info Analytics Emma Yenyamunti as said the good people Akwatia ebehwe ho e dey take decision in just about a few minutes wo ye nemo efiano pana ba besi sabre enema etiti to say anankrofo ehwe ho ato aba. Now my call the next one now the most critical one Asumedu of the New Patriotic Party as against Bedu lawyer Bedu of the National Democratic Congress changes no any now Global Info Analytics earlier report womo by unim Solomon Asumedu the candidate of the NPP one primaries NPP anye primaries bia ewo Akwatia as at the time NST akomi ewu ye no for that reason no womo handpick Asumedu se wona yehwewa manfo no ewo mujidie for that reason no ye dey call for this by election obetimi win seat no e dey ama the New Patriotic Party. Now, as at the time, NPP ebo Asumedu dino na NDC enyanyi candidate. Until the initial survey, Global Info Analytics clearly na Asumedu ewo the upper hand. Until ube say as at then na wamo 50% as against the NDC and na wamunyi candidate based on political party lines 47%. Now, over the just ended polls, Global Info Analytics the reports no on Friday the indications no as you see on your screens no very very clear. Now as they say parties or candidates the constituency secretary of the NDC Abai Beyemeje in the primaries NDC to become the candidate or be a candidate candidate no start a campaign or more visit house to house communities cansem cheomo. Now per the data available I will show Global Info Analytics predicted lawyer Bernard Bedu the candidate of the NDC ebe winning this election by 53% by close of poll and it is expected say lawyer Bedu will win by some 53% as against the NPP's Asumedu doing some 44%. And the last report Global Info Analytics at the buy then Oba Orua Owusu Patrick and the others are doing somewhere around 6%. Ono they say shed down money there because attention they bring shed and they one more so and say not to be biased though, but sanity the dominance of the NPP and NDC, Sa Anna Akwatia. And this is the final poll, Global Info Analytics, and they buy, yes, if track records any Juma Omoye in the past, anything to go by, then we a party there, you may tend to believe this. But elections there, you closely polls, me box in this one, you can never tell what is in there until we wait. Now, say at the end of close of polls, saying a result, no ebeti me ako. Mame Emma Eben Kweku Fenuku Akwaba na ono Juma National Director Edema Coalition of CSOs against political vigilantism and violence extremism. Mame Emano Akwaba. Good afternoon. That's saying.
Good afternoon, Vinian.
Very well. We are grateful to have you in the studio. And the kind, one monitor over studio in so what I say, while observing conversations. Our general impression about the one free anopa ebabisi. Sabria no nine abuape mwa ekwakobo no nomi.
Yomidasi a chatty for ni for nina. And the woman say Crawford Bree Edwin say Basabasayo be war grounds or Akwatia monetary sayayeno. There were skirmishes, few skirmishes in the morning. Okay. And then Maka Crabby as a yeti obi posters. And I say obisi okawe na meet. But apart from that, no, SARS basic skirmishes now by no so far so good. Yes. I say some level of peace. Any comportment or Akwatia. But the issue is that by elections and never miss and before the elections, during the elections, and after the elections. And before no, there was a policy for idea to be a manager, expectations as a that kind of yes, to be maintaining. But the issue is in the coalitions. Okay. And this is the time I said policy for the number na the call grounds on this is the time I say want to be on Juma pa. Okay. 5,000 police people and I 119 police stations no. As I say approximately 40 something per close to 50 per police station. And so I have been a presiding officer,
and we are talking about 119 police stations.
190 police stations.
Yes.
I mean, my presiding officer, Juma, my electoral commission 3 times that. And we call every police station, sir. Sometimes we hear one police nipe, one, just single one, maximum 2. But police stations now, 2 police stations in one area. I could tell you was that type of police stations, no, as a lorry station, lorry station now, 2 police stations, and our okay. Yes, our Baku Yoruba mosque, 2 police stations now, and the normal circumstances, no, police stations, no, here police do 2, 4. Okay. And he said, as many as 40 something police stations. Sorry, police officers. One police station, and they should be able to manage this election peacefully without any problem. And the air can say with the coalitions, no, you say police for Emma Moniko Hopa vigilance, no, this time round. We shouldn't leave it for political parties. Okay. And the Becca say, and I say, police for no vigilance aspect, no, during the coalitions and after the coalitions, because the Akwatia. We should and say underrated Akwatia. Okay.
But so far, what more comport to yes.
And America say
there is no cause for alarm.
There is no cause for alarm. But drew a collation of the result. No
counting. No
now. Obia say no. One of the things are you on the grounds. No, a turnout. Okay. Now turnout has been low. Now Obisa NDC near or say is because have picky friends MPP4 candidate no enti the electorates are angry on MPP side enti bebre am etwaba ubisa MPP4 so because so nipa omohwehwe pa no enye lawyer na Koni Ali and omohwehwe enti bebre
Ali, yes, I remember that guy.
Great.
Very popular.
Very popular. And see, on the grounds, no, as to whoever you interview, no, and whatever they will tell you. But the truth is that turnout has been very low.
And see, how do we say turnout has been very low? Is it because police station be the padodo say 2 about for that reason? No, osha time I idea 2 about now share the number of people are abekasi or mobile or then you can say
sure
turnout. No, you can share down.
And see, before a member station has seen, you would actually on the voter register we are expecting about 52,000
yes
328 to vote to cast their vote. As I remember, they recorded just around
28,000.
That's right.
Okay.
And see, say a year between the time I member station had any 5 o'clock now, the paduron member there fine. But as at the time I member had here, now if you should percentage now, it's just close to around 52 or so percent. But Akwatia has been voting. Even the Omo voter turnout always outweighs the national turnout.
Okay.
And then I was a bit surprised. Akwatia of all people, says a police phone because if you realize time police focal grounds the TV stations echo ground they interview some of even guys men they said in fact I said, and the number of police, I didn't say the number of police for Echo Grounds and
also causing intimidation.
Oh, Master, me.
But I wouldn't be body be I didn't say so.
No, the thing is that Obi Bonnie, I bet to me, and Timaka Ejuma, Obi Papa dia, na maybe Mumbai and Mammy call me Fum. And you bet to me about but this I guess I'll be really crowd of Mumbai. So, yes, police people, but the truth is that it's better to get people intimidated by police presence since you're losing lives. And I'm okay with that. And see, I'm sure so many factors might have resulted in low turnout, but so far so good for
now. I hear now no raise concerns low turnout, one and then your holiday and think Crophobe Munuma so definitely she said you're walking Obioha or Cornefumu Afikrana Oba. But again, there is one trick as a Yenari doing course. Say a drew registration period. What we know now, ye nimsa politicians they do na no say omo basing from one destination e do omo bomb constituency nim ebe register e capture omo din on the voters register. Now in a situation where oko by election it becomes very difficult say some crofo na wo base wo mo be register okay obe base wo mo masan beto abade the amount. So clearly ofa crofo from Abia the nearby 2 constituencies were away from Akwatia and be registered. Now, a candidate no need the resources of the Basi or Modiaba. Clearly, and Crawford Dio, but Abano or Mambeto. Would that really be a factor here? Most precisely, Naya, who said, and you to say it may happen on a by election day.
Thank you so much. A perfect analysis. One of the major reasons.
But you're doing talk about.
Now, me experiences are there when our people went on the grounds, especially in Hohwe. Hohwe in Crawford Cabasism. Omu ka nyese omu antumi akofa omu aba o. Omu to be kofa omu bae.
Okay.
But omu Cabasism.
Yeah, momo isi.
No, you can't get down. Because now people were so vigilant saying, "Utsi for my
yes, voter register."
But you run off from there. Free one. That is the issue. And just okay, all the time I say political analysis na ye no. You doing tank honum. By one of the reasons, especially which way maybe Akwatia wa.
Yes.
I say obi ani mo bia wa Akwatia. You get it? And now this particular election,
the real indigenous in there too about.
Yes. It's in real indigenous now. And then I see. And that's what and yes, be a total national elections. Idea Ebeka say MPP executives no be braina or different places. NDC executives no today the entire nation of Ghana.
Yes.
Ethiopia vigilance is so high. It will be fine if I go with passes in Omeka basinum. So that is one of the issues.
When we say, I mean, turnout near low, it's not really clearly because of but there are other factors.
So many factors. Okay. So many factors. But one of them, police for the number of police presence on the ground. Only they interview people.
Okay.
Mukai so Charlie Humbia Beshe Muna Sebekwa Kope Jumama Obi Papa na Bibe Media and they figure. But among all of this, even if it is 50% now, a bit to about the say Yenya credible, peaceful election. Na at least yet to be a parliamentary an MP for Akwatia. Because to me, like the way I any other places, Salni, for very long time.
For long time.
No.
Okay, Mayamra Global Info Analytics for the NSO now. Also the exit poll, one more a year, the age margins, clearly should tell you, say, Akwatia, more of a youthful population, and the Omotra was say. People within 18 to 24 constitute about 5% of the total electorate at Akwatia. Then between the ages of 25 and 34, somewhere 36%, and constituted that age bracket. Then age 35 to 44 as well. Comes up with some 39%. And the Okami no krano ediboma clearly youth dominate Akwatia. Say youth dominate Akwatia there. Then what it means is that factors are almost being influencing elections can be true because youth neni swadi huno any say omubenye eduma youth neni swadi huno any say omubenye developmental projects say omubenye education any dia kanina. So my young shade how is this going to reflect in taking a decision by close of poll?
I think Dankwa has been doing so well. The guy he has gained a lot of respect for me from where we work from.
Yes.
We have so much respect for him. Truly, that is the situation on the ground. Where the number of youth now Akwatia apart from Ejuma Mupenu, yes, development. Obia person ko ni kruma yefe. Enti apart from say Onua kasa ni Ejuma wo pese oye no. The muhia development. If you go to Akwatia right now, ufa youth 10, they are interview 10 about 7 of them because was yepe mputu Ejuma. But one of the things I am here say politicians no ya na edu samre ansana I say who say nkrofo and I say there is a town somewhere and we hear development na me say me catch say Dankwa say he should not wait as say otwe na you do about to answer now to me yes kind of analysis.
No, but so what follow now almost every month be on the report.
Thank you. And yes, be about the embassy can say
especially on the rating of the president.
Yes,
very important. But you are getting shut down.
Yeah, but say yes, can say Onua constituency ni be a say development be anko hono want to be called those areas.
Okay.
Now on here this kind of
polls.
Now for Brabant, we shouldn't wait for by elections because there is a development project going on there. Okay. And these things have been happening during the previous regime. We can once say it's an insult to the intelligence and integrity of the people. And me danger makers say previously no. Yet to me, the machines at the back one constituency throughout the night by Ejuma.
That's all light.
That's all light Ejuma. Now we elections no pay. Now
machines naira.
My machines naira. We can mention places. I mean, I seen enough.
Yes.
A bit how do you call it? Kumeu. Same thing. But I'm praying, say, this time round, road I who say, if started some road project over there, I mean, stop you anywhere. Now, one beautiful thing, say, we saw inauguration of DVLA office.
Yes.
And that is a completed project. So I am happy for the people of Akwatia say, yes, they are talking about Mputu Juma, but the truth is that I think say this time around things are different.
Okay.
Now Bompire say this government to give them the development they want. It's a idea government now it has come to limelight. They've seen that yes, the people of Akwatia need certain things. These are some of the reasons why by-elections are
very important.
Are also very important because
I don't be catch me say Onua can the MP be. Now I got to about with the close anyway. Quining here. It's definitely about person the MP na your man quite and great. But Kweko do one see from number mark so no. So I mean clearly just about 8 minutes more to go. Now about 20 in Abanewe secure akano ensheda what they are, then what it means, and it's in most of the polling stations, electoral officers, presiding officers, ebe started say na afi omo close post. And 8 minutes okay ma yedi abatu ni na Abanewe what should be done?
Yeah, so what should be done? And any idea medical kai is a police for no ever. In fact, not only police, because your core elections be your task force, election task force.
Okay.
But the police people, they lead the task force. Until I say they are the people we mention all the time. Until the task force should take these few minutes left, very, 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 very serious. We should take it as if say this is the time as the election. I think Abeba static asana ending, so that we take everything very serious. And say all body cameras should be activated now. Yes. Yes, everywhere.
Body cameras by who?
Yes.
By the NDC or by the police?
The thing is that from 92, we had about 33 by-elections. And then the 34th.
Yes.
And we were 33 we are. I mean, about 80% it went to 82% went to
the incumbent government.
No, not only the incumbent government, like it is retained by
the incumbent party.
They are like Nipa party Nipa Wohwa.
Oh no.
Thank you. And about 18% flipped.
Okay.
But this election is special in Akwatia because Akwatia NDC has won 5 times, NDP 6 times. And so NDC want equalization. Apart from that, this is a time NDC want to, show to the nation, say, yes, our government is
really working.
It's really working.
And I don't think that yes, say about very critical for both the NPP and NDC.
Sure.
Because say a core NDC, what it means is they abided by in the last 8 months. Why the people approve of it?
Approve of it.
Say a core NPP. So what it means is that the NDC will have to set up as a government because a member say lucid trust any hope bit by bit.
You are there. Anti-public perception
and
political momentum.
Okay.
Critical. Very, very critical.
In this election.
This very election. Maybe very, very. So, these few minutes left, I am telling you, say, you're more tensed than, say, time I started.
But I feel and think, say, should the NPP lose this seat, it will cause them a lot of harm and damage. Now, the reason, and it's already there is a perception, say, even in opposition, reorganization, as a woman to me said that problematic. Now, to be able to win back the momentum and the trust of the electorate, you need to win this to, bring back the momentum and then to say okay, even though you're the form there, but based on the result, what it means is that and Crawford that's who GDA NPP.
My brother, you are thinking exactly like our outfit. So, I have disagreed with all political analysts within the week. I won't say this election is just. It's insignificant, and all that very important.
It's very, very important.
MPP for person because we cry. It doesn't change anything in Parliament. We are not looking at that. I want him to say because you can't win one election. By election now, when your MP 50 and 60 from that. Or one name say only one. But the truth is that people lose election where is going to cast a lot of slay on them. And this winner is an approval of the President Mahama. And I can tell you for a fact, they say none of these two political parties, they know what you are talking about right now. Say winning or losing it implications. And in America say these few minutes left are more tensed than even from time I started about Toronto. Because so even it's almost time.
Yes, it's almost time. 4 minutes to 5.
That's right. And vigilance no say police in fact the task force some take it be serious. We want the entire minimum say maybe I say she had last Thursday.
Yes,
I said it. Say where I say MPP any all other political parties any GDA or IGP in terms of managing elections.
Okay.
Because he was the deputy how do you call it, IGP in charge of operations. As enough.
Okay.
And they promise I say very peaceful election.
In fact, the NPP wasn't happy about it.
Thank you.
You know, said the course was saying no. The general secretary of the party, complaining a lot at the end of the election.
Great. Until the same thing, the same thing. Time political parties together with stakeholders with IGP in Crawford Crown. Just after that meeting, the MPP came to complain, say they don't need
ayɛ krado ɛwɔ ɛha no mu sɛ ya wɔn ɛhwɛ sɛdeɛ dwumadie no esi ɛbɛkɔ no na Mr. Speaker abra election no esta atye efi anopa no na ye ne aposifo ene na ɛwɔ ha no mu sɛ pɛpɛpɛ na momu no wɔn ane ene wɔn wɔ ha no mu sɛ no na wɔn ɛnhyɛ wɔn helmet ene bulletproof ene nneɛma na wɔn de hyehyɛ wɔn na ho ene wɔn nsa no na ebi ɛnhyɛ wɔn na momu no asan sɛ ɛsɛ yɛ brɛ no anya awie dunti no ama aposifo no omoboaboa wo ho yie pa e na wo mo wa ha sen a wo mo ehwe se omo be scanner say
but you speak English.
Nah, I'm in English. Policy ballot papers no and afei eniema e wa ha no say sefata
okay, then let's go.
Of course wo mo ebo ye ho eba
before all vote. Without money I won't vote. Yeah. But you're not supposed to be selling your votes. Yeah, I must to sell. No. They are corrupt. They are all corrupt. So I must to sell my vote. No. But
well, Armstrong, quickly tell us, did you engage them to know who they're expecting money from? Why do they even want money?
I mean, so it appears it was a business that we engaged in. They wanted it from both sides. Indeed, some got it from both sides. But one young man that showed me Mr. Cash, showed me, I think not less than 1,000 cities, and he claimed to got 400 cities from the NDC side and also 400 cities from the NTP side, and the other 200 people that just comes randomly, gives them 20, 10, and all bounced up to 1,000 cities. So for him, he took money from both sides, but still decided not to vote for them.
I see Armstrong. It's 5:01. Polls have officially closed. Have polls closed where you are?
So exactly, you see polls just closed, and we are doing a sorting out of the ballot papers, and the arrangement is such that even the media is not given access to where the sorting out is taking place. We've seen some policemen positioning those who are carrying arms outside the barricaded area, and those without arms are within the barricade. Okay, well, I've seen one policeman also carrying arms also within the barricade. So they are not allowing the media even to get close to where they are doing the sorting out, which makes it much more better. So all the other people around can also see what is happening. Over here, the crowd seems not to be so much. If you go to the Akwatia Lawrence station, you see the crowd marching up, because that place appears to be a bigger place with many more electors expected to cast their vote. That is where we perceive that morning fight between Azoka and then also that of the NPP vice chair. So as it stands right now, polls have closed at this place where I am. I can count 1, 2, 3 polling stations. They've all come to an end, and nobody is being admitted to cast their ballot.
Very well, Armstrong, you keep an eye on events there. We'll connect with you once again. Joseph Armstrong Goldalogbe joined us from Akwatia. Earlier was Christian Niale, who also joined us from the Takrasi Dare background. You can tell from where Joseph is, as he has shown us, polls have closed, sorting has begun, which means that we'll be on the grounds a lot. Alfred and Blair will join me, taking us to the grounds a lot as we bring you those provisional results. But right now, as is officially known, polls have closed. Now, remember that there are certain places that polls didn't start at exactly 7 p.m. They would ask to add that extra time. Also, if you're still in line, you'll be allowed to vote. So until the last person has voted, wherever they are in line at this time, at the time polls officially close, then, we can't know the results, or sorting cannot, take place in those areas. But there's so much to talk about, gentlemen. And Mr. Dankwa, you've been so quiet, so let's come to you a little bit. You can hear from the ground. They say you have to give them money or they won't vote. I wonder how widespread this is. Did this appear in your polls at all?
No, we didn't ask those questions today. Unfortunately, we've done that in the past in Asinov, because it was very obvious and evident long before the election day. We didn't see that early enough for us to test it. But it wouldn't surprise me. These people don't keep surprising us, politicians. Once they want to win, they will do everything that they need to do to win. But it's still unfortunate if it's happening. Very sad to hear that.
I see. And then we've seen very low numbers. We hinted at that earlier.
In some places.
In some places. Let's talk about those low numbers, right? And what the impact could be at the end of counting.
Look, it depends on where the low turnout is happening. If you are a Sumedu of MPP, you don't want low turnout in Wenchi. You don't want
the other side
in Akwatia. You don't want low turnout in Apnaman or Bodua East. These are the areas you should not be seeing low numbers. Now, if NDC is able to rack its numbers elsewhere, then that could be a problem. So we need to know where the low numbers are coming from. If you hear the gentleman, your colleague on Takrasi, that's where the MP comes from. That place seems to be very, very high turnout in one of the polling stations. Now, that's what we need to watch, individual polling stations or electoral areas, and what the turnouts are in those areas.
Could Takrasi be a decider in this election, or it will be Wenchi?
It will be helpful, but Wenchi will be a very crucial decider in terms of the numbers that come from there and the margin of winning for MPP candidate in Wenchi. And so too is Bodua East. Bodua East is a strong MPP area, and they must win there and win handsomely. Akwatia, they win here and there. Some of the areas in Akwatia can be won closely, others. But it is very important that they do well in where they're supposed to do well. In Bodua West, where NDC normally wins, we have to see the winning margin there as well. And Apnamai, which is my hometown, a very crucial electoral area in Akwatia. If it comes with a lower turnout, then the margin of win really could be a problem. So we need to see the figures as they come through.
I'm going to come back to you and we'll learn what the big wins could be for the NDC as well, or the areas that you may consider, win points or safe points for polling stations also for the NDC. But Dr. Santiotre, you heard from the ground. I mean, we've talked about how developments are important to the people. We know that in the last few days or over the last week, some graders have arrived in town, grading roads and the likes. I wonder what you make of this. Disappointed?
Using development project to bait voters?
Yes.
Well, it has become part and parcel of by-elections throughout.
You don't have any condemnation for it?
Oh, you see, as far as the people are concerned, right, they are seeing some development. But one way or the other, the question they will be asking themselves is, so if you could do this, why have you delayed all this while? Those are the cynics, right? Those who are motivated by cynicism to ask such questions. Because I listened to some guys who were interviewed. They said they have made up their mind, so it is not about. They said, okay, this is a 5-kilometer road, and they can see that you're only doing 1 kilometer. Is it the case that when they are done, you continue? Well, whether they are able to continue or not, they have already made up their minds. So out of 4 people that were interviewed, 1 was positive about the fact that, the NDC government appears to be ready to bring development. And so for them, Akwatia is turning green. Then the other 3, I think the other 2 spoke in such a way that you could see that they were against the green. But my question is, out of this cynicism, I asked myself, when did you notice that your roads were bad? Is it the case that your roads have become bad within 8 months? Or because some of them said that they have been deprived of developmental project. So I have argued that if developmental project is one of the key motivating factors, then it will rather go against the MPP, not the NDC. Because they will count the 8 years, right? The 8 years that you spend that you did not give them those infrastructure development. And then somebody has spent 8 months and is giving that to you. It may be cynical. Is trying to motivate you to vote for
executive member.
Okay. Others may read in between the lines to say, well, that is positive after all. We never had votes. So we saw what
East and a half.
Right? Overnight
from a common locality. And we organize so I'm support to this by-election. To be in one more year, be bodyguard. Their party officers.
Mate, it's Honorable Collins that and I want me a clear I dream be an and for one watch him where they are honorable. So far, election ye fear napa, but be a waba pro acco, and it when she knew. When she had waba abe then I will become.
Oh, baby, I so come out. Then TVB Basabia T. Do say, a baby, Manago and Yakai. Dear her, Quan say, and this candidate will be winning. And one thing nearby, I bet you sit no.
Did you know how of them this will win? Now shall be.
Me family more than 100%. Yeah, bet you. Numbers in there, be win the minimum, but we need the city the agenda.
Okay.
And upon I'm sure we want them who say, Afa.
Who say NPP sorry NDC a Juma and to know who say and on a reflect
we missing no afa because nipa na woman no omo percent NDC and be winning 1% NDC candidate and be MP na watimene o mampenjo ndrama
mama edin sawoso no aprim puntuo di abre omo Akwatia for pempuntuo baby abeko bi omso pempuntuo ndc no omgidie omso ombetibiti mpuntuo abre and the ndc candidate to adient to mkoto de ama MPP candidate e wone pono
It's Honorable Collins Dowda and yene no edi enkomo no na wo hwe se de sese no aye na wutimi hunu se obia aye crado papa twen say easy ebetimi ahwe na wasorte abano na wakenkan na yehu live show no de obedi nkunim sade NDC ewo vim na NPP ewo vim no eti no wo hwe de ekoso sesi ya ka bi na awura movie VATB and Ramu say apostifano Eddie America echo a honomono every say wusha said de woma ya hanu say na ka bia eni wo kwan ese obe ramu na momon we mu na timi rama womo ewomu no me sha womu yi a womo eye a soldier for and a womo drive soldier ni na drive na ni nua ba ko soldier ni eso so no ete nenchai and a womo atimi ramu police barricade na e wa hono mo ramu e de ababia ya wo mo e sorte abano no mo e hwe akenkan ye no nenam so ma posifo di mirika akọ e hono mo a wo mo e hwe sai wo mo ebetimi aye na wo mo no mo akasa no mo timi ayi ka no e de afi ofri se ba bi adru no ye beka ne se e critical point pa e na adru no etinu obi a ani eda hono mo a wo mo e hwe se Bibia ebetimi akọ ne kwan so na aye kama pa na esan say ye ne NDC empanifo bebre na akasa entine ye hu say NPP National Youth Organizer eso no ewo ha say ye ntwempri no na ye nhwe say ye betimi ene no adi enkomo kakra bi na ye nya no fi say ba bi adru ha no mu say ne do ye beka ne say enibre na aba pa no enti honorable wadaroma ye ma wakọ aba say about ni nyina aba na wie ya enesa yebaka den na wo e de kafa ho ne den po na we expect
That's I think. Oh, okay. TV3. TV3. TV3 for.
Yeah, you Onua TV our live.
Oh. Mama maybe process we na yakasa. Sisi ade mama mi. Right.
Okay, yati asie.
Asumje na ye ba afita no pa na e ba ye bambo no so no mosia aba amanfo ban e de abedu anyumre ye twen say on be kan aba na wi na do wi ni ye no inshallah me sure say the end of the bobo 7 net say NDC lawyer at me afakunya no
ono na dia
Ani nyame anim de me mento aba wa ha me free kran na bae na me ba beboa se ne ye befa Akwatia city akoka ho because wa ohwa mframa na agba wie ye wura dwoma ama na epe seat we oni aja oni na enti omo so obi aso beto aba ma lawyer enti ye hwe se ebebo nonso no na nyame adoma na se lawyer fa
Okay, eti de me bra pani so no ewo eka edefa ene dwumadi a ekoso ewo Akwatia eye by election a empanifo etu ho na mo ehhehye ye ene dai nonum aboyi a wo mo sorte abayi ene side na utimi hunu sesesei no bibia eba na wie ya ene sa na esan se bibia eba na wie ye na ye dikan ama ya hwefo atimi ahunu Akwatia sadia election ho ensam etie e wa hanumu sei na titiriu wo bepie mu e wo wanchi hanumu sei ya wo mo ekofie e ma ne memo mu kofie se ye kasa wo mo nyina aba ya wo mo soso no wo mo ebehwe sadia adwumadie no esi ebekọ ne ntini se san ya kasa dia hasa ye two polling centers no yade se enipa no anya adoso ye pa e wo hanumu sei ya enye asem ketua pa esi no ye try asa ye ne ebi ebekasa enti sese ye hu se nkrofo e wa hanum se wo ma nkwada hye wo ma chi num ne ade nyina okay aben so wo hwe about we bi wo hwe bi pa sese de ye kasa de sorting no eno a na egusu a yisi empanifo na afei observers ne so nyina egina ho no party agents no omo enyina egina wo mo ehwe se de bibia ebetimi akono utimi hu no so obi kan se ni brahas kam obia ani eda hono mu yie pa wo mo ehwe se de adwumadie no wo besan asomo e de ama me e wo studio na bra sorting na e kwaso no bibia e be kwaso e wo e hanom sen bia no me cameraman Kingsley amache e wo hanom sen yi de nje se bibia e betimi akoyie kama e de ama onua yetiefo e na afi ya hwefo
election command center and you did a live coverage of the Akwatia by election no nyina no at the bro na say ye ka say as you see on your screens no polls no end now ye to abani nyina no ewie na obia eniki mu Ghana abatu onhyehyeye enimra no by 5 p.m. no as I say electoral officers presiding officer or polling station ho any ne team ni nyina no close polls na afei de friend sorting no etimi say sorting no say box no esi ho yato abano dodo na ede agumo no esese yetimi ebie so na afi yehwe ni nyina no ede agu ho na yehwe the individual candidate any obia dia onya na yetimi ayiyi ni nyina no ede agu nchen eye after that process no ana the friend counting no ebetimi ahyase enti said the sapoma ede report no ede emaye no se o hwe wo screen so obehu se edom no dodo na no efrase a wo mo efri o mo fiefie mo aba eye the respect polling stations na afei womo ababehwe se sorting no any counting processes ni nyina no ebetimi akoso se de emra no etimi etie now quite interestingly no eshase say yankakra the 119 polling stations ni nyina no ebe go through this particular processes na afei emtwankosi se emo nonsia nkosi nonso no na polling stations ni nyina no aye counting no ewie na ye de madu nyina no akwa kopie mu where the coalition CC will lead by 2.7 margin difference. It is expected, sir, lawyer Bediako Ebe winning with some 53% as predicted by Global Info Analytics. And Mamintio on no surely now.
However, I don't know to say that is the final thing that would happen.
Okay.
I mean, it is a research work.
Yes.
A pool and a wire.
It could
be plus. Or minus. It's a bono abaso. There was one other thing we're discussing and saying a call. interview no so. We were talking about the low voter turnout. Yeah. You see a point, I'm a bit more, sir. Woman to remember to Abano. You find a way. So back at 2024.
But by election, Ankasakra in general, and Crawford say a waste of resources. I say it, and
I mean that argument I do not support it because that is what the constitution says. It gives us the platform. Nenti omoka say, esika say
a detention.
New Wenchi Palace A and B. Alfred, you've got the results.
The numbers they polled as compared to the votes that were cast previously in the previous election?
Yeah, today we got improved, so we are happy for improvements. I know we are going to win this election. Yeah.
Right. Many thanks for your time. And so you've heard the voters' constituents right here in Akwatia. We are at the new Wenchi Palace A and B, where the MPP won in both polling centers. Of course, compared to the last election held here, they have reduced in their numbers in terms of the votes they had in the Palace A. They had over 200 votes last year. This year it has come down to 100 and about 94. And then, of course, in Palace B, it has also reduced from about 300 votes to over 190 votes as well. Reporting right here from New Palace or Wenchi Palace A and B, and voting, sorting and counting are officially done.
Yeah, dear friend, accounting. Also processes this year, but sadly.
Oh, now Judith Brown with those details from New Wenchi Palace A and B. So at least we know that in this particular polling station, Alfred, based on what we have seen on the ground, the NPP candidate takes the lead in New Wenchi. And again, the gentlemen here are already telling me they are not surprised by the outcome. But you do have some numbers to go over with New Wenchi Palace A.
Yes, indeed. The New Wenchi Palace A, from what we got from the polling station, the electoral commissioner, that's electoral commission officer there at the polling station, Solomon Asumedo, the NPP candidate there, polled some 192 of the valid vote cast as against Bernard Bedu of the NDC, 79. And Patrick Owusu of the LPG, Liberal Party of Ghana, Kofi Akpalo's party, he had 0. And the rejected ballots 4. So the total valid vote cast there was 271. And the New Wenchi Palace B, we had Solomon Asumedu polling 190 votes. So you see that, yes, indeed, this follows the same pattern of the NPP in that New Wenchi Palace A and B polling stations. But let's stay a bit further in the New Wenchi area, because if you go to the New Wenchi police station, there are also 2 polling stations there. The New Wenchi police station A, we have the results, as was earlier declared. George Quinn is going to be joining us in a bit. But we're going to cross over shortly to Christian Yale, who is at the Deba Grounds, Takrasi polling station. And Chris, let's find out what's happening where Chris is right now.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
PP, so we just the sound for you.
10.
As he counts.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 67, sorry, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Fatai boom. Fatai boom. Na fatua.
So once they've counted up to 100, they tie those ballot papers before they begin counting the rest of the ballot papers. That is still for the NPP's parliamentary candidate, Solomon Esumedu. So he continues from 101.
That is 101. 2, 102. 3, 103. 4, 104. 5, 105. 6, 7.
And so counting is over for the NPP's parliamentary candidate at the Takoradi Deba Grounds polling station, where Solomon Esumedu has polled 107 ballots out of 581. And very shortly, they will move to count that of the NDC's parliamentary candidate. They do that in order of their position on the ballot paper. And so NPP comes first before the NDC's candidate would follow. And so once the counting is done for the NPP parliamentary candidate, they'll move to the NDC's candidate. This is the Deba Grounds polling station at Takoradi. And Solomon Esumedu has polled 107 vote out of the 508 voters. And very shortly, the NDC's parliamentary candidate, the presiding officer, is just about to begin counting for Bernard Bediako Bedu, the NDC's parliamentary candidate. So we go to pick the feet from the counting.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100.
Let's take you back to Takoradi.
All right, and so the counting is just ended here at the Takoradi Deba grounds. Let me briefly run you through the numbers for here. The total expected voters are 581, and then at the last counting by the Electoral Commission's presiding officer, the NPP's Solomon Esumedu had 107. And then you have the NDC's Bernard Bediako poll about 293. And so those are the figures. So Bernard Bediako has 293, and then you have NBP Solomon Asumedu have 107, and then the total expected voters are 581. I can say that it is all jubilation here. It is all jubilation here, and you can understand it also because this is where the NDC's candidate hails from or comes from, and so almost everyone around is jubilating at the figures. But quickly, let me also run it through the results as we have it from other polling stations within Takoradi. And so when you go to the town mosque within Takoradi, the total numbers were 437. The total expected voters are 437. The NPP's Asumedu had 90. And then the NDC's Bernard Bediako had 230. The rejected ballots are 2. Let me run over that again for Town Mosque, Takorase Town Mosque. Total expected voters are 437. NPP's Solomon Asumedu had 90. NDC's Bediako had 230, and then the rejected ballots are 2. And then you have Takorase Methodist, which is just some few meters from the Deba grounds. Takorase Methodist, total expected voters are 248. And then the NPP's Asumedu polled 84. And then the NDC's Bediako polled 162. And then the rejected ballot again 2. Let me run over that again for you. Takorase Methodist, total expected voters 248. NPP 84. NDC 162. And then rejected is 2. And so those are the figures, the official figures that we have received so far from this area. Let's try to see if we can get some reactions from these voters here who are so happy about the outcome of the polls.
Lawyer no wafa ache MP bia emfrita klase hada na afi we die yenso yanya nipa ofrita klase etina se MP ama anadi nkunim
asa yenyan kan wie yenti I don't know obeka se benya MP ofrita klase se yenyan kan wie ye
wa wani tua se na de ne siko bia no wa ngasa ohu wa utie bebia awmadi kan akan na aye NDC ni no na waje nti ano de yenyan nkɔ pre hu biem ya jama omo.
All right, so he believes that per the results that are trickling in, it is the NDC's candidate that will win. But we wait to see the final collation as it would happen. But you see that there are lots of motorbikes that are floating the streets. People who are sounding the vuvuzelas. There are persons who have loaded themselves in vehicles and moving up and down, all in jubilation, just at the fact that the NDC's Bernard Bediako has won at least this polling station and some nearby polling stations as well. And so it's all joy, excitement here. But once again, that is just some early days yet, because there are about 119 polling stations across the Akwatia constituency that this exercise is being held at. And so until the final declaration and collation is done, one cannot run into conclusion yet. But for them, so far as they have won it at this particular polling station and nearby ones, that is just enough for them,
out so
especially
well
within
in this particular election.
Township, because
I can say both political parties, they have their own strategy on the course election way.
Okay.
Don't forget, said within this week, the NDC also inaugurated, was it DVLA office in Akwatia. So both political parties, no BRA trying a possible best say Obenya the sympathy from the electorate ahead of this by-election.
Also, Dr. Maomi, I was saying NDC for the man. Pressure
because of court issues, not up and down. And MPP in social year who said no, Nipa no who yache to see about 40 days there. Young fan share this time, then it will create the awareness for the constituents to know say this time round we are close to the election. No one who say this year parliamentarian and a film into Ebema amount for no eye day.
ate bibi say na ebekọ so amanfo betumi agina so ato aba amom in that same vein NDC so ehu ne se ba bi eduru no e wase ye we edeboa na ye inaugurate office no let amanfo ne say we are bringing development to their doorsteps enti Akwaye at least be se pa ko nyina haban I say ta se no dey answer pom because omumi enu nyina no obi a wo adwemu pa wode
oh dey me pesa me kan say no kura ni nyame anim say ye wogidie say e den ya NDC ni no be den ebewi ni lawyer bedi akono denti na meka sa tama onwie school ma ye lawyer kura no otimi boy ma ye nya secondary school na Mahama de ba yi blog no na mo so de nya ba ko okromu a se tam no okọ school no ma ye lawyer kura ansa na wa wie school na wa be lawyer wo se ye nsanto abama no ma ye MP eden na che say ye to abama no be ye MP a ontimi fa bi fufuro emle ye o okromu a eti ye de ye wogidie say ye to abama na ye nu ye ho da ayede ya obeboa oma no empuntu ne ye ono so no betimi di mpuntu aba enti aye ni je se ya wi ni wa ananya ha nkwa ne ya wi ni ba bia ya wi ni enti o ya MP ba ko pe thank you very because say takrase empuntu ne ya pe empuntu ya pe ni nya say lawyer ona me empuntu abra me di o me di MP kwa no o me empuntu enti ya pe say obedia nyini bebia na mama puto na takrase enya puto na ekwenum asema no.
So basically what they are all saying is that even before Bernard Bediako of the NDC would contest this election, he has done a lot for them in this community. They mentioned the community day SHS where that polling station is that he himself votes together with the Eastern Regional Minister. And so we just continue to witness and as it were the celebration and the jubilation as it is happening in the town. But let me pick this senior citizens' thoughts as well. Then I will cover about to
I know na kano e putu papa no tibi say ya di ani to no so a ye kure ye ya ka mache eti adinta e putu keke e putu no ye hwe ne saka no eti e pacha makonye konye sina e aka mudodo sese de oba ye ni oni pa o tibi say oba boa en pa na e mebu na e ba no obi abeya adwuma dade aye adinta ye nya ye ogidie oni mu say e se to abama no.
It's all about development and progress for the community and jobs for the youth in this area, in this community of Takoradi where Bernard Bediako hails from. But when you check onto the street, you realize that there are more and more people who are springing up and showing up just about this time in utmost celebration. Many who are flanking the flag of the National Democratic Congress, and most of the youth, the gentlemen who are also riding motorbikes up and down the street in this neighborhood or in this community of Takoradi. But just about now, I can also indicate that the police, just as it were, are still guarding the place. And then very soon, the result as we have had it would be entered onto the pink sheet and sent to the appropriate quarters where the final collation is expected to take place. And so the party agents are here observing every step of the process. We just can try to see if we can pick the writings onto the pink sheet as it is happening, and then we'll take it from there. But it is done here at the Takoradi Deba grounds where the NDC's Bernard Bediako has won, and at least 2 other polling stations that we have visited to get the final result, like the Takoradi Methodist polling station as well as the town mosque. Those 2 other places, we know that Bernard Bediako has taken the lead. And then when you listen to the rest there, when you listen to the town folks, it is just one message that if he is declared the winner at the end of the day, then they expect him to do much more for them. They expect him to drive much development and also bring them so many jobs, especially for the youth in this area, which is one of the calls that when you listen to most of the senior citizens that I have engaged just a while ago, they're making that they expect him to do much more. One of the points they make really is that even before he would show interest in this race, even while he was in the law school, he championed the interest of this community and ensured that they benefit from a number of projects, developmental projects. And so they're just anticipating that once he carries the day, he would continue those
the development projects. As you indicated them, Chris, it's early days yet, yes indeed, but then again, this is the home area, that is the particular Takrasi area where the NDC's candidate Bernard Bedu hails from. So it's instructive that we got the results from this particular area, the Takrasi area. It tells a clear story of Bernard Bedu's dominance there. And in the Takrasi Deba grounds, the Solomon Osmedu of the NPP polls some 167 of the valid vote cast as against Bernard Bedu of the NDC 293. The same story in the Takrasi Town Mosque polling station. The NPP, Solomon Osmedu polled 90, Bernard Bedu polled 230 as the rejected ballots 2. In Takrasi Methodist, Solomon Esumedu polled 84, Bernard Bedu 162. And let's cross over now to New Wenchi, because New Wenchi polling station has, the New Wenchi police station has 2 polling stations located at the police station in New Wenchi. And George Quaining is our man there. Now, George, we understand that the New Wenchi police station, polling station, A and B results have been declared by the Electoral Commission officer there at the polling station. What does the result say?
Yeah, thank you so much, Alfred, for having me. A very good evening. We're coming to you live from the New Wenchi police stations A and B. And so after 10 hours of vigorous voting, the exercise has finally come to an end. And so as you rightly mentioned, there are 2 polling stations. We have A and B. And so A has total voters of 445 and B has 444. So let me just run by the outcome of this very, exercise. And so for A, so the total valid votes were 235 and the NDC's Bernard Bedu polled 79 and the MPP Solomon Esumedu polled 156, LPG 0, rejected ballots 3. And so at polling station A, the MPP won. Let me just run by you that of the B. So B, total voters are 444 and total valid votes were 244 and the NDC polled 83 and the MPP 161 and LPG polled 0, rejected ballots 3. So also at B, the MPP won. And there's some sort of excitement here. And I would want to just engage some of the constituents to let you know what they feel about the outcome of this very election. And so there are some few gentlemen gathered here. Very good evening, guys. You're live on TV3. You're live on TV3. I know some voted here. These guys voted here. And the outcome is out. Yes. The MPP has won for A and B. Who is saying? How do you feel? I am strong. And so, no matter what you do, MPP will still win this place. In fact, this year, a vote, a drop here. But turn out to know so a drop away. And a percentage is a drop away. So this is what I can say. So but it's not surprised there. Yes, it's no surprise. But Chami area Bianca, I am more like NDC Anka. I be a baby with you. A war within Akwatia. No, Akwatia. There are places where NDC won. Yeah, so that's Bredu Lorry Station B. MPP polled 111, and then the NDC polled 323. So clearly, it's a strong vote of the NDC. So until the coalition center is done with the results, we cannot really confirm whether the MPP is leading. So these are some constituents here who have also expressed some sort of confidence. They're saying that this is a stronghold of the MPP, and so it's not surprising that the MPP has won. But as you can see, the ballot boxes have been sealed by the Electoral Commission. They are conveying them to the coalition center. So we gather all of the results and give you the final verdict of this whole exercise. So there were more than 50,000 voters here at the Akwatia constituency of 120 polling stations. So the exercise is finally over. Is it going to be the NDC's Bernard Bediako or the MPP Solomon Esumedu? So this is the outcome here. So the MPP won for the A and B. So let me just wrap up with him, and then I think we spoke before. So finally, after 10 years, we are done with this very exercise. And what has been your impression? So for me, I think security was tight here. Apart from that, what do you think?
Well, I think it's been well organized. Yeah. I have to give credit to the EC and to the police, particularly the manner in which they organized I mean, the police did not wait for anything to happen. They were very preventive. Once a motorbike comes closer, once any unauthorized person comes closer, they ask the person to stay away. And they have maintained peaceful cooperation so far. And I think our colleagues from the MPP too have behaved quite well. Apart from a few skirmishes we heard about in Akwatia and the rest, I think it's been generally peaceful. And the results coming out so far put our party in a very good position.
But I also see some results at towards the Sumedu of whatever 332, more than 332 votes for the NDC. So I think you have to relax.
Oh no, but I can appreciate also that this is an MPP stronghold. Don't forget that the diseased MP, this is his home.
Yeah.
Obviously, there will be some sympathy votes. There will be some people who would still want to maintain where they stand. But of course, it's a game of balance.
Right, that's George Quinn in there, and at the New Wenchi Police Station polling station. So the New Wenchi Police Station polling station, there are two of them. The New Wenchi Police Station polling station A. These are the results as has been declared by the Electoral Commission officer there at the polling station. NDC's Bernard Beidou polled 79 as against the NPP's Solomon Asimedu 156. The LPG's Patrick Owusu had 0. In fact, a number of the polling stations we visited so far, the LPG is yet to register any vote at all. So we'll see how things play out. But this is the polling station A of the Wenchi Police Station. Then we have the polling station B at the New Wenchi Police Station. The NDC's Bernard Beidou 83 and Solomon Asimedu of the NPP 161. LPG 0 again. So as we have been told, this New Wenchi area is a stronghold of the New Patriotic Party. And so it is of no surprise that we're seeing these results go in favor of the candidate that is Solomon Asimedu, the minor in this particular area. That's the New Wenchi area. Now, we're going to go straight to other areas in this particular constituency, Akwatia by-election. This is your election command center. Let's go straight to the Akwatia Lorry Station. Akwatia Lorry Station. My colleague Joseph Armstrong Gold-Alogbe is going to be joining us shortly for the Akwatia Lorry Station. We understand Bernard Beidou of the NDC polled 333 of the valid vote cast as against NPP Solomon Asimedu 83. These are the provisional results as have been put out at the Akwatia Lorry Station polling station. That is NDC's Bernard Beidou 333 as against Solomon Asimedu of the NPP 83. LPG 0 again. Rejected ballots 1. This is for the Akwatia Lorry Station polling station. Then we have Bwedua Lorry Station. Bwedua Lorry Station, we have the NPP candidate, that is Solomon Asimedu, 127 as against Bernard Beidou of the NDC, 282. 127 as against 282. And Kemeni, Bwedua is a place where you have Musa Dankwa mentioned a number of times this particular area, Takrasi and Bwedua, that we're seeing things play out in this particular area. That's a Bwedua area. The NDC winning, that's the candidate there, having that victory based on the provisional results that we're getting from that polling station. That's the Bwedua Lorry Station polling station. The NPP candidate, that's Solomon Asimedu, 127 as against the NDC's Bernard Beidou, 282. If you fast forward and look at what's happening, for instance, and the town council hall, Akwatia Town Council Hall polling station, the NPP Solomon Asimedu polled some 193 of the valid vote cast as against Bernard Beidou, 154. This town council area, in the 2024 election, we saw the NPP win there with a greater margin than what we are seeing now. But the margin has actually closed a bit.
In our situation, we don't have that. But I also blame education.
154 as against Solomon Asimedu, 193. So there's just a difference about
over the years. Once again,
42,
the NCC is
thereabouts. So we see as well this same trend of the gap closing up as against what happened in 2024 at a number of the polling stations. In fact, if you look at the AME Zion Church polling station, the NDC's Bernard Beidou polled 118 of the valid vote cast with the provisional results that we've gotten, plus the NPP Solomon Asumedu 107, a difference of just about 11 votes between them at the AME Zion Church. This is what we're getting now. Rejected ballots 3. Let's cross over to Joseph Armstrong Goldalogbe, who is this particular AME Zion Church polling station. He also brought us some results from the Akwatia bus station as well. Armstrong, tell us what's happening where you are. If you can unmute for me, Armstrong, and let's hear from you. Unmute for me so we can hear you. That's Joseph Armstrong there from the AME Zion Church polling station, and the results have been declared there. We'll cross over shortly. Yes, I can hear you clearly. Tell us what's happening where you are.
So you can see the jubilation right behind me. Immediately after the counting, we took to the streets and we are jubilating because every time I said we are happens to be the stronghold of the NPP. The last election we had here, the NPP won this place massively by the council now. The overturned and the NDC candidate has won this place as a state. And we saw some NDC executives coming in here to throw money in the air. We saw them taking money one city into the air. We see the supporters reaction for the money. I saw few of those footages. We can show to our viewers.
All right.
So that's what is happening here now.
Joseph, we're struggling to get a clear connection of the sound to you, so rectify that so we hear you clearly. But Kemini, one thing that we're seeing quite clearly with all the polling stations we've visited so far and the ones that we're yet to, and the response we're getting from our correspondents on the ground, is that security has been beefed up. You recall the IGP, Christian Teteyono, did indicate that there's going to be some reinforcement when the sorting, counting begins. And we've seen the fully armored police personnel lined up at all of these polling stations when the counting is ongoing, before the declaration as well. We wait to see what's going to happen at the Coalition Center. That's where the final action is going to be, is it not?
Absolutely, indeed. And, you know, you were given the numbers earlier. The gentleman on this side and myself, we've been going through those numbers and see how or what trend we are seeing. But if you're here with us, we can also tell you that, you know, in the next hour or so, we'll bring you a comparative analysis of the results that are trickling in and what we have known to be the results from the previous elections. Alfred did a little bit of that, but there will be a full scale comparative analysis of these numbers. In the meantime, there's been a lot happening on the ground. There's still so much more happening. We'll continue to lace our conversations with happenings on the ground. But let me come back here into the studio. If you're just joining us, it's still our continuing coverage of the Akwatia by-election. Counting is going on, we can say, in at least 100 polling stations at this point, because we have brought you those results that have been declared. In maybe about a dozen of those polling stations. We'll get you the actual numbers, but if you look at the bottom of our screen, as the numbers trickle in, our internal systems will be collating those numbers and announcing them at the bottom of the screen. We'll also bring you those live conversations as well. Up here in the studio is Dr. Norman, security analyst, Dr. Jonathan Santiago, political analyst, and Mr. Dankwa, who's been on social media at this point. We know why, Mr. Dankwa, because you almost always predict the outcome of elections in this country. And, for those who think it's going the way the prediction was,
able to do so with ease, and so some of them are stationed down there, ensuring that goes. So vehicles that are also coming from the Akwatia main township are also having difficulty making their way through to wherever they are going. So that is the situation here. So from in your shot now is the traffic from here up until the Akwatia township. So those who are coming from and those who are going to Akwatia are having a deadlock over there. So the police are trying so much to provide traffic management to ensure that every vehicle that is coming, especially for those that are transporting the election materials to the coalition center are able to do so with ease. So even though that is happening, as that happens, you have quite a number of the youth in this constituency or in this area who are also on the street watching what is happening. In fact, some of them were earlier jubilating, and some of them are in white, jubilating that their candidate has actually won the election. So let me engage a few of them and find out how the mood is over here. Jubilate. Na ada na jubilate abra election no yenye free results no.
Oh, me party am person winning no. Me hu say seti ya no Onua lead. And seti na ya me dey na me jubilate.
So that is the chant over there. It appears they are excited about the situation. So that is why they are all excited. So Sewa, that is what is happening. Supporters of the MPP candidate, Solomon Owusu, some of them are also making their way to the coalition center, but the police have barricaded the area to ensure that unauthorized people do not make their way to the center. Branamino Nkasa, okay, Mame, Arena Usu, Ujubilate, says, Abra results no dear, or Munyan friend.
Nemo mo se wo de o se wo. De kasa si ebo. De ya kan se pasundwe. Ye nipa na ye hia no. So won fa ye nipa man na mo kwa asundwe mu pepepe eno ano no. Well,
I'm bu ye nipa mbo ye soro. Oma timanya mo hwe. Na before na ya wie na ye ba no mo se ya chi nipa ba ko. 1070.
Yo, so basically, that's what's happening there. He's been freed.
Okay, now Mame also day turn a catcher.
Name can say, oh, one of the Waha. 1 month here, also my Kwajuma, my Kunumajuma, I don't know my Scandinavia, and so winning.
Okay, so these are supporters of Kwame Esumedu. Sewa, like I was reporting earlier, now the traffic situation is easing down because the police came to block the main intersection here at Buedua, and it means that unauthorized vehicles, especially those who are not carrying election materials, will not be able to have their way here, and that is why the traffic is flowing. So still supporters of now lawyer Beidu are also on the streets jubilating, and that is the signage of the national chairman of the NDC that they are doing at the moment as they jubilate. Now, Mame, Arana also when you are just
so way number 1. Yeah.
Abani de say yambo we are there now. Okay, Mame, now also one a winning.
Me say, Solomon Asumadu
All right, so the excitement is still ongoing here on the Buedua High Street as the youth are up in their numbers on the streets, jubilating that their favorite candidate, that is the MPP Solomon Asumedu, would carry the day. Like I indicated, still traffic over here as the election materials are being transported, and others who are expected to play some important roles at the coalition center are also making their way here. Now, some MPP supporters are here, and the jubilation is just ongoing. Quite an excitement for them, even though the official declaration is yet to be made. So they are chanting.
Well, so that was our colleague Hanan there engaging some of the constituents at the Buedua Presby School area.
It's getting interesting. So, I mean, every side says they've won, but we know the constitutionally mandated body that should declare the results is the Electoral Commission. And so we had IB telling us earlier that they were heading to the collation center where they were going to consolidate all the results that have been counted at the polling stations. And so expect to see them coming. We are giving you provisional results right now on our screens as we have received them from the presiding officers at the various polling stations. These are provisional results.
Once NDC
we are
is
showing
doing
you
better
the figures
in
out
they don't usually
of
do
the
well.
total
Even in Wenchi, I'm hearing that the guys
119
were
polling stations.
There are last time, doubling his numbers. So it's a sign that
I see. We'll see how that plays out, Musa, and I hope that you could give us 10 more minutes. But let me go back to Alfred on the other side of the studio. Alfred, what's happening? Why are you taking us?
Let's go straight back to Joseph Armstrong Gold-Alogbe, who in fact, visited a number of polling stations as we speak in the Akwatia constituency. He has been to the Lorry station and then other places as well. He's giving us an update over there. Joseph, kindly tell us right now where you are and what is happening. You talked about the celebration and the number of polling stations that you have visited so far. Tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, you see a lot of people standing right behind me. All they are waiting for is for the next money to be thrown into the air. Because earlier we saw a GH thrown in here, and the next thing we saw was 5 cities, 1 city being thrown into the air, and people were just rushing for it. I shared that video with you earlier. I know if you shared it, so you can look for our viewers. Yeah, so you see people are gathered here waiting patiently for who is coming to throw in money into the air. So it's all about jubilation here now because this place, they thought the NDC candidate was going to lose because normally the NDC that wins over here. But this time around, the vote has changed. It has gone in favor of the NDC, which is why I told the NDC constitutional executive came here to throw the money to thank the electorate here. So all they are waiting for now is for some to share the next money.
You actually go and vote.
No, he's...
Now, one of the things that we're seeing there is a celebration behind you, and we're going to keep an eye on how things are playing out because the polling station AME Zion Church, we have that result as well. As declared announced by the EC officer in that AME Zion Church polling station, and that Bedo of the NDC holds some 118 of the volleyball cast as against the MPP Solomon Asumedu 107, the LPG 0, rejected ballots 3.
Well,
now we also see that same story play out, and interestingly, Kemini, the Basque
just like Ben has said a while ago, we are getting some provisional results, but the constitutionally mandated body to declare the results is the Electoral Commission, and it appears that we're inching closer to that
the NPP,
moment when the EC will let us know who
323 as against 111. And this is a difference of over 200 votes. Now,
so far.
In the valid vote cast there is 434. Rejected ballot 2. This is the bus terminal in Bwedua. Then you have the Bwedua Presbyterian JHS new block. We also have that results coming through right now. NPP's Solomon Asumedu 109 as against Bernard Bedu 98. So you see in the Bwedua area, the polling stations, NPP and NDC are winning. But when you look at the margin of victory at the polling stations that the NDC candidate wins, the margin is wider as against the polling station that the NPP candidate wins. So, for example, let's stay on this one. For the bus terminal in Bwedua, the NPP candidate polled 111, that's Solomon Asumedu, as against Bernard Bedu, 323. That's a difference of over 200 votes. Now, in the same Bwedua area, Presbyterian JHS new block, the NPP candidate polled 109. Then you have Bernard Bedu of the NDC polling 98, a difference of just about 11. as we've seen there. So at 200 vote difference in at one polling station in the same area of Bwedua, then in another that the MPP wins, just about 11 votes difference in favor of the MPP candidate. The same in the Bwedua Presbyterian JHS old block. So there's a new block. The old block polling station had the NPP's Solomon Asmedu polling 117 as against the NDC's Bernard Bedu 98. And guess what, Kemeni, for the first time we are seeing at the polling station, the LPG's Patrick Owusu polled 2 votes. 2. Yeah, so at least he has something to his name. This one at the Bwedua Presbyterian JHS old block, 2 votes for Patrick Owusu of the Liberal Party of Ghana, Kofi Akpalo's party. Fast forward, if you go to the Palace Square A, Palace Square A, and I want our viewers to pay attention to the bottom of the screen. All what I'm reading to you right now is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. So pay attention to the bottom of the screen because we're updating the results as they come through thick and fast here on your election command center. And so as you just keep an eye out there, we're giving you all the polling station results coming through on the ground from our people who are stationed across the 119 polling stations. We have a strong team already at the coalition center where all the action will take place and the final declaration, official declaration made by the Electoral Commission as to who has won this Akwatia by-election at the end of the day. So stay with us here on your election command center. Palace Square A, expected voters were 482. And per the provisional results put out, the NPP's Solomon Asmedu, 192. NDC's Bernard Bedu, 79. That's Palace Square A. Let's go to Palace Square B. NPP's Solomon Asmedu, 194. NDC's Bernard Bedu, 74. That is Palace Square B. Now, this is how things are playing out because, and I know you have Musa Dankwa with you, and as you did indicate, there's quite some work that has been done ahead of today. Let's take a look at what he found out, Kemeni, in this particular area, the Bwedua area, and what we are seeing now, that both MPP and NDC are winning at the polling stations in the Bwedua area, but the margin of victory for the NDC is wider as against that of the NPP.
Indeed, very much so. And Musa, I think that's something that you had alluded to a little earlier about, where the MPP could have its numbers in Bwedua and where the NDC could have its numbers in Bwedua. I mean, based on the numbers that your people are also collecting, what are you seeing in Bwedua, East and West as a whole?
In the exit poll, Bwedua West, where NDC wins, NDC was getting around 60% or more of the vote there. And in the Bwedua East, where MPP must win, they were getting around 53%. So they were quite below par. And if that kind of numbers pan out, and that's what we are probably seeing now. So in the Bwedua East, you see the gap narrow. In the Bwedua West, we see a very wide margin for NDC guys.
I mean, if at the end of today, Solomon is not able to, based on the projections you are making, that his performance at the end of today is likely not to surpass that of, the late Ernest Kumi. Is this a rejection of the candidate? Or could we even call it a rejection to start with, of the candidate or of the party?
I think it's more of the candidate. This one is more of the candidate. Because if you look at the support the candidate was getting among the elite voters in Akwatia, it was quite bad. His support was coming just from the junior high guys. And even with no education, it was split in the middle in the polls. I'll have to look at the demographic in the exit poll to show us. But the exit poll will not show us true picture because of the ethnic groups that were not telling us the truth. They were probably telling us something to make us feel that, make them safe in wherever they are, because they are a minority in those areas. And it's not very uncommon. It's very common in the consensus where those ethnic groups are minority and they are kind of dominated by their accounts. When you are in that environment, I will not tell you my vote is quite ripe.
From behind, most of them are here, but a number of them have moved to the coalition center. Are going
but
to
the
monitor
poll was showing
what is going to happen, even though they are not going to have
almost
answers
2
because
points between
the police have mounted barricades
right from the junction, before you even move to the collation center itself, without accreditation, you can't even enter the perimeters of the collation center. So they're just going to stand by the roadside to get results as the collation goes on. However, the constituency office here, most of them have converged. They believe that they've won because they are just opposing the vote that they had in 2024 election, and the vote that just came in. They believe that they have won the election. But when you go to the other side of the NDC, they are equally jubilating. They believe that they have, reduced the vote margin of the NPP in their stronghold, and they have appreciated in their stronghold, in their NDC stronghold. So the NDC supporters are also jubilating that they have won this particular election. So now you can see the police personnel moving. Some of them have been stationed here as it were to also provide security for those who are the party office, just so there's no, altercation or violence here at the NPP's party office.
All right, Kojo, thank you. But what is the mood there? Because we are picking very different vibes on social media. What are they saying? NDP says they're winning. MPP says they're winning. What are these people telling you?
Well, so essentially, this information coming from, their executives or their leaders. That for them, they believe that the numbers are good and they are winning. So they have every right to jubilate. And so that's the more reason why they are jubilating. But let me speak to some of them. This woman has been here for a while, and I would like to speak to her to ask her, what they are picking from their leaders' reason they are jubilating. Patrol, Yano Casacana, Yembisao, Nentia, what about Bensa or Ahan we say, now Yebisao said, Abena or Bono, and then Tina, Oba Bembe Rebesa, and then I'm paying for Kachamo.
Oh, you are say, I am King Solomon, I could pay no size. I'm not a canoe. I'm saying, the other year, 2 months in this time.
Eti musu se na mesna eba no mwadi nkonim.
Yes super ya wajidi pa jidi just see more day. Ya kunu to be kwa nje juma. Everything mad. Ya don't wanam. Ko juma no. Ya ni mutagala mtenti. Ni kwa stro. Ya wajidi. Ya wa to ya wa bibia.
Okay. When you say galamsey illegal, you can say Solomon, the galamsey about galamsey because say illegal. Okay. All right. So you heard from one of the supporters who is also here, and that is the reason. She believes that the parliamentary candidates of the MPP, if he wins, he is going to ensure that the people or the supporters or the people here, they will continue to engage in galamsey, as she put it. But then that is her view. A lot more supporters are here, and as I said, some of them have also moved to the collation center. As to whether they will get access, that is another story.
Thank you very much. Kojo Ansah is our Eastern Regional Correspondent, speaking to some party supporters at the party headquarters in Akwatia. Back here in the studio, there's Michael Donyina-Mensah. He's the Executive Director for the Center for Public Opinion and Awareness. And, of course, my colleague Ben is Abubaidi Lansa. Michael.
So we can see that, well, people are jubilating both sides, but as we said, this election, as I said earlier on, tips towards the favor of the NDC, and I already stated my reservations towards certain approaches, but definitely the NDC will likely take it because, of course, earlier on you're talking about the issue with, is it Collins Dowda?
Yes.
And yes, I mean, that was a threat on them. So why wouldn't they vote for the NDC? Because he's threatening them that, look, if you don't vote for the NDC, your development will not be forthcoming.
But the question also is, wouldn't people have already decided before the election day who they were going to vote for? Will Collins Dowda's pronouncements, though unfortunate, on the election day make any difference?
Yes, it can. Even on your way to vote,
it
can change. Even at the polling station, if somebody... Look, I was saying that...
Greases your palm very well. You can change your mind, isn't it?
Yes, and I was even saying that, those big wigs who roam from polling station to... It can form some form of psychological inducement. So that's why... So the voting, it can change at any time. On your way, if somebody meets you and gives you some money, hey, vote for you, it can change at any point in time.
Interesting. Everything will tell in about an hour's time, I'm sure, because as IB tells us, the collation is happening now at the at the Constituency Collation Center, and very soon we should be receiving some official results from the EC and possibly a final declaration on who has exactly won. But Sewa, you are monitoring social media. There's a lot happening there.
Yes, there's so much happening.
We are picking some signals from some key personalities as well.
I am telling you, and our producers are trying to get Musa Dankwa, who was on the show earlier today, by the way, to pick his thoughts on what he's speaking from the grounds. But it really isn't in my place yet to say what people are saying.
Exactly.
But we'll be getting some comments on social media very shortly. I'll be reading some of them on air. But Ben, is what Michael was talking about. Remember when Musa Dankwa released this poll, which said that the NDC was going to get some 53% or so, it was based largely on development.
Okay.
Right? Those were the reasons why the people said they were going to vote for the NDC. So I'm not surprised if a member of the NDC
goes to
not
reinforce,
just any member, someone like Collins Dowda comes to say that if you don't vote for the NDC, there will be no development, and these are people who are yearning for development, I will not be surprised at all that it will change the minds of many, right?
Right.
And I don't know, Michael, do you think, because I remember the day Musa Dankwa released that poll, I had an interview with him here on the morning show and asked him between then and now if anything substantial could change, to tilt it in the favor of the NPP. And he said he wasn't sure that anything substantial could happen. But you never know. But he was still very sure that nothing substantial could happen. Do you think that the NPP could have done something about it?
You see, the storm was really very heavy.
Alfred, can you hear me now?
I can hear you clearly.
They are just coming out of a very heavy defeat.
Right, so what I was saying is that we're at the collation center right now where voter tabulation is fast underway. If you just look behind us, those are EC officials and then the respective presiding officers who've been returning with polling station results on pink sheets, the results declaration form as we know it, for arriving there and then going through the paces one after the other, going through that, and then that is being put onto the official document. We see a projector here, and just maybe the individuals who will be blocking the projector's view is Rashid Tanko, Michael Ochrebefi, and then another observer from one of the civil society groups. We're seeing Kodeo as well, seated and present, monitoring the elections, and a host of other observers which are here. There's a projector behind them, and you're seeing that white board, if we can call it that, for purposes of for lack of a better word right now, where the results are going to be projected. And if you know quite very well by-elections which have happened over the course of the last few months and possibly years, you realize that hardly do we get the two main political parties at a coalition center at the same time. More often than not, when they do their own tabulations, one realizes the election is gone, and so they do not turn up at the collation center. It's happened quite a number of times. It happened at Asin North, and it's happened when there was the Ejiso by-election, amongst many others. The NDC was not present at Asin North. The NPP was not present. What we have here is both parties present. Michael Ochrebefi, a member of parliament for the NPP, Rashid Tanko, computer, is a deputy director of elections for the NDC, all here at the same time, amongst many other things, having a hearty conversation with confidence to a certain level between the both of them that they will nick this. But behind them is that projector which will subsequently be displaying the provisional results as it comes through. We're inside the collation center, but outside it's a heavy police presence since we've come here. We've had to walk barefoot from the junction, which is quite a distance from here, a little over 100 meters. You'll go through about 3 police checkpoints before you'll finally get to that last checkpoint at the entrance of the collation center before you're allowed in. It is a difficult task for persons to be able to make their way here. In fact, when I was trying to come here, Baba Jama, who's a former member of parliament for this particular constituency, was trying to go through the paces, and the police were saying they weren't allowing him in just as yet because they had not received the requisite instructions or clearance for him. And that's the situation as we have it now, as we continue to have a lot of the presiding officers come in. There's just a small door by my side here. If you're able to see through that, you see that when the presiding officers come through, what happens is that they go behind this building, go to the back there, and then one after the other, they continue to come in with respect to coming in here to the EC officials and then providing the results from their respective polling stations. And so this is what it looks like. We've had to, I think in previous elections, they've had to call it a strong room amongst many other things when it's a national elections and it has to do with the presidential race. This is a strong room at Akwatia right now where all party reps, particularly for the NPP and the NDC, are here going through and monitoring the development as it continues to trickle in, Alfred.
Mauna, a bit about the presence of the two political parties, the MPP and the NDC there. We see a lot of activity right behind you. You had indicated yesterday that the Electoral Commission said they were putting other measures in place to ensure that the transfer of results to the collation center is done without any hitches. Tell us about how they've been receiving the results from the ground. How has it been?
Well, we know that starting from what was the plan with the police, we've had over 30 police officers at every polling station. That has helped greatly because we've seen a number of the polling station results come through. It's accompanied strictly by officials of the Ghana Police Service in pickup vehicles along with the EC officials, and that's the means through which they come here. And so the ballot papers, or the ballot boxes rather, I should say, are in the accompaniment of the police service. Then they make their way through those 3 barricaded areas, very heavily guarded. And then when they get to the entrance, the police then allows the presiding officers to come down with the ballot boxes. They come through. There's a desk in front which is being manned by police officers who take note of which polling station it is that you're coming from. And then from there, you go in behind me. And so when the EC says it was going to be seamless, they've had heavy police protection throughout all of this. And that's how come the ballot papers are coming through. I must mention as well that the Akwatia township is heavily choked, particularly when you're coming from Boedua headed towards Akwatia, where the collation center is. It's very heavily choked. In fact, we had to tag along with the police sirens as they were coming through to be able to beat the traffic and make it here. And that's the only means through which the ballot boxes can come here with the presiding officers. They are being they are in the company of the police who are moving here with the sirens blasting pretty loudly, and then there are police officers on every stretch of the road, paving way along the traffic stretches to allow for these ballot boxes and the presiding officer and the respective agent as well to accompany all of these boxes to this collation center, and then they begin to come in one after the other for the results to be tabulated, and then subsequently it will be projected on the screen, Alfred.
There is another matter as well. Emmanuel, let's stay a bit further with you, and for good reason, because look, where you are is the crucial place. It's actually the most important location in the Akwatia constituency right now, because that's where the official declaration will be made after the entire exercise that started at 7 a.m. this morning in this Akwatia constituency by-election. This is the coalition center where you are right now. Now, you talk about security as well, because as you indicated, the township is choked. A number of people are making their way to this location. Tell us about the security situation there right now. We had the IGP indicate earlier about the reinforcement for this period of the declaration. How are things looking like?
Right, Alfred, yesterday, viewers can remember, those who were on Ghana Tonight as well as on News 360, we painted a picture of where the coalition center is located. Now, if you come to the Akwatia township proper, you know, the constituency is huge. When you're coming from Accra, you get to Boedua and then you descend downwards. That's where you come to Akwatia. When you're coming to Akwatia, there's GCDs, there's a diamond company which has been here. There's been a lot of talk about the fact that it went down and all of that. It's a very huge place, and they have quite a number of facilities. This is where the coalition center is for starters. Now, when you come here again, this is where the police have been lodging. And so all through, if you just make your way away from where we are right now, and it's unfortunate we cannot step out immediately to be able to paint that better picture, but there's a stretch of road, a dusty road, which takes you right in front of this coalition center. You go a few, say 100 meters, that's where all of the police, form police unit vehicles, the armored vehicles, and most of the vans and the likes are stationed. Their top brass of the police service as well, all housed at facilities just 100 meters from here. There's a huge field which we were on late yesterday as well, where the IGP was interacting with the men. It's under 100 meters from where we are currently, and that as well is completely taken over by the Ghana Police Service. This is where they've been. This is where the equipment have been. If they are flying the drones to monitor the elections, just outside where there's that field is where the drones will fly out from. And so this entire area, I must confidently say, is completely encapsulated by personnel of the Ghana Police Service. That's why you would have to go through minimum 4 checkpoints, heavily guarded with vans and the likes, just before you make your way here. And so in terms of security, and that's why I mentioned even earlier that even a former member of parliament of this area, Baba Jamal, for the NDC, is struggling to be able to make his way here. He's gone through the first barrier, the second, he's not gone through the third. As of the time I went past him, before he will even get to the entrance here, where he will then be ushered in, and there are huge numbers in terms of the police personnel who are here. They have a list of individuals who are supposed to be here. So even for us as media personnel, when we got here, they have the list of media persons which are allowed in here. And so not every media house actually is allowed in here. Then they ask for specific numbers as to how many people are coming in here. And it's the same for officials as well who will be expected to come in. I mentioned again that even for presiding officers who are coming here, there are police officers, not EC officials, police officers who have forms and are manning them and are taking account of which polling station you're coming from before you make your way back there, then you're ushered in here. So the security presence, I must say, is quite very tight, even as we continue to monitor and look out for what will be that final result and that final declaration from the Electoral Commission officials who are here, Alfred.
So it is expected that you would have some members of the general public throng this particular area. Any idea of how far they are from this location. I mean, is there any barricade outside just to give them a view of what's happening inside at the coalition center where you are right now? There was talk about a screen being mounted outside for the general public who would want to see this to also have an idea of what's going on in the coalition center where you are. Is that going to happen?
Unfortunately, Alfred, the general public will have to resort to TV3 because we are your election command center. They are meters, well over 100 meters, 200 meters away from where all of this action is happening at. They cannot be able to possibly make their way here. But interestingly, there are some individuals, private citizens, who will get the opportunity to be within 50 meters to this place because they are residential apartments within this particular vicinity where people, this is their home. And so they will be, so like if I say 50 meters away from here, we've met persons who stay here and work here, and they are just some 50 meters away from us. They are there, but they cannot make their way here. They can say they are in a bit of a close proximity to the happening here. There is no projector outside which is displaying any result. The one and only projector I have seen is this one, which will be displaying the result inside here. And so outside of persons who live here, have businesses here, and so they can say they are in close proximity to what is happening to inside this place, which they can't even see. All other persons, supporters who are chanting either number 1 or number 2 on the streets of Boedua up until Akwatia and the likes, they will all have to watch it on TV3, your election command center, Alfred.
And thank you for this. And that's what's happening right now at the coalition center, where I should say all the cookie will crumble right there. And Mauna, great detail ahead of the entire exercise that will end at that location, the coalition center. And what we do know, the security measures that have been put in place there as well. Already we have the representatives of both the MPP and the NDC are also there as well. But then again, there is another issue that Marina indicated quite clearly about the security measures that have been put in place there. And Marina, you couldn't have given me a better answer than that when I asked about the general public and how far they are from this particular location. This is the place to be. They have no other alternative than to watch you bring us all the detail from the coalition center on TV3 and across media journal platforms on your election command center. Meanwhile, there's jubilation, as we're hearing right now, at the constituency office of the NDC. That's what we're seeing right now on the screen. We do not know exactly what they have heard because the declaration of the official results will be done, all things being equal, before the end of day today. And in the minutes and hours ahead of us, we will get to hear the official declaration by the Electoral Commission. But the presiding officers at the various polling stations, we understand, are also making their way with their results as for certification at the coalition center as we speak. But what you're seeing right now is the scene at the NDC constituency office in the Akwatia constituency. The people are jubilating right there, and you don't need a soothsayer to tell you why, because they believe that Bernard Beidou, that is the candidate for the NDC in this Akwatia by-election, they believe has also won this election. But we here on your election command center, we are ticking all the boxes to make sure that we wait to hear from the Electoral Commission officially. But what we can tell you is to keep an eye on the bottom of your screen, because we're getting updates trickling in thick and fast from the ground, with the announcement by the various presiding officers at the various polling stations, giving us updates of what is happening at the various polling stations. 119 of them. So yes, we've got almost 100 of them so far. So there's quite a path to travel before we get the full complement of what is happening. But that is going to be the responsibility of the Electoral Commission. The returning officer for the Akwatia constituency will have that singular duty at the constituency collation center to declare who has won this election after a period of intense campaigning ahead of this by-election in the Akwatia constituency. And Kamini, the conversation about security at the coalition center, because it's crucial. We've seen what's happening at the polling stations where 30 police personnel were deployed to man the polling station, sorting, counting, and declaration. But the most important, the crucial aspect of this entire exercise is what's going to be happening at the coalition center. And that area as well, we understand there's a heavy security deployment there. That's number one. And there are 4 checkpoints you have to go through. That's number 2. And every checkpoint has specific requirements that you have to meet. Former MPs and officials of the political parties are having a tough time going through it. It's not one that you just show your face and then, you show your ID card. The ID card is not enough. They're looking for something more before you go through the second checkpoint. That's what's happening at the coalition center right now. There's a lot that has been put in place to ensure that the integrity of the process is assured. Then we're also hearing that there's actually a list of persons who have been certified to be at the coalition center. Not just anyone. So if you get in there and your name is not on the list, you're not allowed access to the coalition center. Also, we're getting to know that not all media houses have been allowed there, but obviously the Electoral Commission cannot do this without your election command center being at the coalition center. So TV3 is there with Mawana and the team to bring our viewers everything that's going to be happening in that constituency coalition center, every minute of it. So stay with us. This is the place to be on your election command center. And even presiding officers are having their identities checked again because you can understand a lot can happen. We've seen very dangerous miracles happen in elections in this country. Kemini.
Indeed, it's a whole machinery as far as security is concerned. I'll hear Dr. Norman's thoughts briefly on that. But Alfred, listen, 5,500 people. It's no surprise that the police are putting 30 police officers, or at least 30 police officers per polling stations. They have to account for the numbers that they have taken to the ground. And I think that, it's good to see that people are there, people are jubilating, and the jubilation is clean. It's without problems. Nobody is, questioning why one other person is jubilating a little more than the other or taunting them with jubilation. But let's come back to the desk while we see those live pictures from Akwatia. That is the constituency office neighborhood where jubilation is ongoing, dancing, singing, all of it ongoing. We'll bring you some sights and some sound from there a little shortly. But Dr. Norman, yes. We've seen how the security layout has been. So far, so good.
Yes. I suspect that because the police itself were not very happy with what happened at Abrekuma North, they decided to do a pilot study to come out with the best practice. As we sat here talking, I realized that this is a pilot study. And to establish a protocol for best practice. I believe that they're going to go back, review the activities and scale it down and then use it. And we will see replication of this internally, but at a minimum size of police that will be deployed there. I have come to the conclusion this is a pilot study.
You think Akwatia is a pilot? And
it's a pilot
study.
If
it's a pilot,
and
would you say they've done well?
They've done very well. Very well.
I see. What do you think is working here? When we look at the layout, you can tell that there is that human wall of police officers. We have the barricades, keeping the space open. Talk to us about what you see as far as the layout is concerned.
Kemi, I was here with Emmanuel Cotin, when on this same station during Blokuma North, when he suggested that there should be
that's what is happening.
At least 3 perimeters, and then I give credit to where it belongs, and then there should be this kind of wall to prevent anybody from entering into the zone, the extreme security zone where the counting and everything is going on. I sometimes don't believe that they listen to what we say on your programs, but I have come to the conclusion that
they are listening.
They do. And that's what you are saying.
I see. So when, again, you look at this layout, we expect that at the Collation Center to will have a similar layout. And as explained by Moena, it is heavily guarded by police officers. They're going through the checks for everybody. But you also see that, unlike in the Ablekuma case, where political figures, known faces, were just allowed to go through the system, the police have changed. We can say that the police officers have changed a little bit as far as, you know, putting their foot on the ground and standing on business, right?
I'm quite proud of them that so far we've gotten to this point with very little skirmishes. And it shows that they do listen, they are modifying their role, and they're going to develop a template for monitoring elections as we go forward.
I see. Let me bring in now Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otre. So far, we're hearing the numbers. Security is looking good. People are jubilating. Nobody's throwing fists in the air or anything like that.
Careful.
Talk to me about your view on this matter.
It is often said that the end justifies the means, right? This, of course, explains why we've seen a change in the organogram of the tactics that they used. You know, if you just oppose that to what happened, you know, at Ablekuma North. We even got details to the effect that the police were given body cams. Yes. That is for their own safety. So you see, the police took the warmongering proclamations of the MPP seriously. Operation Firewall, we are going to defend ourselves and all that. And there must be an attacker, right? Before you can say you are going to defend yourself. So if there is nothing like an attack, then what are you going to defend? So what the police did was to do preemptive security. They prevented any of such skirmishes from happening before they would curtail it. So such preemptive style of security, you see, is something that probably they may be using as their template. Then maybe they will rely a little more on technology than the human intervention.
But if they could do all that, why do you think Ablekuma failed?
They never thought that. You see, it was just 19 police stations. That ought to have been managed. Besides, it has been blown out of proportion. It was only one polling station that incident happened. The rest was incident violent-free. You see, so it is just that incident that has been blown out of proportion. Out of 19, it was only that place. But you see, this is politics. You do not expect your opponent, right, to be top-dressing that particular issue. They will have to harp on that to their advantage. And that is what they did perfectly. And unfortunately, they have rather woken the slumbering, what is it called? Dog, right? That is the police. To send a whole machinery to that place. Now the real mandate of the people will prevail. So I was telling you behind the scenes, probably this explains why the General Secretary Fifi Kote said that they are here because they want the real mandate of the people to prevail. Exactly is what I said. So he's been vindicated.
Well, it would seem so. We'll wait for the final results.
Well, if you look at
the declaration to be done.
Because the data we are looking at
we are still collecting. You know, it's 119 polling stations.
Yes.
Now we are about 2 dozen
that's all.
announced, as far as the trickling
shy
is
away
concerned.
from the total. 2,000 shy away.
No, not shy away. 2,000 declarations, 2 dozen declarations that have been made as far as we are, concerned
Really?
in our collection.
Well.
So we'll wait for more to come through. And that's why Maakye Egbeta is at the collation center.
100 out of 120 that I have indicates that the NDC candidate has 15,000.
I cannot work with your figures.
Yeah, well,
so let us verify our figures or get it straight from the collation or polling stations as they come in. So
that is why you put a caveat.
No. We won't even announce it.
Okay,
That's how it should be done. So let's work with our figures, right? What in terms of security, what we've also seen or heard from our reporters on the ground, the throwing of money in the air, overexcitement, irresponsibility. What do you think it is, Dr. Norman?
It's joy in the air.
But I mean, there are voters there. If you want to give voters money. At this point, we can't call them voters, right?
Euphoria.
There's a crowd. You want to give the crowd money.
Yes.
You can responsibly do it. I think, I don't know what you think. Maybe it was a bit irresponsible on the part of the executive to just throw money in the air like that.
He shouldn't have done that. But, in the middle of celebrating victory, people sometimes get out of control by throwing money. It's part of our tradition anyway. When we're celebrating anything, we throw money, so you can't blame him too much, but this is not the time for him to do it. He should wait till the whole outcome is known, and then you can have a small party for your party members, foot soldiers, whatever, and then you can throw the money.
I mean, let's look at more important things. That was just by the way. Let's look at more.
I mean, even that, a little contribution to that. When you throw out such money, you are risking the lives
of your own people.
Yes, of those people.
Yeah.
Because we are going to struggle
to snatch the money.
So it is equally not proper. Because people are poor. Anyway, the euphoria, you are caught within the euphoria. So sometimes you could have decided that when they've gone to a beer bar or drinking pub or something, Charlie, you guys should have this. That is better, well organized. But if you throw it in the midst of the people, I remember as a young boy, they threw toffees, and I just grabbed one.
And
somebody tapped on my hand, this part, my knuckle, it was gone. So things of that nature.
Let me see if it's back. Let me see.
Many years
all Dr. Norman is taking a look at that.
So, it is not in the interest of those you are trying to do.
Indeed.
Yes.
Let's go back into time and hear from the former member of parliament for the area on the ticket of the NDC, Alhaji Baba Jamal. Let's take a look at it.
Or somebody has tried to snatch ballot paper or whatever. So generally the elections has been completely free and fair. The police has also shown a lot of professionalism. So far we have not had even an incident where we have a police citizen incident. The police have shown a lot of maturity, a lot of professionalism, and I think that it is good for our democracy. So far, if you ask about my observation, I think that we have done well and it's not been too bad.
How do you see NDC's chances?
Even these 2 polling stations that I came here and the level of the vote, the turnout, has given me even more hope because I know this place is our strongest hold. So when I even look at the first one has 592 people, 400 plus have voted. This one has 613, over almost 400 have voted, 382 also. So it gives me something that if the turnout is good here, and so far we've gone round, especially Bodia, which is our strongest hold, the turnouts have been very good. And so I can assure you that with the campaign that we have done, with the message that we have sent, and coupled with the fact that it is the government in power that can give people development. And that is what we have, the message we have sent to the people. We are very confident we will carry the day but in the next 1 hour, the polls will end, and then we are very sure we'll be able to win the elections.
I don't know if this has come to your attention, but.
Lawyer Baba Jamal is former member of parliament for Akwatia. We've talked about him a lot in the beginning of our coverage here on TVC and on 392.7 FM. Now, we've just been talking about the number of polling stations that have come in so far. Our correspondent at the Collation Center in the constituency, Maakye Akwatia, has just been reporting to us that some 50 of the 119 polling stations have come through with results. And based on what the Electoral Commission is reporting, we have 69 more, obviously, 69 more polling stations to come through. Now, of the 50 polling stations that have been looked at, there were 80 rejected ballots. The total vote cast in that is 113,216. Bernard Bediakobedu of the NDC is polling some 7,916. Asumedu Solomon is polling some 5,190. And Owusu Patrick of the LPG
but we want them.
Is polling
we
some
want them to reciprocate this
from across
by voting the NDC candidate.
So if they vote for the NPP, you won't construct their roads. Is that it?
I can't say that. I'm not the president. I can't say that. I'm not the president. But if I were the president, I won't do it.
Even though they pay taxes?
You have the opportunity. You have the opportunity. When we're voting in December 2024, we had to elect 275 MPs together. And the two candidates, we didn't know who would win. President John Dramani Mahama and then Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. We didn't know who would win. So we just voted. The results we had was that NDC had 180 something MPs and the MPP got 88. Now there's opportunity for the people of Akwatia. President Mama is not the president of Ghana. He's in charge of everything. So if it's development you want, it is his direction you must go. So if we are a citizen of Akwatia, a native of Akwatia, and a voter in Akwatia, and you want development, and you know it is the president who is in charge of development, who would you vote for? This is a special election. It is not a general. This is a special election and it requires special thinking. Thank you. That's what the
in unison and campaign for Solomon, they are not. So you will see that
even after all the big names that we saw,
yes, you will see that they will be going there individually.
The vice president, former vice president,
yes,
the general secretary of the party.
All what they
a
were
lot
doing,
of big names.
What they did was uncoordinated.
It's true.
When you say uncoordinated,
yes.
What do you mean?
So for example, we don't have a similar situation as they did at Asin North. Though at Asin North, they did not allow Charles Opoku, to lead the campaign, which affected them. Jachikwesin was leading and was assisted, and that inured to his benefit in terms of sympathy vote and other things. And you could see that they had mammoth rallies and other things coordinated, just that the people were disgruntled because of what they took the man through. They were not ready to vote. In this case, there is nothing of that sort. There is nothing of that sort. All what we saw is a former president whose approval rating, as of November 2024, was somewhere 22% or 24%. You send such a person to that place, what is he going to sell? Which people are going to listen to him?
Party folk.
Is a baggage for the entire party, truth be told. So such uncoordination is what has led to such probably another disaster incoming or in waiting. The other part, you need to look at the individual who is contesting. What is his profile? even the very first time he had the opportunity to speak, he was inarticulate.
Is that the case?
He was. He was inarticulate. And you need to express yourself. Of course, this negative tag of Galamsey, though he's probably a small-scale miner doing his work, making his money, but as long as Galamsey was the fifth item on Musa Dankwa's poll, right? You have the development project, you have the economy, you have jobs, you have education. I think Galamsey comes fifth. So you will have within the demography those who are not ready to vote for such a candidate, right, representing that percentage. So it boils down to the character, right, of the candidate. What is his human relation? Is it the case that because of politics, suddenly, right, he's going into the homes of people? Is it the case that when people meet him in the street, they greet him, does he respond? So these are some of the intangibles that obviously people will use against you. Now let's come back to the NDC, for example. And as I said, it cannot entirely be the, what's it called, the hard-working, Bernard, right? 3 Bs.
Yes.
That might have resulted in probably the incoming victory. Since you don't want me to say that there is a victor incoming.
We still have 69 pending.
All right, impending.
So
right.
Incoming victory is even it's far-fetched.
It's far-fetched.
Yes.
Okay. So you look at it. You remember the very argument that I made with respect to Ablekuma North.
Very well. Let's go on the ground now. Alfred, what's happening?
To Rashid Tanko Computer, Deputy Director of IT and Elections for the NDC. He's at the Coalition Center in the constituency right now.
Work for the constituency, did your man's job. We were mourning, we didn't start early. And they were all over the place, making all manner of promises and accusations upon accusation. But we have our plan. I told you, when my boss died in the morning, he gave us the blueprint, 7:45, as how to win the Akwatia by-election. Then by midday, we were told he died. So we implemented it to the letter to make sure that we win this election and win it massively. Thank God, the people listened to the good work of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. His performance as a president for the 8 months has inured to this kind of resource. Because the people saw that, yes, this is a better Ghana. The Abampapaba prices that we used to buy here, they were saying it. Bag of rice, 1,000 cedis. Now they are getting 600. Farm inputs, prices were so high. Now it has reduced. So they wanted to deliver a verdict as a confirmation of the performance of the government. So we are not surprised. And we said it, that we are going to win. They thought we were joking.
Many thought this would be fiercely contested. I mean, I was at Winchi. I've been based there for quite a while when I was here at Akwatia, and then I've moved to other areas. What was the strategy in terms of the campaigning? Because from what we're understanding, the difference could be in excess of 2,000 votes. You have the projections from your strong room. What could have done the magic for you in terms of turning some of their strongholds into yours?
I am saying that. I told you people time and again, NPP doesn't have stronghold any time soon that we go into any election. They don't have strongholds. They don't have. 2024 revealed their secret that the perception that they have strongholds in some constituencies, that myth was broken in 2024. We flipped about 20 of such constituencies. Ablekuma North was one of them. When we went there for the 19 police, we told we were going to flip it. And we did same. So when we were coming here, I told you people, the media, that look, don't be saying Akwatia they have strongholds and strongholds. We have a strategy. We considered all the 119 polling stations as red zones, up for grabs. Depending upon the strategy you implement, you can flip it. Because the people are also rational human beings. They want development. What is the essence of voting for a party that will only give you press conference? I mean, that is what they are concerned themselves to. You vote for a party that will bring you development. And they saw that, yes, the party that can bring you that development is NDC. And you have a president who knows what it's about, he has shown enough to the good people of Ghana that, look, this is a president you can trust. So they were voting with that mind. And that is why we dealt with them. We dealt with them on that thing. We have gotten all the 119.
You've gotten all the 119. What are the numbers looking like from your stronghold?
From our collation, we are at 18,177. That's 54.10. Whilst MPP is 15,249, 45.39. I told you.
What's the voter turnout like based on what you're looking at?
Yes. I will look at the other part, the whole data, and bring out the voter turnout. But I'm sure it's very valid. Yes. The victory street is here. It's here. They can see it. It's here. We have beaten them hands down. There's no indication. Nothing is there. Very clear. 119 polling stations. NDC has won with 54%. Yes. They can see it.
Show that to the population.
We have done it. The thing we are here to joke is look at it. Look at it.
I want you to show that to them.
Yes. This is what we declared. Yes.
Like you projected, we've had other people within the NPP speak tough, speak big in the lead up to this by-election. Some suggested they will resign from their position. Are you in the NDC going to push for that to happen?
Interestingly, he was here.
Yeah, in fact, he was here with you. You were having conversation
with him. I was telling him that our next stop will be his constituency. We are coming for a by-election there. And he was laughing. And we said, yeah, he thought we were joking. When I started showing him the figures and other things, then I saw that his temperature changed. Because we are going to hold him to his words. These are the things we don't do in Ghana, and politicians, they don't take it serious. He made an utterance. It was a pledge. He must deliver the pledge. I'm expecting him by Monday next week, when Parliament resumes. Speaker Bagwin should announce the by-election for that constituency. He would have tendered in his resignation. And then we'll go and take the seat. We are getting an additional seat from that constituency.
What did he tell you before he left? Because we saw that you were in a very hearty conversation with him all throughout. It was very unusual because we've been to a number of by-elections. Mostly when one party knows they've lost the election, they don't turn up at the coalition center. Did he tell you anything before he left?
Well, I mean, his people didn't tell him the truth before running here. I'm sure if he had gotten the indication that this was how the result, he wouldn't have appeared here. And then until I started showing him evidence, and then he realized that things were really that bad. But I can assure you, I was telling him that, look, you made the utterances, but he was trying to justify why they lost and what happened.
What did he tell you in terms of why they lost?
He was trying to talk of moneycracy and all that. And I said, my brother, you talking moneycracy, baby, NDC, moneycrazy. When have we introduced moneycracy into our politics? We have not done it before. That is your stock of trade. That's what you people have been doing. And you think NDC, we are in power, we should do that? No, we are not doing that. We have won the election. The people have confidence in us. They are good work, and they have delivered.
Final question quickly. Your thoughts on the entire process, almost violence-free to a great extent, as a government, a feather in your cap?
Of course. I mean, this one, that's why I'm saying that. The President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, promised under his watch there will not be electoral violence. We will always have peaceful elections. He will not allow this kind of thing to happen in our elections, and actually he delivered it. Today you saw what happened. Very beautiful election. Nobody hacked each other. No incident. Only spectacles of people who are there to heighten tension, but the police stood their grounds and make sure that they deliver this beautiful election for us. It's a cap in our feet. I'm sure they will start congratulating His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for standing by his words.
What time does your candidate come in here though?
Oh, anytime soon you'll see him here. He will be here to address the media. We are just waiting the official declaration from the EC. Nothing is going to change. I mean, we pick the same results from the same policy. So we are good.
Right, thank you very much. And that's Rashid Tanko Computer. He is the Deputy Director of Elections of the NDC. I just want to bring in quickly the DC for Akwatia as well, Ahmed Umar Tutu. He's the DC for boss, just a moment. He's a DC for Akwatia as well. Just quick thoughts from you. You're the District Chief Executive for the area. I mean, talk to us about your role that you played in what is looking now more than ever like a victory for you in this district?
Thank you very much. Basically, everybody needs development. And when you look at Akwatia or the Nchembo as a whole, we are lacking development. And look at the channel, we have the president, and we need somebody who can join the president. That's the MP. So basically, everybody is crying for the MP. So we're able to tell the masses that we need development. And therefore, who can get a development is the MP. We have the DC, we have to get the MP and get the president. So people understood it very, very well. If you compare Akwatia to Kede and Asamekes, they are the competitor districts here. You can see that we are lacking behind, far behind. Most often, when we have a president, we don't have the MP. So that make Akwatia to go far, far, far behind. So comparing this district to other districts, you can see that Akwatia we are far behind.
You have a very difficult task, if we can be honest with ourselves, because you made a promise to the people that you bring them development. Now you have 3.5 years to deliver that.
Basically, look at what His Excellency is doing. The pro is coming, going to develop. Currently, if you look at the common fund that is coming, it's basically for development. And look at the first quarter that just hit our accounts, it's for development. So we are in here to help the people to enjoy. We are not coming here to come and give promises that we can't fulfill.
What sort of projects, now that it looks like your wish has come true, you have the member of parliament, what sort of project should the people of Akwatia be expecting? If you go to Achim Kusi, you go to Achim Wenchi, you go to the different areas, the roads are very dusty. In fact, I can't show my feet, but the roads are bad. It was one of the many things the people were complaining about. What can they expect from the district chief executive who has got his member of parliament now?
Thank you. Looking at the linkage of roads within the districts, they are not good at all. And coming into power, there's an agreement with the government that are going to give us the 24-hour market model. And this 24-hour market model is going to connect all the district, all the routes within the district, that we are going to have a good market. So with this 24-hour market model is coming, it's going to help us. And basically, if you look at the roads that is within the districts, most of the roads are not good at all. But with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we are going to have our roads that are going to be constructed that will help to improve the economic standard of the people in the constituency. Looking at even what recently happened at GCD, they wasn't having lights for almost 16 months. But when the president took over office, they were able to have lights, and the economic situation of people have really changed. They were giving meters free of charge. They couldn't pay anything. So you can see that most of the burden of people have been taken away from them. So basically, with me and the MP, we are going to improve the living standard of the people in the constituency. When we talk of job, we are going to make sure that we are able to create more jobs for people in the constituency. When we talk of markets, currently we are even planning to put a nice market at the Kodum Market Center, which is going to boost economic activities within the districts. And again, when you look at Wenchi Township, we have a market over there, and therefore we are going to also enhance that market. We are going to make sure people come into those stores that we have over there. So we are going to make sure that the economic situations are boosted within the districts. So basically, with the MP that I've gotten now, I'll rest assured that
the people of Akwatia can hold you to this come the 2028 election.
Exactly. 2028 elections, we are going to account to the people. Tell them we promise this and we're able to do this and that and that. That is what we are taking in 2028 elections. Basically, what we promise is what we are going to deliver. And from the word go, we start delivering.
And
most of the things.
seriously speaking,
when you come to Akwatia, basically
he's not a practical person.
You see,
and oppose himself to that extent. And to say honestly speaking, Nipa 5 now, he seems to be the calm person for me. I say, well, you're a bit calm. But
no, but it's a calmness. In fact,
that is it.
Calmness,
so far, yeah. Honestly
speaking, this practical thing, I would say, economy manage yeah, you need to spend the past year, member, but the man manage me sure say or share there me na na ba musika no cheche ne be bonasene e wo de wait e wo de wait e po ba ko na no style bi o ye de say ya na we sane ba ha de no ansa na be sane no wo bre ansa what me sane eti a practical knowledge and all the manage economy no. Once I'm a president, I am relaxed.
Yeah.
There's no pressure on John Mahama. There's no pressure. Sankante Sankaye then a finance minister, Paisandi defense. At
the same time.
At the same time.
Finance.
The load of work a good finance. Now I signed the defense as a time.
It's very critical. Very.
You think it's an easy thing?
Sure.
Because at two force in the fear answer. Common sense Juma. Because Uko UPS security and intelligence gathering. Yenche utuoto. Etuo yenche utuo UPS. Uko investor of Kekos koye security and intelligence gathering. Yenche utuoto. Uko Kofi Annan peacekeeping center ho. Ekoye security and intelligence. Yenche utuoto. No. But wo ba na uko police obetutu.
Sure.
Etu met me share police in here ukuta master's degree in peace and security. But about the practical field where you are yen call. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So what check IGPs are around the globe. Best cadet for Omontanye CDS. Your two IGP. They are the practical people. One you do there. So the way where the world is moving into, no, we don't need too much people or theoretical. Book. What's your book? Mami theory, law and tell security, intelligence theory. I would draw intelligence cycle not to her and 0.8 time of collection, then processing. I would draw cycle not to her. No, we don't need such people because some intelligence cycle, no, you find two. From further bana oko no yemfa intelligence I can kwache no aje okoye strategy e wachire ho na no so kwa wo strategy ni wi na wonyi wo practical knowledge na utimi ato force on the fear answer
complete
and the practicality wo hu say your economy no efi August, September, October, November, December dollar kosro you were dollar belt
demand high
dollar belt no it reducing by February and kosro sa if August ba no June ba no say oyese nkakakra instead of a businessmen and women no benye sika na pressure embe economy ni sunti no ohwa president dollar no be conform team or their buy 10-1 eti obia owo dollar wo fie no
e de beba
what the core bank na businessmen no akoto akogu fie see people didn't see the strategy maybe take them head and say hey ato force away akwa enim nyanza eti oje musa no business obi okokwan so kofa niam ba bia oye smart bia no ekoto dollar ko gu ho because yempo October dollar be kosoro eti $10 ne call 10 cedis no 10-1 say who call Bank of Ghana say 10.25 yemfa Bank of Ghana dey no kran here time ne call 10-1 no businessman bi oye smart bia to dollar ne be go enti we be do October no na won his dollar akokra niam aba no dollar no mu hia ne yeketu abi enti pressure na be Ghana economy no so no e be yeketekete we any book bi economics book bi no we wo we any economics book bi agifie nyansa se finance na mapeda tesa yinti
na could it also be say aban no and started say or yes spending because spending in relative to capital expenditure and procurement any idea it was say aban no e sha say or yeah cocoa fertilizers I was here to echiche big project aban ne ka say obeye what you say nyina no I mean yenhu say ashase ya nisa even though you treat your contractors near there now the question is I don't know play role now because I mean clearly say won't spend there then unya differentials are unya say
okay I am going to focus on buying spending and I'm Matisse economists in the big radio, so the TV, so that the government is not spending. Matisse MPs in the big casa. Ghana, how you trade taxes in area? How many percent in buying spending? Can for that corner 93. Until you are just 20 now, Krumha. I buy sign the Sikano Mandi Paka Krebia, so is the government spending or the government is not spending? Government is spending.
No, it's a salary job because we're here.
But taxes here,
yes. But I'm talking in terms of capital investment.
And
infrastructure, SSA are buying.
And the business, Ghana have a hospital, I bet you. So government is spending, but a sunset dollar number from Kakrentino.
Impact in a year.
And I never qua at 2 force a year, a boy and pan say. William said just the mere fact is a dollar and a call from no. Or did the carry any meetings with their creditors near there no. Dollar and a call from the do 10 cities work a cranano.
Let's make you a debt in
a trade debt to be almost 38%. In the Ghana, ye kaya dear no. Or the young said to ya, Abaya and Tamsika Kutia. And only a day say, Nipatia say, dollar na bar from no. A kana Ghana, dear you
reduce debt.
I take can to say, whom as a high sense no.
And you say, you can 750, another 7.
It's a Canada on yes, sir. 800 1 trillion and what a can so in Sabina you relaxed kakra. The excess of buying we share year 2028 expenditure. Well, President Biya Kase a election year on you overspend it. Bahama Okabi join 2016 but overspend it. Wakabi war of course Singapore can say overspend it. Definitely overspend it. Because ministries, departments and agencies budget, who micromanage it, they manage it at their levels. So when they are releasing the money into the public, you the president might not know unless you are told. Because president do on take, vice president take. So unless the president is being informed, so this is what is happening. So if you look at it carefully, expenditure and kasani, because are buying spending on spending on them. Say health insurance I can't help you. They've credit. Contractors no muncho munyina but they've paid more than half. They're clear for you. What they are not doing China. Say ora now I'm to was no muye the year. This is how I will say it. I say ora venue na perform. So I'm to was no manage no muye ora on the year. Even before Megan Crawford or Mako jail, no one is can have.
Because on bear collections.
Oh, and bet me your name I say, you know, getting. So I think that for now, you job life for my own. Let them do what they are doing. A do baby pressure and baby pressure to be feared by a coin.
Exactly the point.
Say roads. I buy weighing or marking to the first pressure. Ebe roads. Eduane de ebeba. Eti food and shada meye any difficult thing. Biom. Eduane de beba. Enti roads. And afi health. These are the two things that's about we check it here. Because Ghana for no say they was about to buy on chair. Yes, I buy no by Casabe Nirana helicopter semi Eba boom say bam and the Ghana Fuina Ubi Dean Yakote on the air train. So Yankebi and Shima Tim Akwatia. And see, I'll say, yay Ubi Wua, you will say you behave.
Yeah.
Ha. And see, Ghana for Tekakra and you do September. And see,
first year no more holiday.
September we so be 2 minutes we call and say there come for di kwame nkroma birthday be we e be ba no na yesi October na ye ko bronya suppose nkrofo na adwen nyina ko di bronya ye di bronya we wi a na ye TC 2026 aba we pressure e kwan enti on to ne bo ase na on pen niam ngu ho or the fix ya coin. Because me Apam Junction. You could see how slow the major coin. Oh, go more west to major coin. No, me na me shasi. Yeah, just a coin no. Because
body junction to us in Gregor.
Also there.
Oh yes.
Manual road.
Oh, Taplau.
Oh, you are. And see, Obia a particular road. I want it to. But I know you're 2026. And I never get my buying you very unpopular. No. Omunja ye. You want never been getting me wow. And why you're unpopular. We want to answer why you're unpopular.
A bit here.
America, Canada, and Ghana. One no security system you correct pa.
America, Canada,
and Ghana.
And oh. No the Ghana cow.
So what did I say? Yeah. Okay. It is a car. Ayra. If you Canada, then you need to be drive a car from Quebec, Ontario. And the baby William
Drew Ghana.
Drew US. I signed the free kwa baby. And the car could see ship him. My car be Drew Ghana. Every year to duty. One year, yeah. I mean, car. Emma, I buy your popular chain, but people don't know. Now, let me tell you. During Rawlins's time, then you see, Omkokra troopers, Mokai, Toyota B. And I got a scanning wall, and I buy a Kokra cars, and no more packet cars, cars in your packets, you want to for me 8 years. What is that? This is your program. Car, and Emma Rawlins here very unpopular, but the profile. And you better see J. for time, and you're very unpopular, I was a Ghana for you in Toyota. And a J. A buyer no cover Ford. Some of ya Ford Expedition.
Yeah.
Ford J. Was a cast like a
Explorer.
Ghana for say, hey, Ford the Bo Petrol. And the President before Ford and Kwan or Team Explorer and Expedition. Ford no more fair. What am I comfortable?
Johnny so.
Johnny fine. Hey. And a cover. I brand say you could have me refi today. Oh, for time they're not chichikasi. Hey, yeah, me refi war fading. Wait, near choka. Wait, near cheka. Wait, no mako garage way. We are to talk kasi. No mako se some kasi free ho. Wait, we end this ni. No mako se some kasi. Yeah, wait. We cry who say one former minister we nam. Nze we talk kasi there and the kasi there behind there. No mako se sa. Hey, when you say kasi, you refi a bruchiri. And go for we are. And now one more time the bano. And then they Ache. What were ton cars one? Some men will lose election and tempt. What do you say? One more ton cars for Kruma. One quite contribute 15% now. Kufado MPP do lose elections because of duty. And this is so by Professor Messi time you went a branch of unity, except Carl Wilson. You remember?
Carl Wilson, yes.
And also kikiri. The Ghana for Bambu say pine. So yeah, bonnet, say 1 year bonnet, so I am from so, 1 year from so. They come by here in answer, and go for the Womocas if you are Bruchriba, they are Jackas nephew, they are Chicasano, they are Jeffio, Anambwa. Okay. Then they got to another time. Yeah, baby, we have tasks to crown on much. It is a what the cars ever see when you see as I buy fresh government, obey on popular term. Obey on popular term.
Interesting.
Obey very on. You see, and you're never getting. You need to sit down.
I can't for. Jose, I say, I say, you go for. Oh, because I say you go for.
Obey on popular. The next thing is that Ghana for it's been they also do with the board by a better. Unimza. Say and then the boy at you. That's when you have been a shedipa. Yeah, they are not a but now by the young popular. Sadia boy dear. Yen fam. Enti wugro ho a ade ma ban sha say young popular tem. Wo kai say na na do buy no start chichikas.
Yes.
And I him for crado man to say opedi munjai cars na chichi na munya adwuma no. A one unpopularity they start here, but then people before one fan on them. Say ya me no ka say. Habo ugru ho a eno so be ma aban ya unpopular. Eti atofose. When you say practical education, to buy your hair did say $10 so. $10 so we you know. And also there be yensan kwa habo ho. Sa Jeben taxes we no gugu so na ma ade ne bo kosoro no. Ade ne the dollar no na eye. But $10 no so na eje we no. Yensan yi sa taxes no be filo. Na ade ne bo no. I'm due to the mrafom. Enti woma e kraka asema no. Se oni bibi o de pema ban no. Obi a okoyi ni niyama ba no. There's another strategy bi omode ba so mo implement say dey say wo. Omode ade bi ba ha bo ho. Saban we implemented decided the bomb say wom. Na esum fa so na Ghana for year relax da. Kewo. I happy and becho.
All right, koyo
sada me ka so bi becho. CPNC.
Well, you're going to be say why they win the Akwatia election. I'm getting a lot of messages, but Akwatia is green, and they say they can't catch all that. And he said, yeah, can say you know, very clear. Lawyer Bernhard, to be a winning seat for the NDC. Well,
yeah, on Akwatia, send me here to me. I can be last few days since on Akwatia. Captain, I think say Ejaba. Ejan eba abawi de unu say Akwatia a Diamond City you know him say a past glory but still e betumi aka say a croix to diamond
so politicians more Akwatia
yeah say there as a industry no egu na galamsey na abe ye juma wo hon nti this election no we election say NDC is in government. Now to me and I say NDC MP to me free Akwatia there. But if I say users are when I a government say Omuma muni kwa Akwatia. Na to me developmental project honum especially Nyama to me employ youth no. And I'm omanya jumaye very very important. Bese be say we dey election akoye wie anya dey wini wie nti ye free hona obi every free Akwatia dey e be yare wosem. Those are my few words about this.
But what does this mean for the government and what does it mean for NPP? Say Omointimi and retaining seats, for the memory of NSC Akumi. I said earlier, say election where you crucial and Crofofan easy say election that BBS. But what I was saying was that say a NDC, what it means then is confidence and Crawford Ghana forward in the NDC in the last 8 months here one more by confidence what it means is that by this election the good people of Ghana approve of their president Mahama NDC again Akwatia the new patriotic party what it means then is party no reorganization or mobilization any be almost any the impression party no try say omobema Ghana for say Mahama any NDC adada woman clearly it is telling you say sa agenda no and fire Ghana for nintie and the NPP will have to do a lot of work just to ensure say reorganization no omubetimi mobilize omo ho year and then ohwe Akwatia it was more or less as if say afenyo marking anana a lead charge for the new patriotic party. You don't really see the national executives even though Kodia koho Nanabi koho but most of the job and Ejuma Kasepa na Fenyo Marken is the one leading it. And as a minority leader they say Wabefield Masha but people are equally saying say Safenyo are meye leader and otina see any D and otini baby no any politics. It was more as if Senanko more relevant, but they say yin and him that's a near Akwatia in 1 or 2 ways. And how should the two parties take this assessment or more a Akwatia through this election or more timia mana there the enumerate?
Number one, I don't see say it will add anything, but it would one make the NDC look like one more strategy say here, Juma. Okay, one. NDC rebranding no. Yeah, Juma. Part of the rebranding no. Yeah, Juma. It is working and working so good. The other man say I can say sit in the name modia.
Yeah. You can say mu wiai.
You can say mu wiai. Enti yaje. Yade. Okay. Question is say Ebane say na Akwatia for asesa omonsa. If indeed they voted for the NPP in 2024. Didn't na mo asesa omonsa. And omo was aban na power nti no omo pay MP obekọ aban nim na obeboa omo kwamen so. This election shows the weakness of the NPP.
Exactly the point I made.
It shows the weakness of the NPP. My minority leader, 8 months ago, he was a majority leader.
Yeah.
And leader of government business. What was say? Almost every corner of Akwatia only did an able.
Yes.
Unlike before, a secretary, chairman, we by election put the chairman crown Kobe. By election,
youth organizer, secretary.
A youth organizer, general secretary, panel at the 10 a.m. Because is it Aguna East now? That time the Kojo Ban ready to say. The Koya Aguna East, MPP for teacher in here, then buy and on 1 year. Yeah, Koya no. Kojo Ban ready. That time no local government minister. And then I think the general secretary and then the national organizer. Yet from say Kojo Ban ready should on Trebian in the wedding. Kakano beton on one or nobody. On in such a thing kakra. That's it's real. I mean, yeah, can't baby. Oh, we are Momra. Here from Hosana. Yeah, did said the accountant, no, yeah, and would Musa, the BD minister. What's accountant for such a day? Accountant for Yiska, one with ya, because here for her. Oh, yeah. Scared and tables across the video. Media. Accountant for Subai.
MPP were the best finance minister for me.
Oh, no, I mean, he was.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the best finance minister. I mean, we should name 1 or 2 beer. We still can say that he is. Well, party no abre. Senado to be for interim executives, sir. Me many are more resigning.
From Rao.
Yeah. Na party they are appointed.
But the question is, why cry the bit me a yes rescue mission? Because currently, Oshe or Mokra AU Mutise or Mopes positions no quite an interesting one still. John Bodu Pesoba National Chairman. Any few ones, but I mean the mood drone as compared
General
to
Secretary MPP Ohun. Makacho say MPP National Organizer. Any General Secretary. Wona, they carry the wind. The wind doesn't carry them.
Parties on their shoulders.
Woman carry a deal. Then woman is asked tsunami na kofa chama na di umachi.
International organizer bossy Moses Abose Oba. When Moses Abo.
Maybe say minimum.
Former Greater Accra Regional Youth Organizer of the party. One Kasa Unia titles global. I'm sure saying you
these are
the name. I'm just mentioning because we can
Titus can be a fine general secretary.
Glover.
Titus Glover can be a fine general secretary or just some percentages of that thing a DD general secretary. National organizer when people know. One consultation. You bet from back at the national organizer. No. MPP national organizer DNO, a DB. Miss Minya, not that time, and me 2, my advice and Abia, coming to no for say Uncle General Secretary. And Uncle Train Laco. Because MPP organizer and fairly pair Asamaba
breaking.
Asamaba. NDC, the general secretary so fairly pair party number. It's a 2. MPP is the general national organizer. So and NDC is the general secretary. So that is why NDC make sure say I said you get here we boy your man Odi general secretary ni saa mfie porpori dunson. What if na be mfie mana I say? Na ka say. What you said unketia 17 years odi here as general secretary. Ah, efi Jasikodua mfie mu a. Na Jasikodua mfie na ka say. Ah, na ka say.
Mitio.
So MPP Corporate General National Organizer MPP National Organizer must be obia onim party no maybe an influence.
But obviously APAP no Onua a show interest ana me bobo so man so
me dia minim no wo ye Titus Glover
ono pe na onim no
e bia na minim wo ba minim so mudi no
okay
so I think that MPP for Nankasa to mo boase hwe mo yoma so obi atan obi antan o we na Ghana for nam krum ha enso yo mo to no na obi de yeto gas ye ne wo na echi ni koba petrol ye ne wo na eto entimo bia anya na adwen so obi tan no they should sit down na so obi ka sama omumfa hwe enane nansa president chi obi tena ase na o ka se mi a chere say uti wo to boase aya wuti a emotions free mu
na yi political party
sama na ka chere ni pan no se wuti captain yi emotions free mu na yi political party ni sinche ne ti akwa na yi obema solutions.
General Secretary no Eugene Ntwisope former Subin.
Well, Eugene yeah bad but Eugene Koko Hano.
Slight Tetenso Sope.
Eugene Koko, remember Sly ho. Eugene Koko Hano. Oh say MPP General Secretary no ho. E say ye wo tape bi ho ye de to ho. Ye de measure. Eti wo ba na wa hwe wo temperament. Temperament no what check say okay met me jai way let me jai way me say me per national position be MPP ma me per general secretary me per national organizer me say me per national position be MPP ma ka me per general secretary me per national chairman me per national organizer MPP party no wo ye general secretary ye wo some near be medical car. You need to have a certain strategy, be some aura be around you. Eugene, you're very fine. But Miss Roman on the Koko Hano. Ena, or you will be a. And your radio's not say, or to me. General Secretary, you was semi why and Canabonting. So your party General Secretary, I semi why and Canabonting. But bia na many Eugene no feel landed bar for no obedi MP no na many samike ni ade restaurant bi share Confanochi teaching hospital chem ho bebe no sisa na you know when I share the strategize asama kame ya do modibedi MP so minim mendeni share din punempu nkomo ache say wetimi arrange engineer ne ho said ya o say opade bia ye wo hye obi opade ye pa sankrofo no yenso yakoko hae minyanya nkade we yaye ne ntem yaye ne ye bo ho nche na ma ne bufu na MPP general secretary die no so wuni akoma wuni sa that stomach ebe pause to do ye be set we general secretary su afidie bebre utom se kukro yenyawo eno bi no musu jombo eduma ni tom o tom se ton
somebody I mean Eugene no hustle
Eugene bad
kodua besa kobiem
se Eugene ni kodua kwa kodua was catching Eugene MPP for so the we here ni a party no mumpe wo
kodua was catching Eugene
was catching Eugene bebre once Eugene or the sika wonya Holland no the DMP
and obenze deputy minister
say ministry be abo what abo but ministry once MPP before ne ye wo form ni agro MPP before pay here for business it's just omo bre pa no once make say edu baby as omo here mental reorientation I don't know omo here say Opariansa.
Yes, I'm talking about Suhum MP. Obesa Baby.
Sir, Opariansa Tissimua.
For General Secretary.
For General Secretary, race in the because Korea would then be contested 2
giant
members of parliament, 2 former members of parliament. Eugene, a Akufo-Addo boy. Opariansa, a Kufuor boy.
Is it this all Dr. Baomi aside?
Oh, yeah, me
One more share Kufuor say.
Oh, yeah, me Opariansa a Kufuor boy.
And a line so.
Oh yeah, Kufuor boy. Now, on to be fi party, Muntraman could di ala nechino. Ka all other things being equal, Opariansa be di ala nechi. But now, on person be fi party to me.
Okay.
What I say, party away your wife so person the general secretary room. You can't just move like that. Say what I say, and then Oshe, one way or the other. Before this one, no, I think he was seen unseen behind Baumia. What I say, but Opariansa, Kufuor boy.
John Bodu to become national chairman.
John Bodu to become national chairman. Atesa.
National chairman.
Atesa.
For the NPP.
Atesa. So Boache Jakwam Pampa say Boache Jakobe Kojet national chairman there. Edding. Because medical catch us say NPP that they be won't play party anymore. They don't know that thing. Boache Jakuti sim say Kukro say open national chairman. Oh, Kewo.
But remember there.
Oh, let me say unity. Sasa mna watu weche ho. Wache da ku say. Na say kwachino. Wo na ya top forms no. Na ya feeling na ya de share nsem sama sama se kodi na chachama no. That's how we should do to Wache Jaku.
Because I just say go you know me too. Wache Jaku and Kwabena Japan. 2 of them favorite for the national chairman. But Kwabena says still now only the president or person.
Onope.
Yes.
Say what I say. Eti MPP here national chairman or aura. Or what this posture. Ghana ni betimi ahwe no waka say I don't know mo kapapa yasam ya say. So when you national chairman or tesa waiting. MPP be dey wapem. MPP be say when you national chairman be ohun. O ti baby a na wo koto aka to say he. Haruna Sekuti how. O say sorry.
Tiboache Jakuba na chairman Bugabe and vice.
Oh David
o say
so cry na here. Then people are saying this I know I hear we did not we say
but I say okay go you chairman Bugabe sa ko biem and na dey see na me ni obi kasa si ansa na eba o say I dey see Akwatia and between one years okay. It was a show off for the two to position themselves for the election when
election
it was a planting so just to improve their
popularity. And a chairman Peter McMenu buyer or tnas and the way Peter McMenu sit snack on Yana Solo. Who do I know your marshal? Who do I know your marshal? As a chairman to who say, hey, Charlie. Chairman, what we say wedding Samfunu. So Peter McMahon was style or channel say no what he say no what him chairman. We say wedding Samfunu. No what you now call. MPP here that person with that kind of aura. It is a Boache Jakobe Kodia.
Boache Jakobe ba. When that's all beba now man.
Either Boache Jakobe or Chairman Sabunzu.
Chairman Sabunsu,
yes,
for national chairman.
Yes, may these are the two.
But Chairman Sabunsu, they will be on the media. I don't see so. But
fashion man.
But
I know they are for fashion. But change our criticism. Nessa chairman Sabun come about Jacob Wani.
But I want to be a lazy the boot.
Oh, please.
So you can't say the people in the race, you know. We are aware, say, oh, for you be a day or
share.
That chairman, I want to be at me the Ashanti regional chairman. What makes you think so to be the national chairman?
Minim Ashanti regional chairman for Abakuni minimum many women many women chairman FFanto, chairman Amankwanum, they know me and know me, they know me very well. Which of me 3 million, won't be young one. I can't MPP assembly can what check FFanto Yansam 3 million, won't be young one.
Yeah, Kotuaba won't to me womb.
Which Chamaman Kwamunyansa, Chamaman Kwamunyansa, which was 6 million, won't to be on young one.
What to be by election? Clearly, I mean, or a contender of Ashanti regions.
Many FF and to a year, Juma. Many FF and to a year, Juma. Many Chamaman Kwaye, Juma. Many MPP chairman for a year, Juma. Our Ashanti region. It's a me. I am a MPP as someone tell me me can say. So want to be do a much chairman on very brutal 41 so or the national chairman. Men am 41 and also.
You want to meet you and we are only happy with you.
41 no munya no one say can 9 pe no. And they make 16 pe. You see, the reality is that
no, I dey chairman want to me ba.
No, me can say
contest. Yes.
Whoever wins, me say me fa ho.
Was you be radio station for 5 regions?
So they are over. Want to media.
I think so. I think the NPP should sit down and they should re-engineer the entire cortex of the party. Because intellectual position now NDC for taking, it's quite intimidating.
To the extent says lecturers cry a campaign, open campaign.
What did I mention? I say, and some national executives, sir. There should be this kind of personalities. Chairman Sabunsu, I don't know, but it looks like opposition for vice presidential
candidate.
Chairman Sabunsu. I mean, this is what I see from afar. Yeah. But
I thought chief of staff from Moana.
Me wa fane de Sankamenya. Omeje party no. Na on restructure party no. But Chairman Sabunsu, so be contesting on Quebec as a woman who on oppose.
On Pelu.
Wouldn't say Chairman, I don't contest. There will be on Pesade no. On Pesade no. It is Sanka Chairman Sabetimi ako. Dia na koko. But ono ebia onko no. Wache jako de so mo koche no. MPP for no ko by force. Enko to forms in some
Abra want to me wo.
Daben mi.
About Chema want to me.
Okay.
Maminya Juma we na many Sarah Amankra NDM Combo Embra one part of the research department the African Electoral Institute.
Me penasemo maminchia nansa me feeling brutal. Me feeling papa.
Sarah Bibia Boko the Electoral Institute.
Me penasemo maminchia nansa me feeling brutal. Me feeling the papa.
Yes, sir. Sarah Matomenka.
Meteo Kappa.
Very well. And sir, yeah, say, I mean, polls about every sorting about counting, bibia area. So far, no, provisional result are being clearly, Akwatia attorney green. Your observation so far, na Mintio.
Well, so far, I'm say counting also no. Say kind say do counting near the end of Basabasayoba. So far, so good. Na yebeda Akwatia for nyinase. Say ubia say bibia because boko na yenka say Akwatia for ini suba na say Akwatia for eba batwa o di Basabasayo eneba no. Yeda omase. Say ne kan wi ano yeka say many police benyi bi kasa pa. No che say o ampa omo form ho na ejuma mu di nso no. Omuhwe ama bibia bekoboko ebewie no yenti basabasa yobia anti da police force ase say omdi osi ayoyo na ne o person be no omuyema akosi maybe I do this here.
Generally, Ghana for expect to say, I mean, basa kakra, because Niyama yete every by election there. But clearly, said the Yashe, Fianopa, ABC, and Umrea, no, Chia Bapa, basa yobiano anko. So, will you say, sir, this should be the position going forward? Your core election biano, I say, unnecessary, yet me conduct here.
Mecca said we are setting standards for ourselves, and this should be the standard for elections going into the future. Na
but as election watchers, no more happy with turnout and the outcome of the result so far.
Turnout in the as is normal. By elections are in Tanya nipa bebree, and I can say do general election both presidential and parliamentary.
Yes.
And the PNP, so political parties take the step of busing people from their various locations. Maybe I'll be to say no. If you're Akwatia, also you think can age man say Kumasi na say that crew for so. And then a working day. Until ye enjoy juma and to hosi Akwatia ko to ababa keke. But you know say usually general elections juma be Emma ejuma for kwan so mon konko to aba. And a party so making sure say they make sure they get the people to their polling centers or their constituencies so to maba. This time I'm man is by election there. If unless while we are determined, nipa be they go by their own resources. Nti me sure say ensu ka ho nti na usually yen numbers be brave.
Well, kojo minim o bibi bisana na. And the biana me penanya no na me bisana sa question way. Senior, yem sa say ya relegate anything for development to elections. As without elections we can't survive. Is there any means, any strategy, anything as a country we can do so that we may not be always depending on elections for development?
As an wakano, say as an electorate, ye kahu amanfo ye kahu ntina etisa. Say ko to abana say yi nkrofo mundi nimna omumpre mpuntuo ni development embra ye importem na say omkodu ho a but then them say we have a responsibility, we hold them accountable. At all times, we should always ensure say we are holding them accountable. But we are until say the next 4 years, Oba, and again, Omuba, they share out a few things, CDs and items to us, and they are to nothing as I to Abana Mom. And see, Yako in the kind who say, Sikani Niama, free politicians, a Hodibiano. We are setting ourselves back. And see, once I have to Abanamano, from day one, we hold you accountable because we make promises to us. Until I to Abanamano say, we're making sure says I promise now we're making no. You live up to it. So this time around, the conversation has been say, oh, any a party wa bemuno, muntu maye because any bit meeting put to Aba. Akwatia has turned green.
Yes.
The citizens of Akwatia must hold the candidate or the MP elects responsible and accountable. Says I boshe we na share ni to abanama. Nti say ya boshe so no. Ni boshe na share no. Usu be disu. And at any point in time we should continue to hold them accountable. Obi can say in between elections so I to say Musa Dankwa pull never out no. Why wouldn't he be doing things like that intermittently? Yeah, in polls in the Yana Sikasem Zoom. Maybe I don't need resources now, but say citizens never start holding accountable. I'm sure say we'll have people who will be willing to ensure say they become potim. I know TV3 has been doing it. Omuko places be say what are the development needs? What are some of the areas that the things that they are lacking? And say continuously holding the political class accountable. I mean, GDP say here in my elections and standard development deba. At least Akwatia this time around we didn't see some of the things that ACCA previously say.
Yes.
All of a sudden because by elections ebano yebe acquire yebe never be brave. But this time around the competition has been keen. And see making sure say hold them accountable.
Senior Medase. Very well. Sarah, my name was maybe any other sign you were in Comobim. Why? Very well. And Sarah Mankra ada imeneno edi Komono na ono he's with the African Electoral Institute and Anumri Yenino Eddie
we're paying too much. I like him. I tell you, I like that young man.
Very solid young man. And say because could you akakra collation center hono omo the results ni nyina no akadie sie ni na afei officially no electoral commission ebetimi declare say lawyer Bernard Bediako of the National Democratic Congress ana etimi win the seat no but the idea no provisional and he said the kojoka no ashase no Akwatia is green say say because of that the kojo is seat na be saying
they say this is sitting there also I say Bruno
but Melusi County
you see but the man is 40 million there. I am waiting to see down by imagine some national elections no do baba NDC national organizer.
Okay.
Sebe Yamin na I say Yamin is Sasanensa.
Yamin the Matiso is in the board for general secretary.
Okay.
Yes.
So Yamin be called general secretary there.
Matiso is a medium film so be general secretary. Oyo de Demekain. Likely say if you quite be call for national chairman. Yes, and then Samidi Mfi may come for general secretary position.
I will be, in fact, Semi 250 kwete for na year.
Yeah.
Make a chance say onka general secretary.
50 kwete.
Yes.
Na Samidi Mfi ne yami me contest no.
Onka general secretary ho. What am I trying to say? Na one pair will be for national chairman.
For national chairman.
Sure. Same is a fine, refined young man. Waye national communications officer, and he's a lawyer. He's got a lot of years ahead of him. Unless there's BB, that's why. Otherwise, me, I would advise him to slow down.
Na uncle for position bay.
Wo de so pa undi ne communications director na. Na after 2028 na we movie call.
A movie called general secretary.
No, a movie called either general secretary or if he wants to go to parliament then he can consider that.
Okay.
The NDC needs to be extremely strategic politically.
Because I say don't get here because primaries.
Said the we campaign or opposition a different from what they now we campaign. And unti say Yamin and national organizer ni biuma.
Yeah.
Yebehe.
Yebehe ni po beba na.
Yebehe. Me catch with you.
Okay.
Yebehe. As I say, NDC extremely extremely strategic. Though 2028 election ya 2 years ya 29 and Sunday no 5 p.m. ya 2 years ya 2028 abana we.
Yenya ntwa 1 year.
David ya 2 years abana ya 2 years. Make sure they be seeing na ya 2028 abana we. Mahama nkobium nipo bi obedi Mahama de no. Obe reducing Mahama vote no by between 3% to 3.8%.
Okay.
So abeba form. As they say, Mahama got 57 something.
Over 1.6 million.
Yes. Nipe biya on a baby share Mahama 9 no. Obekti Mahama vote in so. Eso bete. Kakra. You know, between 3-4%. Obete so. But I need to be firm. Say vote no beti me akosora chen percentage na make so obete so na. Ebi jomo national organizer so. And once a chairman for ankasa nsheda nya de bia ehu bia ase no nkatia episode oye flag bearer. That is why you saw him very moving visible moving up and down in the campaign. chairman ankasa de otena fie na ye pia information ne ba na ote akire na wa friend organizer wa friend general secretary no ma strategize na we mukọ yemfa we nkwa minim why Fifi Kwete would want to be a national chairman, but semenya na ubetia onkoso general secretary na momu ma ubia enko hana drain. What I say?
Yeah.
No ma ubia enko ha na drain. Na wonwa na war pre chairman no NDC mu dada no. Ompe mu baako. But NDC MP chairman or yes skillful.
Okay.
NDC they should look for a national chairman or yeah brilliant and skillful.
Now unim edini be so I'm told sir James Klucher former public accounts committee.
It will not be good for the NDC.
Papa, no,
strategically.
Okay.
Strategically it will not be good for NDC. So if you have a court etna as general secretary, they can have another Votarian as national chairman.
Okay, that's correct. It's two major positions.
Yes, it can mean call EMFA.
Okay.
Also, NDC is not like MPP. NDC no a community team. Into Wefia.
Now Wefia.
NDC a community team. MPP a community team. MPP a centralized team. And you can even have a national chairman who is an Akan and the general secretary
a Votarian.
An Akan. They don't mind.
Okay, for the NPP.
Yes, they don't mind. Just that say Bakube Fia Eastern region, never Bakube Ashanti, no way fear. But to have Fifi Fiave, so Ebia Onko or better was general secretary. Now
James Klucher
the average is so bad as national chairman. You cannot have them.
EMFA.
Yeah, EMFA.
Because Ocean clearly and somebody like Guzitano Ewoho, but per the analysis I want make is here and Guzin so bad. What it means is a EMFA because you have him coming from the Volta region, Fifi Kwete as well, coming from the Volta region.
Guzitano.
Guzi would have been a perfect person.
Guzitano would not
position.
be bad because he's not been seen too much as an away. What I say? You won't too much as an away, even though nefa ifriho. So Fifi Fiavekote, minim se Guzitano beba there. Fifi Fiavekote and Guzitano, it will be a dangerous pair, I tell you.
Combination.
Would a day.
But I say Abanga and so beba, so ni Mabanga.
First vice. Minu anonka first vice. You see, I don't know how
very young.
Politics no who I was said yet here, and people must see it that way. You don't just move from here to there. No. JH means an uncle president Eddie when you know. When to my flag bearer crowd, or the MP, the senior minister, deep and baby tonight, you know. Say no, what to be who want EP positions for MPP. And it's the and shed in TV asa. Say Yamin Beko General Secretary. Nipe to be a Matiso Minion Beko MPP General and this General Secretary Nibino, Yamin Belusi.
I know one way.
Memo.
But when you was any Ghana for the
Yamin Belusi.
For General Secretary.
Say Fifian Tiasie. Na Okaswa beko national chairman na say umuvi honor. Na say Sami Jemfi any Yamin contestant Sami Jemfi BT
Yamin to General Secretary.
Yes. Obibiti no. But
they are also from the same group. The same group. Yes, the same block.
But me no, I would advise Sami say unti break so.
On chain.
Unti break so. Teacher break so kakra. Enti, womu parties ni mi no. the owa sempa se say no eye MPP na me hwɛ names na yi wo muti ba na mo pe national executives na Charlie
and show cry
oh Charlie bra so yetimi ma Samia Wuku ejai MPD be di general secretary na ye a
Kemfa
Samia Wuku be di general secretary.
But I don't cross the minimum the country or come DMP. Or DMP as a
there is or presidential ambition.
Ogu.
Sir Washa Rollins Ogu ono ofemu fala no koe. We Rollins Friwa in the Fourth Republic nipa undi MP da OD president John Evans Mills. Struggle kakra. That is why Rollins realized that Semema will call contest I'll be lose because we don't have a constituency.
Yeah.
People don't understand why Rollins could pay Jata Mills and say was Wedro. Then yes, Rollins in percent this for call presidential primary so. But he realized that Professor Mills only constituency.
To only base.
Only base.
Our party.
You want Crawford on your MP, but our base.
And that challenge may be what Dr. Baumia.
Mo your MP, our base. Me your MP, me our base.
Yeah.
What I say? Professor Mills no ni base. Into Rollins yeah the calculation no who's no. Say me man call presidential prime minister or very report all. Into me yanko swedro. Who de dimechi yekoye yade yekwa meye bibi. What are you going to do? Oh, come on, no page up this I say me ni hwa. Kewu wona woko. Rollins apejare nsa. Wona me hekwa kan dey. Wo founder and leader. I can say when to say. We are no kwatwe na no form. Okay. Eti Mills de no Rollins na boa no twifa sa problem ni na so. Afei edu Alan so no. Alan ne bra wa MPP mu nyina nyese nkrofo mpenasemo Alan ni base.
Because on call
this is the truth. Listen. Me pala na sem. Ya ye adwuma man da. But let me tell you, Alan ni base. Only constituency. In the MPP, only constituency.
But I'm sure he should have known
what I said.
This yes.
Baumia only constituency. Only base. Sadia wedding. One say time na do overhaul Baumia from Bank of Ghana no.
Yeah.
No only base.
Our party him. Obi akra nim.
That people didn't know him. Time na do efa Baumia na be a popular chain Baumia. Even now cry me a popular channel. Just the fact that we're the vice president. Only base. Enti Samia Uku no a base. Once we did youth organizer.
Yeah.
Why say we're building the CV MPP. He's done a good job. So as an MP, Kojo Ponkroma so presidential ambition. One mun party ni mo mbedi. Kojo Ponkroma Samia Uku. Umi no mbeba between kwan no so. Kojo Ponkroma Samia Uku. Akura pobiem. Wow. Omo afenyo makin. Afenyo only see boot. And yes, I see you.
Okay.
And yes, I see you. Chile Obeba. Oh. When you are not on president of it, you don't know.
Another oh yes. Peter Patrick Boama.
Patrick Boama. Okay, we hold the side no. And also fine man. And see yeni mo. And NDC has so yeni mo. Ye na ebe share on kwantana so.
Obi nso be boy free baby.
Na hear the strategy was wrong.
Obi nso be boy free baby be room.
So what would I make sure na say? Also say Ghana for eti ade na se bank kakra say politics na nyesika biom. Unlike before. And see sana agronte. I think say Samia Okuntumi feel horse as a member of parliament and be the general secretary. And Kayama unopposed. Double Acheja Kwan now say Chimin Sabunsu, national chairman, unopposed. Now national organizer or or you'll be a national organizer. Udi be na yema no baba ko deputy, bema ba ko deputy. Yema no 2 deputies, so baba ko bema ba ko. Oba no umfi Western region. Nanka bema no any of the regions.
Now youth organizer.
Oh, youth organizer there can be anything, anybody. Youth organizer ankasa there. We address we bia because youth organizer, no national organizer no actually say kwa na woko. What I say? But I don't know. I'm say abanga ninuano.
Obesaba.
Yeah, sure, definitely.
And a Dennis Beba.
Well, Dennis. Dennis is obeying the tiaba. Oh, and see, you when I sit down and I watch, I can tell say yeni don't beba. But what is the plan? What's the strategy?
Okay.
You see, winning elections is different from working to win political power for your political party. 2 different games altogether. Are they BT MPP 2020 no 2020 elections na ankasa na da ho no so you can okura pass pa woman na say can run off
2024
2020 asem na
2020
oh okay so election na ho no in reality obi awone.
Oh, but say unya president too.
Oh, chief. Okay, 2000 American elections no. Florida. So them dey go see here. I told her na yesi gonya na kwadwe no man ho kayu ebeba come yemra. Na we come yaba. But what trust na wo share resource ni yie pa. Me declare you MPP for my soldier for 8. And on bomb mobile. We didn't say when I'm starting to make a woman draw Mako, I'm here now coming. Go for you. We are now coming. So I think that yenya MPP 4 list no. Then we can do a proper analysis. But just on the hand side, I can tell you, Wuntumi will be the West National Chairman for the NPP.
For the NPP. Very well.
Because already in Ankasano. And Nema, why you know? And the award and him no. M1. M1. Ashanti region, Hono, Okobelu Supoto.
Akoka Betuno.
Oh. That's a Koka, no, de facto regional chairman.
Regional chairman. For Train Keke.
Koka betuno. And I said I tell them Koka be the national chairman and now won't make Ashanti region way. Na Napo so yede.
Napo.
How much national chairman hey?
Napo. Macho poku prempe. Oh, but so besa about.
Obeba
running mate.
Asa.
Ombesa fano, yes.
Nkofo be review mu.
Napo be running mate oberi.
Omo pe, I'm so omo period pa o.
No, I won't say Onua the next person. But the question is that say Utimima Dr. Bawumia a second chance. Why wouldn't you want to say Obama Napo second chance? Go you? And obviously, Obama na obi yime asutre say unim bigedu unim no.
Why?
Bigedu unim no.
MPP bigedu.
NDC
bigedu.
Regional chairman for Western North. Unim no. A contractor, a very astute person. He's the owner of Calf University.
Obeba
National Chairman. I'm told. Yes, Opesoba National Chairman. And Big Edu so will come for the NDC. National Chairman. Oh, a fine gentleman. A very calm. Very active. On pen wasem so Big Edu Beba.
There be chairman there politics there. Umpen wasema unye bi. And so I will look for him. Also, NDC were a very good position, say.
Yes.
They only have to manage it, no man say no. Because it's early days yet. I feel we try 1 year. Maybe when say this year as soon. Check 3 years.
Now, conversation I have is for interest.
Sure.
They say I miss so be data and messages and go for them. Now people are telling me that whether NPP or Mumpio, Eugene Boachienchi is going to be the next general secretary.
Oh No, and
you said he's a fine
I've said it.
gentleman.
I told you, Eugene is a fine gentleman.
Yes.
He only have to manage his temperament. That's all. That's all.
Okay.
He's a fine gentleman. And I also say, Wabin, Eugene Abin.
And then Jumanu so bet me aye.
Eugene Abin. It's the reference says Eugene. And the Fifi Kwete, Ete, Onua, TV3, and any other station. So you can feel this Nkrachisem Kakra blowing. You know, you can see it. And you say, Ubi abit try say, or shiny ubi be overshadow ubi. Only thing I may time I no. Or check here no we are. You'll be a fine. And despite everything, usually you'll be a ohun we chichitia. Obepe say onobedi kanya ben. Just that I said that the be some kakra will three moon and abrochino but openipa.
Okay.
What said the Eugene said? Eugene will look at you. So we be pa. We know from outsider. Who maybe a wunimu. So we be Eugene. We be try to make catch us a commodeo. And on catch us a commodeo. But one say what? Did the yanko? Say the Eugene here. Gina did the yanko.
So, Komoya AD, no, Grofobet to chat tape the IAU over the campaign.
Maybe the mechanic credit will got me silent here.
Grofo,
so farmers about when election.
Of course.
When Timmy saw
I say the way you know, Komoya AD, I mean, objectivity, unless who are on pedal.
My country record, so say, Chairman Azoka, any booker was a boot and talk on.
Chairman,
one more planning,
one more planning,
one more share. Almost share.
Yes.
Almost share. And to say, we are party, we are MPP, we are this not all. No, I dream yourself, Cocoon Toka, Jai. Almost share. They plan, say, a quiet. You do it, and say, you're creating Tokana, said a bear, maybe call. First vice, also call first vice, party for the better amount, and one no, and strategy, and send to Kobe and see it.
Now, Obi sent me a message, Madame Fubio or Belgium. Because the speaker tells Matt that if Napo becomes the next running mate to Dr. Baumia, I will come and contest an election as a candidate.
You see, me, I don't know how.
Napo,
Debbie, you can't rebrand Napo. Debbie.
Obi a wode na contest.
You see, Napo is actually unbrandable.
O branding Napo again.
You can't. You can't.
You
can't rebrand Napo.
Because you Matthew Opoku
for any political, presidential slot in this country. I'm telling you. You see, he shot himself dead. Napo shot himself dead. Who passes here? I mean, no, say. But in cover form, so presidential race upon cover form. Upon cover form.
Chop a sober, Obelusu.
National Chairman.
Bigedu.
Bigedu. Oh, Council of State.
Council of State member, Western North.
Oh, okay. For National Chairman.
For NDC. National Chairman, NDC.
Obewini.
Bigedu ba Obewini.
Obewini, but
we didn't swatch you. So you see, before I betche Western Region Mono, okay, he was one time Western Regional Chairman of the party, and Lucy to the Natoku again. And sana 2018, he divided region into two. And he was a two-term regional chairman for the Western North. Clearly, they say region, I think so okra 7 out of 8 or so, or 8 out of 9 constituencies in the Western North region. And he clearly, in the NDC, the microphone at the national level, especially.
Me, mum, dear. NDC executives are I think they need to take their time, screen, and get them.
Okay.
That will also decide whether or yes they'll be able to win 2032 elections or not. But by 2032, not MPP ni NDC, and why a time?
By 2032.
By 2032.
The country.
These two political parties, they need to be 101% careful. Otherwise, both parties will go to opposition. By
2032.
By 2032, year when him here.
Okay.
Assemble two parties in the middle. They know. You think they don't know? They know. They know. They know.
And the one about your alternative, no? And the political party.
They know.
And the movement for change, you know, will transition to become a political
Alan.
party.
You see, let me advise.
Chair down so
Alan Mpe Council of State be non-koye.
Alan Chemate.
Yeah.
Uncle the Council of State. Oh, go you want to
no, Council of State, there's all co-elections are winning. Okay? Alan should strategize. No one day still. But I think that
the career Nessie.
No, that grace now no was so between the president. No.
A free
sir. He should forget it. I'm telling you. He should forget it. No. He should forget it. Aje party si mi no ba kusudu. Etam ni so the flag bearer by force. And this Alan should forget it. Me na make a show.
Into a Onua party cry and fair
as a signal and friend Ghana na yet so no ho. So we nima assassin here. Where more boss me na make a show. Alan Umpe Council of State be. Mama between yeah. On your Council of State member. And I say, yes, I'm a high commissioner be.
Don't cut in a brooch.
Because I yes, so Ebia also Skabia what the idea. Ebia Alan was Skabi or what. And what person the Bayer politics and qua Teshi and fan. But me person be tuneful. Don't forget it. So better party no up a new face there. And a born one kasa. No, I had to say Rollins, Godfather. May a founder, but I have a presidential candidate. Then that will be fine.
Because I'm told some political party in the Omasha share them. Boniface, one kasa unia Boniface, Ebubaka Sadiq, national chairman for that particular party.
Alan,
yeah, kasa.
Alan Ijina only 100,000 votes.
Osan Ijina be moi.
Me say Alan, presidential election only 100,000 votes. Opa entonchia. 2024 me catch them move here say 90,000 onya. Who say
36,000, right?
Onya say
36,000.
Mo.
Alan Doebe national organizer.
Alan onya 100,000 votes. Onya 100,000 votes. Onya 100,000. Je. Party ni mi na wo no ho NDC ni MPP no wo mo ye papa ba akoma but from different mothers enta ye muja kro na wo mu just that say wo mo no ye necessary because we many that's all. MPP fo an kasa wo MPP mo no o ma poalan I'm telling you. And he needs somebody to sit right before him and tell him the plain truth. I
say amnesty or horse say uncle bet me about back.
So Oba back dear. Say Oba MPP back dear. Let's MPP for be penema na ye flag bearer dear. he can make an impact.
But it looks as if so when people move so your favorites say
but say Alan is a quite political party after Fafranto Yellow. Oh, Atessa. Atessa.
What party did you? Go there party the member. Party
no party
they are told say Omwate. We are told Omwate party no them.
So MPP no.
Was it?
And MPP no.
Okay. Enti one more train documentation no. Enti
movement patriotic party.
Minyan who?
MPP. Ananya no.
Enti Boniface.
Anya the more provincial certificate no.
Boniface national.
Ananya no.
The winning Boniface national chairman. Yabo Abia Samoa will become general secretary.
Yabo Abia Samoa the head okodi MP no. Former vice president.
Former Adenta MP.
Oh, former vice president. Ni spokesperson.
Former vice president there here.
Ono. Yeah, ni former spokesperson. And you're now okay.
General secretary. So there.
And now.
Enti Owia na Solomon Usu Ababe national communication director. Na if be Hopsina Doye should be national organizer. Na omo sheshe ne saako nanka adenta kumida so ho a nanka the national youth organizer ne dia man but say you know ono afri ho aba be diba omi achi enti youth organizer no they may want to look for somebody new but Alan so running mate ni wo ho enti at any point in time
it's good political parties no be anyini to be anye bibi but
don't want to show them na make a show.
Boss, let me repeat.
Kojo
Alan ye flag bearer. Onya 100,000 votes.
Iti manen continue sikengu.
Oh. Yeah. Urim say ye di kufuachi no. Ye de ne Alan. Ye ne ye Alan. Make catch no plane. But sa grace na the president no every Alan in seven. Me na me catch you.
But the grace in how would the grace no come back at the time of joining the NPP and
NDC? Say ya mete hey. Na obite baby. Ebia o kan news crowd radio station be wa wu hunu so. Na say Captain Smart ni ho. Ase me koye Maakye. U free preko pe pause a. Moja be tu. Ade a part ndi yala na eya. I'm telling you. And near my call Alan Kojo Chamatin eni no. Say say e kan nyina wa bonten a. Wan hwe nipa bi ho a wo hia wo abonten wo chia kra wo kra wo nje so. Alan was maltreated, malhandled, and a lot. But necessary coming.
Not in a party name.
When I'm catching her, our Arabia channel. It takes two foolish people to stay married. It takes two foolish people to stay married. I'm telling you today. It is a unyanya for me no pe aware no begu.
Obi ani ate.
Aha. Nyansa for me no nware. It is a two fukura aware say so e ba koye kwasea. Enche se koye kwasea se be. Na ade no eya. When ma say wo catch treje ekufo 1998 prime minister no. Na no JH Mensa so ye kufu akonta wan catch kufu so rotten cassava. Obi na no se bia sa patam. Asama na yase wakonta. Wunu ba
nikunu.
But then after elections, Kufa JH Mensa senior minister. company kafa Kufo. It was plain insult. You just do baby 1998 do baby no nasanka nasanka na but was no Roman and Kasa Kufo and Kasa no what to talk man. What did he do? Oh yeah, Nanado, Attorney General, a Foreign Affairs Minister. Disrespect name, insult, this and Yamani in H, Kufo many. Eti, and Yamani be a wa. Ya pa, but there's so many. The man of the Yalan, Mrs. I can be with you, so I can't also call you with the Anyano Cray. Na be a ya. But that's so many because that was the trying political moment of Alan Chamating.
But when Timmy and sustaining.
When Timmy and manage, you want sustaining po. Enna Marizani Masaba. Masako.
Oba Samba.
Oba Hin. Oba Party Mobile. Masaba MPP. Alan Masako MPP.
And I don't know about any of the political parties, okay.
Office MPP for Bejano. No my
amnesty.
No my flag bearer.
More grantee amnesty. Enti say okay. Onua ya assessment no pair.
Enti
to me asaya.
Enti Osankwa no could position me.
Na position baby no pair.
Say amnesty. So my grantee amnesty no.
Yes. Unja 2 years sir.
NSC
contest.
NSC ya me no ka say Alan wedi say. Alan only 60 only anya fe wedi 50. Enti udi 2 years sir. And now bet we have a contest for another position.
Yes.
So you say Alan was 70. She say Alan Chamatin was 70 years. What then are you saying? Are we saying, sir, Alan on some metric after 2 years and was contested? How is that going to be possible? So amnesty you create say will be amnesty the your move to me a Kosoro. But Alan will never return to the NPP. Okay. Say Alan moved to be in 50,000-60,000 votes. Our 2028 election. They should concentrate on just one region. Yako kumase me catch there almost say Alan owned me in shatter MPP votes in Ashanti region. It is rather NDC. And a bit dissipate MPP votes in Ashanti region. Now, before we bring to my say, when your political science lecturers and Adam say, yeah, and your book politics na make camp ground
from there.
Alan owned me shatter MPP vote or babia owned me because NPP votes are consolidated, are static. NDC votes are dynamic. Parties remain no one. You must know them and how to deal with them. MPP votes are static.
They are the money, yes, sir.
Sarah Suditia mean to me mentioning now. I am party independent for the bit me job lie. NDC votes are dynamic. It's me movie. It is a we are what you say. Who break MPP voter? Aji NDC ne bit me break. Alan, won't mean break MPP votes. I'm telling you. Onya say
36,000.
The whole country. Now me cross to me morning show. When you pay 20,000, hear me. Peter, me never you had 20K. 20K. Nipa 20,000. What want to do? Musika koto data. Nobody ever hear me. Now whole Alan Chamate onya 36,000. And do bad to my constituency. So, on the party, no. Now, only the brain behind it. Non penko fonko. Because Alan of 2028 only 100,000 votes. Because 2028 abana ya 12 ya on Sunday 5 p.m. They says to 2028 abana ya 12 ya we to ya on Sunday ya 5 p.m. Obesa utimu asempa Prophet small boy ni ukrum ha your friend Uche what did that?
Yes.
Ko he na obeka abato no asem akere wo. Ya 12
all right.
Alan onya 100,000 2028 onya 100,000 na we nya ye no sofo Trabosum nya ye benya no 2020 no
yeah
na ka ya Alan there near the zeros no be 2 bi aka ho akoranim like what we be a decider but 2020 elections no MPP for a Alan Buga were them but where who and I don't board Buga e were them where who Prime Minister no say check it in terms of percentage what do you say Canada Japan you are there Alan
oh yes
okay trust na yes it's the time I'm say ye nua pani ba ko am pese mebu ni din na so your poll star o sedai o krum ha me mo bi adi on
my benefit
minim
benefit
I don't know minim so a poll star na ba o me ba win election we na Alan be ya de power chantage me say that me stress
a benefit na o kana
me mo bi adi me come asem
na se poll says e okrum ha de anymore
and I was like Alan many hopes are yet have me catch say 90,000 votes gronya Alan don't team break MPP votes e wa chantage because MPP makatch so move vote no e static e consolidated NDC votes are dynamic. Anytime I catch say NDC for no NDC I can say election winning machine. Alan didn't mean break NDC votes. I will voter region that on me.
But I say or not your favorite or
on to me
in the voter region.
Or not your favorite. I will voter MPP.
Okay.
Time and not contest ne Kosomo. Aha. Sankalan Belidi.
Not general election.
Sankalan Belidi MPP. 2008. 2008. Kufokono. Sa Alan Baya. MPP and co-position. Because let me tell you, Sankaye Alan Ena Eka just 20,000 voter. Kafarijan the best also.
Okay.
Oh, elections are 2 o'clock. Ebian why you free and fair. Aya ye kan kro okrum ha wo. The fair way. Election to be born in Papa to work, pick up market to popo no work free fair ni. And so I wouldn't say as figures.
When they say see but
Opa man pen paper says here. Natural 301 mam says here, I mean sure what you have. Opa for pen paper bra. So 301 member figure for forces here.
Well, you be on phone call right there.
Enti
I don't pay me samba.
Yen catch ye bra pedi. Me kra me wo fa no. Me papa do no. Say ote party na Oma obi fufro.
In
leading on treachery.
But as it stands, no one betimi aye say adwuma.
Oh, I know there you almost them. The next party at that for Rebecca was a Convention People's Party.
CPP.
I'm telling you.
Omo de say egu ana.
Engu ye.
E da so ho.
CPP engu yo.
Mo ho.
CPP engu yo. CPP engu yo.
Newe.
CPP engu yo. CPP engu yo. CPP engu yo.
Na kojo party the way.
CPP engu yo.
Leadership newe.
Okay. Some say engu.
I say yenti omo nka bi.
Ye ka say
CPP ne hwan.
Ye ka return na say. Return.
So obi san ba. Ana bibi san ba.
Okay.
But say what you atum say egunu no.
Debut ye ka say return. Say.
Bibi a san ba.
Bibi a aba biom. Enye say san ba. Aba biom.
Nde no ceremony e dey.
Engu yo
CPP. When you CPP say at here pa dey be say Ghana ni bi aso be ka say CPP dey say go.
Hwe. Problem a CPP nya ye ne say. Leadership ana was CPP to 2024 elections no. Wo monti CPP sunsum na say. CPP spirit bi wo mu. One Kasa National Executives na no mugu party headquarters woli na no bi antiase. Because about the send the NDC for the country CPP party headquarters. Omo rent ma omo.
And na just party na egu nipa nim
engui.
Na nipa na mo dey party.
One no mo di anim no mo nti CPP sunsum na se. Now they train na be
CPP.
Wo dey train
the boys in the say for running mate to uncle.
Yes, a man co.
I didn't see it.
They see it, say.
When you go, no, why you want to see me before running mate? That's when you. And then you see it.
Do baby, no.
Those boys in this
room. Me try me be
Mateto
about the political prostitution of the Convention People's Party.
Okay.
It try me be about that. Because I said they should stop the political prostitution. Because they do baby, no. Let's CPP party the train MPP. Fremont Paris. So be more music campaign.
Chief of staff.
What them John say? And I was like, really?
That's a party in your resourceful. Nipa nim, sika nim. I mean, nipa ne woman no
sika.
Omo your resourceful. Na campaign yes can dey.
What pap my CPP in position huye of which very soon we who go for this sika be kwa CPP. Say, it is the most popular but silent political party in Ghana. CPP is popular than NDC. CPP is popular than MPP, but it is silent. Because every single individual in this country in CPP, just that it is silent. So, make strategies no ha.
The next flag bearer of the CPP. Captain Kojo Smart.
Me ye farming no. Asama MPP for katre. Mame Sapon Kuma say. So I for Captain Smart to running mate there. Yeah, ma osika nya campaign. Mumusa nsamwa.
Oh, asama mo katre.
Oh,
for 2024 election.
Na me kasama mi so asama me kensa ma bobodin. Me am di wo no no wan di wo. Say yeah, mouse can campaign. When you drop. Now also Pesica to your campaign. And say do baby not CPP ni WhatsApp campaign. Facebook.
It's musica number.
Some
it's that more send the blood.
It's when your number there you do amount
broadcast messages.
Now what if I don't yes can go to data? Why hold you amount of better?
When I'm person with the winning election.
They be said in 2024. So I say CPP
broadcast messages.
And I'm sure I didn't do say no. Me to us no. Me pese me enti wo shine beyira. I'm say me pebim. Mo de what am ko pesika ko ye mo campaign.
Mo ko jemra.
But there shame me say you before ya na say CPP. Enye this na say CPP. Se Kwame Nkrumah nkrofo yenum say sa nkrofo we ye corner say am prepare embobo ya chi anye ye den ani si aye ankan si ani ma ya mpam Nkrumah efio mem ha ka CPP njija say na we nyina chi no ha na say ye twen MPP but na finance CPP as it me a campaign
bakojo unim saadie we nyina unim history we enim track record we den na wo ko join the UP tradition
me MPP party card we
enanya wa na so ye MPP ni
and I'm party card we
Na me na obisa me.
Aha.
Ente way.
Kufuor so ba Rollins ha kakra. No ye this ni.
Yes. Obedi position cry.
That's right. No call here. Kwame Nkrumah oko UGCC. Ebe wo UP. Ofimu na bete ha. Nti ukosua no hu msuban na no ba back. So what did I make sure that say? Kwame, when go UGCC, no nim yansa chen won nyina.
When go UGCC,
when go so ten no.
Obi a wo brochure party yet you won't come. You before be general.
It's about so jam.
Now by what beti ho.
About so jam. Ela ma jam UGCC amamo. Ela mo gu no. Me twe me wona mo gu no.
So wo twe dom ko.
Dabi na minim yansa nka dom ni di machi. Minim yansa nti. Me free station bi ana me de audience ko. Cause who presenter no better wa and I say hello honorable David. Hello honorable mon. Oh, Peter Nazar. Hello honorable mon is assembly.
Intribune there.
So what I say? Let's me feel this is no. I don't know na family di me chin no man dey go. It's me yabesi na say look, if the CPP will even flirt with any political party.
Not the NPP.
Not the NPP. If the Convention People's Party will want to go into political prostitution, it should never be the NPP. Because time BS CPP, any MPP be kon nakrana no. Party the vote the table from or except all.
It you say CPP no be sorry beam.
Typical 1992. What happened? The then national chairman of the CPP or make a pronouncement GBC. So on the other for the Professor Dubois, then a two party. Then a two party. Huh? The only time a CPP who be ya kono kakra, 2000. But let me tell you what happened. And it was J.S. Kufuor's decision. Say MPP and contested because let me tell you, and then I can't win. Say 2000 elections no. Maybe a call ya buy ya, and maybe a call ya buy ya. You feel from buy. And Mulman can't say Mubian contested. Elembele Mugabe. I was our constituency. People don't understand. Don't forget, say, our constituency. So, may catch on the plane. To me, be here, Juma, baby. To me, power be here, Juma, baby. Soon be here, Juma, baby. Utia. Now, when I know why I cannot, but Nipani TF BB or from Bontuku to Mali, from Mali to Singapore, from Singapore, Senegal, from Senegal to Togo, back to Ghana. Then Kufuor said that no way. Mubi uncontested. Yenjama Kwame Nkrumah na Kwame Nkrumah Sambra. Bankrofo antiase. NMA Elembele Mugabe. Edibedi MP. Meboa. Sesai. On the sea. 2004. CDP yo imagine say I don't want to my better MPP who then a two party no. Ko check record no. Professor Heye and then in 2008 Paco Sinium Crocco if you have no best court PPP then in for sa wouldn't say I'm no say Kufuor catch us and the home party we were party MPP more say nipa trans no mo jai Kwame Nkrumah and to say we are see be say Benjamin so be bofofra. He would never like the UP tradition. It is a way CPP near. You don't have to sell the image of the CPP to UP tradition. No, don't do that. Because Obianwa Waya MPP leader, Wakas and Papa Kwame Nkrumah, J. Kufuor, the later Sante Hemana catcher say, yeah, Kwame Nkrumah. So we need some Papa Bian camp, 10 years. As far as Sante Hemana, Nafia could be amping. Or say, Nana. Uwe kura aya unye aduane abrembi o say ye Kwame Nkrumah no so wunya asem papa bia nka mfa ne ho a enka asem bia so mfa ne ho for 8 years, what is all Kwame Nkrumah Semda? Or can I not to? What the Kwame Nkrumah diagram telling you, political career away. That's what I'm telling you, Napo, Wakana Tukuta, or Paonum Petro Kumain, or Bene and Hukuta and Da, Wakana Tukuta. I'm catching
Kwame Nkrumah no statement.
That statement alone. I don't know what is 7% if you won't vote to move. I don't know Napo be an MPP lose election. Napo na lose can you 7%. Straight. Because Makacho said CPP is the most popular but silent political party. Ghana ni bia your CPP new. But will be a trend da CPP.
Abe rising.
Be unity. Every ho na fe yen ho CPP unity. Na ye na ye koro. Enti no yen ko fa yen tema nkota UP fu hu biom. So ate. Ba mia so mo say aka 9 pe. Yen CPP aka 60 ya jetum. Ba yen 60 na ye pe no. Say ye sorry a ebeba ntama chen 9.
I see.
But Convention People's Party enguye
ebesaba. Well, I was about that was it. Na yatsire mo ache as I said yes sorry na yet we say enti Akwatia by election no the Kusi ya no now lawyer Bernard Bediako is the newly elected member of parliament for a year the Akwatia constituency in a by-election and fiercely contested one. Enti ma yemfa wonsi Onua free aropa ana ye ne wo ehya se JB any team no e ba ye and which no new sim no ba ye and the 12 billion new said bro and which ni e be so mo a yatene mo to this time as I say yes sorry so na anopa yasan so anyway share bim kodwo be ba Maakye so na we share me e wo yensempa so on 95.1 kodwo ma yen sorry so
ne ti ma yenda obi ase na kachalan se sika kakra ho no onfama nana no mu me kan kure na cheo
enti mo amoje bre ehwe ye etie ye live on radio nyina no ye da was
ma minchia Kobe Asante Kotoko no 246 to baby o Ira, I love your silence. And Yamishao. Nipa minu na ekontokwa. Between mini na ebetimi akọ. Se me to blow. No so on to bia. Hwan na eko. Ye chimi e beka cho se me assault no. Aha. Nipa minu na eko. Ti ma ba konko. Ba nko so nko sa.
Koyo I'm my phone say have a good night. I don't do any anopa.
Okay, China number be
Fabe also or China anopa.
China pa mail it.
Who be late? And I do messy wo abisi sabri. Who be late na do me atine mo abisi. And me abisi anopa.
Media general pressure no.
Me po no see am ko be.
We say am no ka say. TV station be happen.
Oh, be happen. Exactly.
Media general pressure no buy won't be 1 year. Me matem from 2021 first June. Chama me ba hani ete beer bank onwa so stools. Ya de me ba fia beer bank onwa no. O ti so free wo sa beer bank onwa na sisi a. E ma 3 ya de me she
anyway, we produce now. I was saying now I see they was see enti adom dom ye na ochina no pa e be san so anywhere there share being. Good night. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Onua TV, yadwene wo ho pa. Onua TV, yadwene wo pa.
Ago Ganaman, bidding some defrikua, a Jumakuan chain and mammo. Yet the qua mixture baye, Muji to Mukama, after the fofraba, qua plus mixture, and a qua empty mixture. Qua mixture, a bois, amonipi duenya hodeno, na qua plus mixture, into a bow immune system for qua mixture and the qua plus mixture.
Elections for the party. But let's look at it generally, again, because he's not here to have the opportunity to respond to anything that you may say. So I asked earlier, right, whether or not the outcome of this election itself is a referendum on the national executives of the party. Dr. Norman, what do you think?
Which party?
Of the NPP.
Definitely. Everything a member of a political party does, no matter how distant it may be, reflects on the main party. The buck stops with the national executives of the MPP. And they were there. And some of them were there. And so for me, they can't run away from the outcome of this election. If they had supported their candidate better and thought about it strategically, maybe they could have done much, much better. But again, the infighting in MPP is going to continue for a very long time. 2028 is not the end. It's going to get worse when they are going for their primaries. And that will stay for a very long time. The damage they are going to do to themselves is going to stay in the party way past 2028.
You see, you need to learn the history of the MPP. They are liberal conservatives. They believe in some kind of seniority. Now, once you have turned the tables, right, upside down, you have created instability. So you take, for example, the late Professor Edubuahin, right? When Kufuor was coming in, he was told that was not his time. He should be his time. He did. Then Kufuor comes. Akufo-Addo is coming in, and he's told that made your time. And he did. Now, when it goes to Akufo-Addo's time, now you are bringing Alan to jump him. Then the man cried foul. The party listened to that.
You bring in Bawumia to jump Alan.
Well, the party understood that. Then they gave him the mandate. Alan threw in the towel, and you said that when his time is due, you will do what? You will support him.
Yes.
You have done 8 years in opposition, 8 years in government. Is it not the time for Alan to come? You have jumped, you have succeeded in jumping him to Bawumia. So you have died in the wool MPP people who think that Bawumia is an alien. As much as he may lead the party, he is a tenant trying to become a landlord.
How is that? I mean, yeah, that's not. I don't think that is.
Look,
no, hang on. I don't think that is a fair, description of the place.
It is figurative.
Of the place. Then you should explain yourself, because if it's figurative, it opens it up to all kinds of interpretation. So, what do you mean by that?
The point is that still people do not consider him as inherently MPP. Like his umbilical cord, right, can be traced to the NPP. It is just by sheer luck or fortune that he found himself in the midst of power brokers of the party.
Exactly.
Right? That helped him to get to where he's gotten to. And he has become a household name within the NPP. Look, a presidential candidate, according to Global Info Analytics data, that is just around 52% internally. It's going to be difficult for him to win the national elections. And I told them in the lead up to 2024 elections, you could not even make 70. When your opponent, Mr. Mahama, was making 98 point something, what that means is that the factions within the NDC are limited. In actual fact, there is only one faction. Because President Rawlings is late. President Mills is late. The oldies now decided to what? To gather around Mahama and push him. That's why you saw the Martin Amidus, the Guzitandos all coming on board. That helped Mr. Mahama in unison.
Well,
that apart.
I mean, today, the NDC is the exemplary party. But let's not forget.
Yes.
2016.
Yes.
2020.
Yes.
How they also suffered and struggled to put their bases together, to put their rank and file together. They may be exemplary today, but then it will mean that it is a condition the parties suffer anytime they are in opposition. But that is a discussion for another day.
Yes.
Let me rein you back in. Right?
Thank you.
Let me rein you back in. If this be a referendum on the national executives of the NPP, what will it be saying about the executives in terms of their ability to put the party at the top, their ability to win an election?
The resetting agenda must equally get there.
The NDC's resetting agenda.
Yes, they should also reset.
They have to use a different word.
Total reform. Look, there are certain individuals, right? They have the pedigree to bring some changes within the party.
Sure.
A person like Kobene Japan, I don't understand why he still wants to be the presidential candidate of the NPP. You will not be voted for.
No, but is he still in the running?
Of course.
Oh,
he
I
is.
see.
They will not vote for you. That is a reality. I don't know if he has money to spare. That's why he wants to. Because perennially, from 2000...
You don't say that. He has the right to want to be president.
Yes,
you
he
can
does.
disagree with it. But he has the right to want to
I see him. Look, when he was going for general secretary, I was among those who spoke to MPP guys that if you don't vote for this man to be the general secretary of your party, then I don't see your real focus. And they voted for him. Unfortunately, we know what happened. The rest they say is history. But if you have Kobene Japan as the chairman of the MPP, he will bring the right reforms.
Not as flag bearer.
Not as flag bearer. And he will win that hands down. Or the late Ayawaso West Wagon's brother, Ejaku. Ejaku can be the chairman of the MPP, right? And will rein everybody in, crack the whip, to ensure that the party, and he holds clout. I saw some names, global informatics names that they proposed. The former general secretary that lost, John Boedu, his name has been proposed for chairman, and other unknown names as far as I'm concerned. If you find yourself in a position and you really want to bring the party to the level that will gain, acceptability within and without, you need people who have clout, people with principle, people who have resources, they have the networking, right? That will reign. I mean, today, let the national executives crack the whip of discipline. Nobody will listen to them.
Why?
Because they don't have their clout anymore.
They don't have the clout. Okay. Now, I hold on to that thought, whatever you were going to say next. We want to go back onto the ground. Mawana Agbeta is engaging Rashid Tanko Computer, who's Deputy Director of IT and Elections for the NDC. Here's that conversation.
We're going to win this constituency because the team put together to work for the constituency did yeoman's job. We were mourning. We didn't start early. And they were all over the place, making all manner of promises and accusations upon accusation. But we have our plan. I told you, when my boss died in the morning, he gave us the blueprint, 7:45, as how to win the Akwatia by-election. Then by midday, we were told he died. So we implemented it to the letter to make sure that we win this election and win it massively. Thank God, the people listened to the good work of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. His performance as a president for the 8 months has inured to this kind of resource. Because the people saw that, yes, this is a better Ghana. The Aban Papa prices that we used to buy, here, they were saying it. Bag of rice, 1,000 cedis. Now they are getting 600. Farm inputs, prices were so high. Now it has reduced. So they wanted to deliver a verdict as a confirmation of the performance of the government. So we are not surprised. And we said it, that we are going to win. They thought we were joking.
Many thought this would be fiercely contested. I mean, I was at Winchi. I've been based there for quite a while when I was here at Akwatia, and then I've moved to other areas. What was the strategy in terms of the campaigning? Because from what we're understanding, the difference could be in excess of 2,000 votes. You have the projections from your strong room. What could have done the magic for you in terms of turning some of their strongholds into yours?
I am saying that. I told you people time and again, NPP doesn't have stronghold any time soon that we go into any election. They don't have strongholds. They don't have. 2024 revealed their secret that the perception that they have strongholds in some constituencies, that myth was broken in 2024. We flipped about 20 of such constituencies. Kumanov was one of them. When we went there for the 19 police, we told we were going to flip it. And we did same. So when we were coming here, I told you people, the media, that look, don't be saying Akwatia they have strongholds and strongholds. We have a strategy. We considered all the 119 polling stations as red zones, up for grabs. Depending upon the strategy you implement, you can flip it. Because the people are also rational human beings. They want development. What is the essence of voting for a party that will only give you press conference? I mean, that is what they are concerned themselves to. You vote for a party that will bring you development. And they saw that, yes, the party that can bring you that development is NDC. And you have a president who knows what it's about. He has shown enough to the good people of Ghana that, look, this is a president you can trust. So they were voting with that mind. And that is why we dealt with them. We dealt with them on that thing. We have gotten all the 119.
You've gotten all the 119. What are the numbers looking like from your strong?
From our coalition, we are at 18,177. That's 54.10. Whilst MPP is 15,249, 45.39. I told you.
What's the voter turnout like based on what you're looking at?
Yes. I will look at the other part, the whole data, and bring out the voter turnout. But I'm sure it's very valid. Yes. The victory street is here. It's here. They can see it. It's here. We have beaten them hands down. There's no indication. Nothing is there. Very clear. 119 polling stations. NDC has won with 54%. Yes. They can see it.
Show that to the population.
We have done it. They think we are here to joke. Look at it. Look at it.
I want you to show that to them.
Yes. This is what we declared. Yes.
Like you projected, we've had other people within the NPP speak tough, speak big in the lead up to this by-election. Some suggested they will resign from their position. Are you in the NDC going to push for that to happen?
Interestingly, he was here.
Yeah, in fact, he was here with you. You were having conversation
with him. I was telling him that.
Oh, we've had to cut into that because the moment we've been waiting for has arrived. Alfred, what am I talking about?
Well, exactly. So you're talking about the full complement of the 119 polling station results, and we have it at the Coalition Center. We're going to cross over to Eric Ebeta right now, because the dashboard of the Electoral Commission at the Coalition Center now has a full complement of the results across the 119 polling stations in the Akwatia constituency. Moana, tell us what's happening where you are. And we'll just establish that clear connection to him right now. But here's what we do know, that the dashboard at the Electoral Commission, the Coalition Center in the Akwatia constituency now has the full complement of the 119 polling station results. Mm-hmm. We're going to show that to you live right now from the Coalition Center in the Akwatia constituency, so that you who's watching us right now will be the judges for yourself based on what you're going to see from the constituency Coalition Center of the Akwatia constituency in the right now, we're crossover in the esteem region. Eric Mauna Akwatia is connecting with us right now. Let's cross over. Mauna, now we understand that we have the full complement of the polling station results at the Coalition Center dashboard. Tell us what you're seeing now.
Alfred, that's just changed to display the 119 polling stations, but I can just as well just share with you that all-important screenshot that I took and shared with the rest of the team. The 119 out of 119 polling stations. We're seeing the full list currently being displayed on the screen. You see Funeral Grounds, Kusi, Presby Primary School, Kusi, Presby Church, Kusi, and the respective numbers, some of which we're yet to make full meaning of. But when all of that is put together, it displays a very simple mathematic which becomes English for all of us to read as to how all of this has panned out after a very interesting race between the two leading parties. It reads quite simply as this. Asumedu Solomon, total votes, 15,235. Bernard Bediako Bedu, 18,199. Owusu Patrick, 82. Rejected ballots, 303. Total votes cast, 33,819. Total number of polling stations, 119. Number of polling stations with valid entries, 119. And that's it on your screen right now. I was reading from my phone, but we can see it on the screen right now. Number of polling stations with failed validations, 0. Number of polling stations yet to enter results, 0. This is the provisional results directly from the Electoral Commission, who've been doing the tabulation. We had Dr. Rashid Tanko speak a lot earlier and mention that they had their results and this should have been done a lot quicker so that we could get out of here. Now that is done, and the word on the street is that Bernard Bediako Bedu is on his way here, where the presiding officer, the person in charge of this election, will then declare him the victor in this by-election, which has caught the attention of the entire nation all throughout the morning. We've been following through my colleagues, Judith Brown, Christian Yale, Stanley Nibleu, Joseph Armstrong Godalogwe, Godwin Asidiba, George Quainin, Yvonne Nikwe, scattered across the Akwatia constituency, 119 polling stations, trying to cover as much grounds as possible. It all comes to this projection on the screen by the Electoral Commission, which means just one thing, that the NDC has nicked the seat from the NPP in excess of 2,000 plus votes as well, from what we're seeing. If I could just work the math quickly by way of what I'm seeing, this is what it looks like. And all of the strife, all of the commentary, all of the campaigning, visiting as many polling stations as possible, speaking to the people, sending the message through, deploying teams, having a strong room to gather or to collate your own results, amongst many other things. It all comes to this, because you can collate all of your results, but if the Electoral Commission's provisional data does not show that you've emerged victorious, then your work has come to a naught. And this is why we're having just reps of the NDC present at the Coalition Center here at Akwatia. They have known for quite a while that they've emerged victorious in all of this, but that confirmation will come from just one institution, which is the Electoral Commission of Ghana, and the officials will be expected to come through shortly as well. I've seen the regional director of the EC here seated. He's been a part of the team that's been tabulating all of this. Dr. Sribokweku, we saw him yesterday. He's been around. He, more often than not, is very much present during these by-elections and where things of such nature are required. But that's what the result is like right now as we continue to await the arrival of Bernard Bediako Beidu, who is the NDC's parliamentary candidate, then perhaps that final declaration can come through. We've showed you what it looks like outside, how well guarded this entire place is. I just got a quick word with the DC for the area, who says that their candidate is coming and is coming to be declared victorious in this election. And that's what we continue to await here at the Akwatia Coalition Center, Alfred.
Very interesting detail there. And as we await the declaration of the official declaration of the results you just showed to us on the Electoral Commission's dashboard, this is the Electoral Commission's own dashboard at the Constituency Coalition Center in the Akwatia constituency. That's where Maakye is. So the results we've just displayed to you, we are awaiting the official declaration of these results by the returning officer of the Electoral Commission in the Akwatia constituency. Mana, now just paint to us how the situation in this Constituency Coalition Center strong room is looking right now. If you're seeing any of the officials of the NPP, where are they right now? What's their countenance? What are they saying about this results you've just showed to us? And for the NDC, we just had Rashid Tanko Computer as well. But talk to me about the NPP. What do you see in terms of their reactions to this results that you've just showed to us on the dashboard of the Electoral Commission at the Coalition Center?
Right, Alfred. Right. In terms of the presence of the NPP, I think what we got was when we were here earlier, we saw Michael Otrebefi in that hearty conversation where I'd actually mentioned that it was quite strange knowing by-elections and having participated in terms of covering it for quite some time. You rarely see the two political parties, as the NPP and the NDC, at a coalition center at the same time. It suggested at the time when we didn't have the full picture that things were a bit tight, but eventually we saw that Mr. Otrebefi had to leave the area because the conversations and the confirmations began to come to him as well, and it looked quite clearly that things had not gone their way. And so as typical as these situations are, they don't stay around for their opponents to gloat and celebrate in their faces. They leave the floor to allow their opponents celebrate to the best of their abilities, and that's what it's been. There's not been the presence of any of the national executives. We've seen the minority leader has been in and around. We saw second deputy speaker as well at the Winchi Presby Church as well, where he was with a number of individuals. There were members of parliament on the minority side as well, who are all present. They've not made their way here. It was only Michael Otrebefi that we saw and witnessed having a conversation with Rashid Tanko Computer, and then he as well made his way out. For the NDC, we're seeing former members of parliament, we're seeing the DC, we're seeing members of the party in different capacity coming in here as the time has gone by. It's become a lot more calm, because they are very much aware of the fact that the job has been done for them. And so we're hearing a bit of a noise outside. I'm not too sure whether or not it's the candidate who's making his way in just as yet, but this is the situation. And perhaps I'll ask Philip that if we could just go outside and then catch a glimpse of, if I could look outside to see if really he's the one making his way in here. No, not quite just as yet. We'll await his presence, but for a lot more of these persons, job done, looking forward to the candidate coming, and then that declaration can be made for them to go and then celebrate properly with their supporters who've been absolutely ecstatic in the streets of Akwatia, where the party office is not so far away from us here.
Mawana, really, as you did mention a number of times, Michael Ochebefi, the new jobbing member of parliament, Mauna, you did indicate that you saw him talking to Rashid Tanko Computer. He has come under some extreme scrutiny, and he's been the focus of conversation, both on social media and in studio, because earlier, Dr. Ishmael Norman had indicated that he should either resign or the MPP should sack him if NDC wins this by-election. He had earlier indicated that he was going to resign if NDC wins. He's going to resign as Member of Parliament for the new Jabin constituency. What we're hearing is that he has apologized. He said he went too far, and so Ghanaians should forgive him for saying that he would resign if MPP loses this by-election. But with what we are seeing now from the Electoral Commission's own dashboard, it's safe to say that as we await the official declaration by the Electoral Commission, the provisional results, as we have seen on the dashboard of the Electoral Commission at the Constituency Coalition Center, has Bernard Baido as the winner of this by-election, the provisional results, as we're seeing, right? We are just waiting the official declaration by the Electoral Commission there, but that's what is happening right now. Mauna, is there any indication of contestation by any of the parties there, raising any concern, any question about the results as we have seen on the Electoral Commission's dashboard?
Constituency Secretary, organizer as well, Mr. Minta, who's been with him. Bernard Bediako is here now. He's come, seated, awaiting that declaration. He's doing a few handshakes. He's drenched in a bit of powder from some of the supporters. And Mr. Baidu, I'm sure we'll get a few words from you a lot later, but for now, he will have to sit and wait for the officials of the Electoral Commission to now come around. Obviously, he's very much aware of what has happened and the fact that he's headed to Parliament for the next 3 years and a few more months. A bit of emotions on his face as well, because when we spoke to him yesterday, he said that he was confident of the work that he had done and that he was going to try and to the best of his ability close up on the work that's been done. But he's come and that reality has hit him now, and possibly we'll try and get a few words from him just shortly, if that's possible. Mr. Bediako, yesterday we spoke. He says he wants to finish. He says he wants to finish after that declaration. Then we can get a few words from him. We just wanna get a few words. We just want to get a few words, and you can understand. Everybody wants to speak to the victor because, his story will best be told. And if you've listened to the many adages, they say that the victors celebrate, and then the persons who don't emerge victorious, they get to explain. His tale possibly will be the sweetest, because as cold as the night is here at Akwatia, there will be a lot of warmth in his heart, knowing that he will be a member of Parliament when the next session of Parliament commences, and he will be heralded by 184 strong members of Parliament on the side of the NDC. He will be joining that, and that will make it 185. In terms of the composition of Parliament and what this means, you've heard the analysts say that this doesn't quite change anything really with respect to what is supposed to happen in the composition of Parliament, because the NDC's majority has been quite resounding for a while now, since the Ablekuma North elections was declared in their favor as well. But we're beginning to get the final words as well now from the officials of the Electoral Commission. We'll listen in. Rashid Tanko Computer closely monitoring. Let's listen to him declare these final results now.
Oh, please, you can't see even for the results. I had the mic. Officers from the Electoral Commission, security services, political party leaders here present, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. By the grace of God, we are done collating the parliamentary results of Akwatia constituency by-election. Here are the vote cast. Solomon Asumedu had 15,235 votes. Bernard Bediakun Bedu of NDC had 18,199. Ousu Patrick LPG had 82 votes. I repeat, Asumedu Solomon, NPP, had 15,235. Bernard Bediakun Bedu, NDC, had 18,199. Ousu Patrick, LPG, had 82 votes. Total valid votes, 33,516. Total rejected ballots, 303. Total vote casts, 33,819. With the figures mentioned so far, Director, with your permission, I, Eric Osu Jemfi, the returning officer of Akwatia constituency, declare Bernard Bediakun Bedu as the parliamentary candidate elect, MP elect for Akwatia constituency. Thank you very much.
That's namesake. Congratulations. Let's hear from you. I spoke to you yesterday. You were confident of the work that you had put in. Talk to us about the feeling today, having been finally declared victorious in this crucial by-elections.
Okay, so yes, Ebenezer, this is how far the good Lord has brought us. You have said it all. The confidence has always been there. It is not just mere confidence out of nothing. It was born out of the good work we had done. After engaging the people, we read their reaction towards the message we gave them. And we saw that it had really imbibed. They gave us a hope, some hope of a sort, which hope has resulted to what we see today. I mean, we've always been very confident. I told you, I don't know whether, I told you guys that we've been in this game for a while. If you are in it and you are losing, you will know, except maybe if you don't want to be honest yourself. I told you what we were working out at that moment I spoke to was with regards to the gap. But as for the win, what are we witnessing? We've won.
We had a lot. We had a lot in the lead up to this election. The NPP spoke quite greatly. At some point in time, the vice president made certain claims. They said you shouldn't have been in the race, amongst many other things. When you were hearing all of this, what was going through your mind at that time?
For me, I've always said that, you see, when you are going to such contests, there are a lot of things you hear. But I don't focus on tangentials. The focus is on the main ball. My focus is to have my message delivered, the people accept it, and then they take it up and work to make sure victory is delivered. Indeed, you see, some of these comments, if you are not careful, you'll be swayed by them, and then you go outside the main target and then be dealing with, well, let me put it this way, unnecessary stuff. Because, you see, I shouldn't have been in the race as in what? I mean, that I was disqualified, or it was an illegality on my part, or what? And so we've gone past that stage. Elections were held. We have the results. Sorry? Development. We've always said that, you see, Akwatia's name has always been with regards to mining. You can't take away the mining, okay? We only have to do it lawfully. That's what we're going to work on. Where we are now is a GCD property. Hitherto, just before John Dramani Mahama came to power, the place was in darkness. If you recall, we did the same coalition here, and we had to put on some solar panels and all, lamps and all that. Today, and it wasn't because of the by-elections, it was even done before. Today, we have electricity. It is the first step towards getting GCD back on track, which can employ thousands of people. There are other things we are looking at. Essentially, it is about development, and we will make sure we deliver.
You promised to revive GCD.
Yes, we've made that promise. It didn't come from, it came from the president. And of course, it's a central government policy. And we need to remind them and then make sure that they do the needful. I'm grateful. We would have an opportunity to talk more about some of these things. We are grateful for the opportunity the people of Akwatia has given us. It is a clear mandate, and we would not take it for granted. We will make sure we give them the best of representation and serve them well. We are grateful for...
Thank you.
I'm good. There was nothing like that.
Thank you. That's Mr. Bedi Akubedu. Tanko, just quickly, we've seen it all play out now. Talk to us about how it feels like now.
What you got?
Well, that was what the exit poll projected, 53. But we said we're going to work and make sure that we get more than that.
Please, out. Bernard, out.
Please.
So, Rashid Tanko Computer was asking that
yes.
The projection was 53, but you got 54.
Yeah, of course, we worked towards it. We told you that we are going to get 54%, more than that. That was projected. The projection was 53, but we finally got 54 plus. And you can look at the difference. As projected, there's no difference between our own coalition and that of the EC coalition. The same. It came to the same. No difference. That tells you that we are on top of issues, and you saw what happened. We have worked for it. We have a credible candidate, and we have good message, and the people bought our message. And then so we are not surprised. People thought we were just binding figures around, but the figures actually shows that we worked according to the figures that was given to us from the polling stations. Damn organic. I mean, you saw it. We worked for it. For the past 2 weeks, we've been crisscrossing the constituency, talking to the people, went to churches, mosques, and marketplaces to make sure that our messages go down to the people. And they bought the messages. They've seen the good work of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and they've returned the verdict. And they've joined the ruling party. Of course, who doesn't want to join the ruling party? They've seen it. I told you they rigged the election in the 2024 election. Today, the results has exposed it, that clearly MPP didn't win the election.
So what about allegations about the fact that you used some national security personnel to intimidate them, especially with the deployment of heavy police personnel here? It also indicates that is the reason why some of the people did not come out.
I'm happy you said allegations. It's an allegation, so we keep it as allegations. You saw what happened. It was the police who handled all the polling stations. Nobody was intimidated. Nobody was prevented from voting. People went out there. He's a director of special duty at National Security Secretariat. This election is a national security issue. You heard utterances from remnants of our opponents threatening hellfire, saying that there was going to be showdown between them and the police. And you think the national security should fold their arms? Then tomorrow, then you media will be asking that go and arrest people so and so, like Howard Kumsin style. We didn't want to have any Howard Kumsin style here. And that is why there was a top notch in terms of deployment. They signed the pink sheets. They signed the pink sheets. Their coalition agent was here with me. Yes, they accepted the results. I can give you a copy. They've signed it. They've accepted it. In fact, they have graciously accepted defeat. And they've seen that the NDC deserves to win because we've worked for it. And the people realize that you don't vote for a party that will only deliver you press conference. You vote for a party that will bring you development, employment for your youth. And that is what we have done. And clearly, we have to give thumb up to the good people of Akwatia, executives of our party, led by our national chairman and the general secretary of the party. In fact, they've been here for the past week. They've not gone anywhere. Leadership of the party, all executives, slept here, worked across the distance. So the victory is an organic victory, a victory for the people.
We go to Tamale. To what extent is the NDC willing to go?
It's not only Tamale. We are going to Michael Bayfi constituency.
He says he's apologized and he went too far.
We're not accepting it.
You're not accepting his apology?
We're not accepting the apology. He must resign. If he doesn't resign, Ghanaians will not take politicians serious. We must be serious. They must hold us to our words. Whatever comes out from my mouth, they must take me serious. I can't just stand here and make allegations, say certain things, and then within 24 hours, do you know that he came in here when we were about to start the coalition, beaming smile, telling me that we were winning the thing, until I showed him on my phone that, my friend, you have lost the election, I'm coming to your constituency for by-election. Then he started perspiring. That's the time he got to know that things have changed. And then he quickly ran and said, he's not going, he has to apologize. The framers of the 1992 Constitution saw the need to put in what is known as Representation of the People Act. What does that mean? Representation. Every constituency must get a proper representation in Parliament, not numbers. We are not talking about numbers. We are talking of representation. Who is to represent you in Parliament? And that is why independent who can represent without political party. And so if a constituency deem it fit to have a candidate standing on the ticket of a political party, why not? Do you deny them that opportunity and say because we have numbers, so they shouldn't send such a person to represent them? Michael Bayfi will come to his constituency. We are going to test that one. So Ghanaians, now you go and cause trouble and apologize. Is that what we are saying? Honorable members, when you are called honorable, everything of you must be honorable.
But the General Secretary I spoke to also says that some of your members, including members of Parliament and ministers, have made worse statements than that of Michael today. And Ghanaians have not told them to resign from their positions.
I'm saying the gentleman made a categorical statement. I will resign.
He apologized.
Let us go and test their strength in that constituency and see whether that's a stronghold of the MPP. That's why you could stand and say he will resign. He was here with us. We are going to hold him. If he doesn't resign, we will write to the Speaker of Parliament. And he must apologize in the floor of Parliament so that the whole public will see who he is, so that they know that certain activities of people like that should not be countenanced by Ghanaians. They must allow decency in our politicking, so that Ghanaians will respect us.
Thank you very much, Tanko. That's Rashid Tanko Computer, and possibly that's how we will draw the curtains. And you see a lot of the media persons moving, trying to make way for us to get an understanding as to what's happened. The area is being almost cleared. It's being almost cleared now, and we're just trying to find a way to wrap up from us here at the Constituency Coalition Center. It's 10:07. That final declaration has come through now. the officials of the Electoral Commission as well are packing up to be able to leave. So that's it from us here, Alfred. Unfortunate, we can't get any of the officials of the Electoral Commission. There's an EC official who says he wants to share his story. Boss, which polling station were you at? What do you have to say after everything?
I worked at Wenchi, a very tense place, but the elections there were very peaceful. We didn't encounter any challenge, and so far so good. I'm the return officer for Kede constituency. We came to help them, and the mechanism we put in place, we ensured that everything was okay, and now we are enjoying the fruit that have come. Hopefully, we have struck a success, because everybody expected that Akwatia was going to be like virtually a war zone, but we didn't encounter anything like that. So we thank you, the media, too. You have done well. In fact, you have done creditably well. And the security services, all of them, BN, NIB, PID, the CID, the police ASF, the military, they have all done well. And the political parties, they comported themselves well. And you see, during the process, we didn't encounter any challenge at the police stations. 119 police, they never encountered any challenge. It showed how they comported themselves, how they cooperated with us. So we thank them for supporting us to achieve this success.
I didn't actually want to speak to you, but thank you very much for speaking to us as well. As a returning officer from Kede who came here to help put things in order at Akwatia, where this by-election has concluded, and they have a member of parliament elect who is in the person of Bernard Bediako Baidu. Alfred, we here can wrap up. Like I mentioned, it's been a lot of individuals who've been coming together and seeing to it that everything here goes smoothly. A lot of thanks as well to Philip, my cameraman, who's been helping us, helping me personally all throughout this very interesting journey. Back to you in the studio.
Wonderful. Great job right there, Eric Mawana with the team there. Thank you so much. And now the die is cast, the picture is clear, and now the people of Akwatia know their MP-elect. That's the man behind me right there. That's Bernard Bediako Baidu, BBB. Polled some 18,199 of the valid vote cast as against Solomon Asmedu of the NPP, some 15,235. Now, let's stay in the constituency a bit. Judith Brown is there for us, and she's on the streets of Akwatia right now. And Judith, let's connect with the celebration right now. What's happening where you are?
Right, and so Alfred, I'm right here on the Akwatia stretch, and if you know, this stretch leads directly to the collation center, and there's a lot of jubilation happening right here. You can see a myriad of people who have gathered. They have been shouting at the top of their voices. You can see a car right now loaded with members of the NDC in the constituency. They are jubilant. They are so happy that their candidate won, that is lawyer Bernard Bediako. They have been singing frantically, lawyer Beba. That means no matter what you do, the lawyer is going to be is going to come, or is going to be MP. And so it's a very jubilant mood here. We're going to try and engage with some of the voters here, the constituents, who are very happy ever since they declared the results. I have someone here with me. Hello, what's your name?
My name is Phillips.
And do you support the NDC or NPP? Has your candidate won?
I will not say I support whether NDC or NPP, but I'm a true Ghanaian who stands for democracy, who wants a true reflection of democracy. So when I realized that our late brother is gone, definitely there should be a by-election. And if by-election, who are we bringing on board? NPP is in opposition. So choosing a candidate or an MP from NPP, how is he going to help the development of Akwatia? Then it will be better we all go for somebody whose party is in power. so that you know how politics plays in our country, especially in Ghana here. So it would be better we pick somebody with a ruling government so that he can be able to help us to develop Akwatia.
You believe that you voted for lawyer because you believe he can better lobby for projects to be done and for more developmental projects here?
Sure. We want development. That's why we vote. That's the reason why we vote. So voting for a lawyer, since his government is in power, we will get a lot massive development here. And the youth in Akwatia can also get something to do. Okay? So that is why we vote, and that is why I voted, and that is why my friends and my colleagues voted.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
we want
you very much.
development. That is why.
Right, and so you heard them, they want development, and that is why they voted for lawyer Bernard Bediako. We have some more supporters here who are going to share really their reasons for voting. You can see clearly they are from the NDC, they are donned in the party paraphernalia. Hello, what is your mood now?
I think we are happy. As you can see, I came all the way from Tema West. That's Accra. We came to help. I think I came here 3 days today. We all came to help campaign, and we wanted victory. And now we've gotten victory, so we are all happy. At least when you go on the social media, you see everybody posting about Akwatia, because no one knows Akwatia. But because of this by-election, we've all come all the way from Accra to come and observe Akwatia, and we are all happy. As you can see, everybody is happy. The youth are happy because work is coming. Work is coming to Akwatia, so they are all happy. That's all.
And what is your interest in Akwatia, especially when you came all the way from Accra? Why are you interested such that you drive all the way, about 3 hours drive, just to get here to support this candidate?
They were claiming this seat is their seat, so we can't take it. And we said, okay, then all the youth organizers in Accra, as you can see, Green Army, we are all youth organizers. So we came all the way from Accra to tell them that this seat is not for them. It's a swing seat. And right now we've taken it. I don't think we'll get it again. We'll hold it tight and we'll give it to them. That's all.
Right, and so they say that once they have taken this seat, they do not believe it's going back to the MPP. They're going to hold it tight. We're going to speak to some more supporters. What's your first name? Send our feeling, we mood to say.
I say, I made it. Menaji, if you obase and I buy with ya. Menaji,
Okay, I believe we can see the MP. He just passed by, and the jubilation is massive now. He's in his car, he stuck out his head and began to wave to the people, and you can see them so happy, shouting in their numbers that their MP has finally been declared the Member of Parliament for the Akwatia constituency. And so they're really happy, and they're hoping that he's going to bring development to them, as has been their wish. We're going to follow them towards lawyer Bernard Bediako, who just moved in his car by the jubilants. He's left the place, and so we're trying to speak to some more celebrants as to why they're so happy that he has won this particular seat. You can see some of them, they're wearing flyers on their dresses with him on. Even children are running all over. And so we're going to speak to some more of them who are in the constituency and are jubilating still, wearing party paraphernalia, and they're so happy. Hello. Hello, you're live on TV3. Please, what's your name? What's your name, please? Okay. We're going to speak to some more people. Hello, you're live on TV3. Can you tell us your name and why you're happy today?
I'm Richmond. Me, I'm not happy because
why?
Because I'm a fan of MPP, and me, the reason why we lose this election, me, I will not lie, it's because of our leaders. Our MP give us our MP give them their money instead of them to share their money. They didn't share their money.
So are you saying that they engaged in vote buying?
Yeah.
But they did not share the money they were supposed to give. So some of you got and some of you didn't get?
It's not like that too. NDC people were sharing 10 million, 5 million. Instead of MPP people to share money, the leaders
They just want to use the money in their houses. Instead of them to share the money, they were giving the people who supposed to vote 20 cities and 50 cities. But I don't blame the MP. MP doing
So you are saying your party did not share enough money?
My party did not share enough money.
Interesting. Interesting. So we heard one of the voters here. He is blaming both parties for vote buying, but he says his party didn't share enough money as expected. We're still going to engage some of the constituency and the voters. They're still in a very jubilant mood. Hello. You're not feeling okay. Okay, I'm very sorry about that. We're going to engage some more people. But as it stands, they are very happy. They are very jubilant.
Right. And just Judith Brown there interacting with the jubilant constituents of the Akwatia constituency. A number of them are all chanting the songs of victory for the Bernard Bade, who's been declared by the returning officer of the Electoral Commission in the Akwatia constituency by election as a member of parliament elect. It's a private legal practitioner, also now taking over from another member of parliament who almost became also a lawyer as well. I'm talking about the late NSC Akumi, unfortunately. But Kamini, this bit about the conversation of Michael Ochebethi and the declaration that he had made. But let's stay in the constituency just a bit further, because Joseph Armstrong Goldalogbe is connecting with us from another area within the constituency, and the celebration is all round. Joseph, tell us where you are, and we see the celebration already, so if you can talk to some of them where you are right now.
You are not from this town? Yeah, I'm from Asawasi, Muntaka Mbare constituency. You came to support? We are in charge of Bodia Presby Primary. We are here to support Bernard. And by God's grace, what the good work of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Bernard Bedu, that is what we've seen. He have shown them that, you know that we projected 53%. And actually, the Akwatia people said that no, they will not give us 53%, rather 54%, because of fuel prices, oil prices, rice prices, even their lorry fare, it has impacted them.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me talk to other people. What? And say,
for you,
who will come out?
That will be Accra.
Who's who Accra?
Accra.
About two about.
And I mean, a person for Nabai.
We don't pay for Nabai. But as a munya, let me talk to a few of these ones here. Madam, okay. No. Wait.
Everything is here. Boss. Hey,
listen. So I can see you are all in a jubilation mood.
Very, very happy. I'm very, very happy. We won this seat. We won. We thought that we are going to win.
What's the message?
The message was development. Akwatia people need development, not any other thing. And if you need development, you have to vote for the party in power, so that we can...
That's why you voted NDC?
Yes, they have to. We have to vote for NDC. Yes.
No.
Yes.
You have something to say?
Come again.
You're also in a happy mood?
Yes, I'm in a happy mood. I'm very, very happy this evening, because looking at NDC right now, NDC is an attractive party right now. I will tell everybody, like MPP people, everybody should come and join NDC. Because if you are MPP by now and you are still following MPP, then I don't know. Because right now, NDC all the way. When I came here, I was a little bit nervous because people were like, we win, but me, I trust my party. And we've won, and I'm very happy.
So one other issue here is the NPP parliamentary MP that says that he's going to resign immediately. This election goes in favor of the NDC candidates. Many people are calling that, well, right from here, they are going to move straight to his constituency and demand that he walks the talk. Let me take you close to where all is happening now. And you could see even motorbikes would have to turn back because they are not getting space to even move around. Whoa. Boss, about Otubi.
The fashion there be man to be.
Want to be.
Fashion there.
When you're be sure the phobia.
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years, pa.
I'm sure the end is we go.
Me end is in here. If you come here.
I want to about.
General mosquito buy. General mosquito buy. General mosquito buy. NDC is in GIP. General mosquito buy. OCNCS the kind of celebrity. Oko team number 2. The charity. They won't pay more than Jimmy. And let Jimmy call me. I feel it. Osoni and Johnny Manuko. Young Johnson Manuko. Let's say Canity.
Well, so supporters here at the NDC constituency office in a very, very happy mood, and they blocked the road. Earlier we saw the NDC candidate who is waiting patiently for him to be declared as the winner of this just ended by-election. We saw him also marching from one place to the other in a convoy, jubilating, and it's all fun here at Akwatia now. These supporters you see here today are saying they are not going to sleep. It's going to be an all-night jubilation, and they will continue from tomorrow and continue to jubilate, because this is what they look forward for right from the 2024 election, but they didn't get it. But this time around, they have it, and they are going to jubilate till the next day. Let me get more people here to talk to us. They dance to the tunes here. Madam, I know better.
Hey, maybe Nina, 247. Linda will be able to share. The time in my opinion, I'm going to have a family. I better give up more.
It looks like General Sedun Ketches sign has taken over the entire place. As all the supporters here, you can see them. Would you see them so?
But we first thank God. After that, we give glory to our President John Dramani Mahama, the entire national executive, then the regional executive, all the regional executive in Akatamanso. We give great thanks to them. But it's very serious. For your marker, on down the tracks in all, on down the tracks in all.
Party is on here at the NDC constituency office here, right here at Akwatia, as these supporters have vowed not to sleep. Obo powder pano. Obi a obo ni powder. Okay, won kan wo.
Okay, won kan wo na fra.
When you aji pa.
When you aji. Abro so.
Now when that so pass now can it be winning.
Sa.
Now when that so pass.
Sa. Eku tunjuma. Eku tunjuma. Ya kwa ina. Kema sa ya kwa ina mai. Aku mantabu kwa ina asai. Watu gala sa asai yeso ina. Bla 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 bla. Watu gala sa kasa kasa. And then Sunday in 1 week about a campaign. You work with the 1 week and you don't take a campaign. Yes, one of warrior. You have got tamale. You have got tamale. You have got tamale. I find your mark. Obey a steg. Obey a steg. Obey respect here.
I don't know. Tell me, guys, you're not before the you can see clearly from the police stations. This week, notice that all the other places where NDC is challenging that they have lost the election means it's true, it's real that they have lost the election. So we will go after them. Yeah, we will go after them, and we are trying to warn it to New Government South MP that the New Government MP told us. The New Government MP told us that when the NDC wins, he's going to resign. We are daring him to resign. If he don't resign, we will force a New Government South MP to resign. Because he said it. He said we should mark his words. But we are telling him that today, tomorrow we want to see him saying, may hold a press conference telling the NDC that he's resigned.
He said he's sorry. He said he's sorry.
Master,
he said he overreacted.
Don't bring that one. He said that he's going to resign when NDC win this seat. So today we have won. We dare him tomorrow to hold a press conference to tell the whole Canada that he's going to resign. So we have another by-election at Abrekuma South.
FM Fan Basua, the Ashanti region, Ashanti Tokos National Chairman. Asma Yakanya said, MPP, you know, I might be sick. I'm not here. What I said. The future, I'm saying, we go to Galam Selo. You have got 24 hours. The man to you. Second, I'm saying, yes, you have to Mudia, and then I like. And Yakanya say, your boy, you rather talk about Fabaso, former governor, former finance minister, about a 4.5 bus, maybe fast until they buy it. If I have a power piano, you're going about so. You'll be able for lawyer. When you will be a church, you will go shadow for. Any from California, Obado, Obado. Well, so it appears that the supporters.
Well, so you cannot blame them. They are all draped in powder. That's how they'll be celebrating the victory of Bernard Bediako-Baidu, who is a member of parliament elect for the Akwatia constituency on the ticket of the NDC. And with what we saw, the NDC right from the get-go, that beaming with that level of confidence indeed, as you see right now, based on the results that was declared by the returning officer for the Electoral Commission and the Akwatia by-election, Solomon Asmedu. Some 15,235 of the valid votes is what he polled us against Bernard Baidu, the MP elect. 18,199 of the valid vote cast. There was Patrick Owusu in there, the LPG candidate, 82. And Kamini, the sport ballot was more than the votes that the LPG got in this by-election, as we saw it play out in there. But there's a lot that has been talked about when it comes to Musa Dankwa, Global Info Analytics, and the projections that they made going into this by-election today. In fact, this morning, he put out what he said is the floor and the ceiling of the outcome of today's polls. He said Bernard Baidu, the floor in terms of his projection was 53%. Ken, we just worked the percentages, and based on what the Electoral Commission has announced, the 18,199, if you work it against the valid vote cast, we're talking about some 54% thereabouts. So Musa Dankwa is just, plus or minus 1% shy of the actual results based on what he put out this morning. It's a very, very interesting development in the outcome and what we've seen. And if you see as well how data-driven conversations have influenced elections right from what we saw in 2024 up until now, there are many who also say that influences the tensions as well, so as to not have an emotionally driven conversation, but one that's data-driven that can be referenced as well. And the Ghana Police Service has been mentioned a number of times about the measures that have been put in place as well to secure the integrity of the process. But we have the man on the telephone, do we? Ken.
I had assumed that you were going to take that conversation, right? But let's speak to Musa Dankwa. Musa, I'd like to believe that you feel even more vindicated at this point when you write that predicting Akwatia was much more difficult for you. Talk to us about that. What made you put that out?
Thank you very much, Benjamin. We've been from Akwatia. There were certain points in the data that showed that NDC was going to win. At the same time, there were certain indicators that showed that it could go the other way. And my worry was among certain demographics, which we believed were not being candid to us. In the first instance, they were not being straight. In the last poll, they came back, and in this morning exit poll, they were doing the same thing they did 4 weeks ago. So I was a bit nervous on that. But you see, when you're able to triangulate and catch them out, you're able to see that, okay, these people were not being candid here. And at that point, I knew NDC was going to win.
I see. Let's dig down into the numbers, right? Bernard Baidu is winning by over 18,000 cedis. He's trailed by Solomon Asumedu with some 15,000, right? When we look at these numbers comparatively, what story is it telling?
It tells you that Baidu did extremely very well. He was coming from a deficit of 2,060 votes compared to the last election. For him to win, he had to claw back that deficit and then make up for the numbers. What we saw today was that he made that 2,000 and got additional 4,000, meaning he got extra 6,000 compared to what he had done in the last election. For Akwatia, this is very significant. Akwatia, with the exception of Maakye, who won by a big margin, you hardly win Akwatia by that kind of margin.
I see. I have just been told that I've been mixing money and votes, so I said some 18,000 cedis. I meant 18,000 votes, right? But in terms of the gains for the NDC, what does it look like?
I mean, it gives NDC a foothold on the constituency. 54% is quite a number they can build on, and I believe that makes them a strong candidate to retain the seat in 2028.
I see. And then you also said that the swing to Bernard Baidu is some 6,097, coming from 2,060. Deficit to a winning margin of 4,034. These numbers, these are differences or the gains of the NDC. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the gains NDC made. And you see, the gains came largely from the account voters. Because among the account voters, which they were about 76% of the voters, NDC was 49.9, NPP 50.5. They split the vote and then they swept the minority ethnic groups in the area.
I see. It looks like, work is cut out for Bernard there based on the outcome of your recent survey. What are the things that you expect Bernard to start working on together with the local authorities there from what the people have told you they need the most?
I think the development is a big issue for them. The roads is very important. Even though we saw evidence that NDC in some areas started doing some roads, and that was going to cost them. And I was even shocked that NDC was doing roads in the midst of by-election. As who authorized that, I'm totally confused. Because you don't do this in modern Ghana. You don't go to the areas where there's by-election and start building roads. They will punish you for that. I believe if they hadn't done that, they would have gotten more than what they got. So the roads are priority for the people, and also decent jobs. There are about 60% of young people who vote in Akwatia are graduates or senior high graduates. What job opportunities can there be for them in the area will be the biggest challenge to the MP.
The flip side of that will be what the NPP should be learning from this, not only for the Akwatia constituency, but to be able to transfer that knowledge also for their preparations towards 2028, which means the decisions they take in their own internal elections. What are the recommendations?
No, I wouldn't recommend, but you see, when they declared the seat vacant, they didn't handpick anybody. It is always good to have internal contest. It is always good to have internal contest. If you don't have internal contest, you wouldn't know the best candidate you can put forward. Now, going forward, I would urge each of the political parties, when they are putting forward the candidates, whether by acclamation or what, they should do a survey to see the sense of that person. Because what NPP did in Akwatia was clearly counterproductive.
I see. Now, we also saw, again, perhaps this will be the final one to you. We also saw in your survey how the approval ratings were slightly higher for the candidates Bernard Bediako than it was for, the president, John Dramani Mahama, in that constituency. I know you have explained that already. But with this win, does it change what that was before the election? Is there work that the NDC needs to do before they field a presidential candidate in the future of 2028?
What so is just a unique in that area, in the sense that people were a bit disappointed probably in the last few weeks as to what they are saying in terms of the economic front, and that impacted the president. But elections are coming from national elections. So you can't really put by elections side by side with national elections. But I think it is noting that if the president, the body, overall performance, it helped Asumit as well. It has helped Bedu as well. So perform and the body.
I see, Musa. On the lighter side, we have been told that at this point you'll be able to predict day and time that, Jesus Christ our Lord will return to us. Have you done that work yet?
That is outside my remit. That's not scientific. That is more.
Oh my goodness. That is just by the way, and I promise my Christian brothers and sisters, I meant no harm or offense with that. But Musa, thank you so much. It must feel good to know that once again you were right.
It's my pleasure.
All right, then Musa Dankwa is with Global Info Analytics. He's head of global research with Global Info Analytics. Gentlemen, you have been listening to that conversation, and I won't repeat it at the risk of offending my Christian brothers and sisters. So, but people are just excited, right? People are just excited for the outcome that once again, Musa Dankwa, after all the vilification, right, still